Hey, everyone, and good morning / afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Today, you're joining for the European Tournament Series. We're on our way to the path to the $100K, $100,000 tournament taking place at the end of March, and we're underway with the third week of competition. Now, things are heating up here. We have a 160-point tie between Cloud9 and TSM at the top of the charts. Looking down a little bit further, we're going to see Team Q at 80 and Torch at 50. they're both looking to see if they can get their spot in 1 and 2.
Yeah, a lot of old faces with new names over the last month in the European scene, and an arms race at the top. Certainly, a game apiece, or rather, a tournament apiece going the way of Cloud9 and TSM, and as you mentioned, I think Torch hungry to get up into that mix as well. We'll see how it all shakes out here today. Dry Bear, our first game. It looks like it's going to be i5 going up against Epsilon Esports.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, both these teams have been around for a while, and i5 has kind of changed rosters a lot. We had Wellox Esports taking the name i5, and of course they switched back, and then a new i5 picking that up, Sandtree leading that one through. Of course, Epsilon is the previous Wooten Mama, so Wooten Mama has been around for a while as well. You at home, I'm sure, have been watching the EU series, have known this team. They have a lot of good talent there, from support all the way to carry in the jungle, mid, everything across the board. So I'm really excited to see this as a first-round matchup. Now, of course, we have a little bit less amount of teams than we normally do here in the European Tournament Series, so we're going to see a smaller bracket this time around, but that just means that the competition is just that much more fierce. And considering the fact that in the NA Series we had a big skew, I mean, obviously with the win COG had yesterday, they're now at 300 points in the lead, but with C9 and TSM going back and forth on how they handle things, we saw a 2-0 victory for C9 in Week 1. Week 2, we saw a 2-0 victory for TSM, and that just means the seeding is so close. 100 for first place, and of course 60 for second. Things go very, very quickly.
It is a small bracket, but a dense bracket. Should be full of great action here today. Taking a look around the round of 16 here, you're going to have TSM going up against Eagle. You have i5 versus Epsilon, which we, of course, will be covering. Torch against Brutalize. The Gentlemen of Cognitive Forge against You Amaze Me. Give Me Yo Sandwich versus the Donors by Heart. Team Q versus Brutalize. Again? And the game versus Finn Gaming. We'll see how that all shakes out. The Finns will go over the game. Taking a look at what the admins say, it looks like we are sending the teams on their way, so should be moving into game any moment now, where we'll be getting underway. Dry Baron. Between these two teams, I mean, who are you giving the edge to in general coming into this? I mean, I think you would call it for i5 based on the last couple weeks of performance.
Well, looking at the past couple of weeks, we've seen that i5 has made it pretty much around the same distance. In fact, Epsilon not making as far as you would expect. So, i5 has a little bit of an edge going into this one, but only just, because it's very, very close. In fact, the semifinals and finals have been the exact same for the first 2 weeks of competition. The semifinals were exactly the same matchups. The wins were the same, and of course, C9 and TSM going to the finals both ways here. So you can see we're in picks and bans already on the left side of your screen. Of course, you will see the one, the only Epsilon Esports. The right side will be i5. The bans are coming out. Zhangquei not surprising at all. This character is so powerful right now. We're going to hop into this one. So it looks like the right side, they're going to go for another ban here. Zhangquei has been banned out already. Now looking at the top picks as far as the European Path to 100K goes, On Her is going to be the first top pick there for the European scene. Sun Wukong, Guan Yu, Agni, and Sobek in that order. So we do see a very high preference towards Sun Wukong and On Her here. Agni getting banned out, and then Thor banned out as well. Not all that surprising either. The last ban to come out here in about 21 seconds, and it's going to be Freya.
So actually really similar bans to what we would expect to see in North America. So it looks like that around the world the teams are agreeing on the relative strength of Freya, who has become a very popular ban since, well, I guess about this time yesterday. Zeus, of course, going to be your first pick coming out for Epsilon Esports, and i5 going to follow that up with Guan Yu Athena. So where in North America we likely would have seen Guan Yu and probably Tyr taken off the board, it looks like Athena valued a little bit higher than the Lawbringer.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, I mean, Tyr honestly is a high pick in NA, but not so much there in EU. They tend to be a little bit more, I guess, free-form in how they handle their bruisers. So Guan Yu Athena, again, a great start. Doesn't lock you into anything really. Guan Yu can go in 3 places. Athena can go in 2. So a lot of places that you can go around and kind of fit them into your build. And it doesn't lock you in anything early on. We're going to have to see Zeus, Apollo, and Sobek so far for Epsilon. Sobek, of course, is a character that, surprisingly enough, we didn't see a whole lot of yesterday, even when he wasn't banned there. So it seems like people are kind of preferring the more widespread utility rather than just focusing on the single engagement from Sobek's grab, which is honestly just enough to make that character viable alone. Across the way, we're seeing Ao Guang, and Falcon's going to hover on Odin right now. This may be a pick against the Zeus, but also could be a pick against themselves if they're not careful.
Yeah, Odin support. We saw it last weekend in the European tournament as well, if I'm not mistaken. Am I crazy, Dry Bear? But we
saw it once.
Yeah. So the real deal here is the Odin Athena Wombo combo. Basically, when Odin is in his ring, he gains damage mitigation plus a lot of protections, and then you throw a Defender of Olympus on top of that, and he basically takes 0 damage. And then you have a big Athena bomb coming in. They also have the Guan Yu ultimate to couple with that Athena Defender of Olympus bomb. So it looks like they're really setting up for a highly mobile Athena on the scene. Wouldn't be surprised to see a early Void Stone coming off from her, even out of the Guardian role, just for that damage. Over on the Epsilon side, they're going to round out their draft. The Frenchmen are going to pick up Kali and Chalk.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Kali very, very few amount of times, considering the fact that she's incredibly powerful. And we talked about this yesterday, Bart, given the fact that Kali is, she adds an extra element of team play. You can't just pick Kali and play because you have to worry about, who's your target. You have to communicate with your team. I need this kill or I don't need this kill. This is my new target. The extra level of communication may be a little bit too much for new teams, but Kali, in fact, is a very, very powerful god. Certainly top tier in her own right. Chalk, of course, very powerful as well. I mean, that Storm Call is so powerful. Damage immunity, allowing him to jump down and get a 3-second silence, and of course his mobility is incredibly high, and Rain Dance keeping him healed up. Across the way, they're going to round it off with AMC. Now, we saw AMC yesterday played by Allied on Team Snipe. It wasn't very effective, although we know Falcon does play a decent AMC. You see him on the rank ladders, and he does have a preference toward that. And like we talked about yesterday, regardless of whether you think AMC is strong or weak, if he gets to late game, he is a hunter, and he's going to start hurting you a lot.
Yeah, exactly that. I mean, he wants to poke you. He wants to whittle you down with that dot and then follow up with the big ultimate cripple, get that burst, prevent you from dashing away. He does particularly well against Apollo in that regard. And then the big thing to look out for is the old hive trick. You throw the hive in front of you, block the auto attack from the enemy player, throw in one of your own. That's like, should be about a 300 damage swing. You can follow it up with an ultimate, and then a number 2, slow them down, and hopefully secure that kill. Apollo definitely likes to overextend his welcome and then try to get out using the moves. We'll see how it all shakes out here in just a couple of minutes, Strybear. 3 minutes is the countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be underway with our game from the round of 16. It's going to be I-5 going against Epsilon Esports. Don't go anywhere.
Everyone, and welcome back to Game 1 of today's European Tournament Series on the path to 100K. We're underway here with Epsilon Esports up against I. That's right, I5 will be the opponents today. Let's cover who's playing what, where they're going for what team. The bottom side of the map, the pristine side on the Titan of Order. We have Epsilon Esports. We see Tetrix playing Apollo, running through jungle right now, playing that Hunter role. In the solo lane, we have Mogao on Chalk. Mugiwawa playing Sobek as he always has since the dawn of time. Shock and Smash playing Kali in the jungle, and Dekest on Zeus. We'll see it. The legendary Zeus can make a name for himself today. We didn't see a whole lot of effective Zeus play yesterday. Across the way, I5. Durgius is going to be support Odin this time around. Ao Guang with Warlock Sash 2 start will be a Brocklips. We know him in the mid lane. Very powerful player. Falcon going to be playing on AMC. Amuzen Cobb in the Hunter role. Sanitary playing Jungle Athena. And in the solo lane, Advert on Guan Yu.
All right, Jabber, I got a couple things to take a look at here. Mystical Mark red part stuff start for Mogao on the Chalk solo lane, so a lot of extra damage going to come out from that red pot. 20 for 5 minutes to be exact.
Just a YOLO start.
And also, yeah, I mean, when Neith gave birth to Sobek, shortly after somewhere in France, Mugiwawa was born and made his way to Egypt to control him and ride the crocodile god of the Nile to victory here. We'll see if Mugiwawa, a longtime support player in the EU scene, is going to be able to effectively support his team in this Guardian role today. Vive going to be on the left side of your screen, Epsilon on the right in terms of the mid camps they're taking. And there's going to be no contention, in the early game here, as the teams look perfectly happy to pick up their buffs around the map and move to lane. Mid lane here, Dekest versus a Brupocalypse. The edge, in theory, is to Zeus. A little bit stronger ganks against that Ao Guang. She has a little bit better range stun to set up, a little bit more kind of potential gank in Zeus's kit when he gets those stacks up. So I would expect some ganks come out on this Ao Guang, and hopefully sooner than later, as he's going to be building towards a rush to Warlock Sash.
Yeah, I think I would give it to Zeus outright, considering the fact that Ao Guang went directly for Warlock Sash with no consumables of any kind. Zeus does have that Vampiric Shroud, which is going to give him more survivability overall. Now, given the fact that Ao Guang has a higher push starting out, Zeus is going to be a little bit limited, but I'm surprised to see Dekest not just outright going for a Brocklips and trying to trade with him, considering the fact that not only does he have Healing Potion, Mana Potion, he also has that Vampiric Shroud, so he'll be able to just out-exchange them. Now, keep in mind, Tier 2 Warlock Sash does give you 200 health and 250 mana, plus a little bit of magic damage. 30 is going to be the number that he's receiving right now, so certainly that's going to help him out a lot, but of course the consumables will kind of slow him down overall. He does need, let's look at the in-hand gold, 500 gold. He only needs, just about 600-700 to be able to finish off that Warlock Sash and start stacking that up immediately. And honestly, it's one of those things you'll see people go through every now and then. Your early game is a little bit weaker here, but Dekest is going to be forced out anyways. There's a Squall. Tornado is available. Chain Lightning to come out here, but it seems like Ao Guang's getting the better end of the stick here.
There's a really, really popular pickup. The Warlock Sash was in NA yesterday, so it seems like the players definitely are favoring it now. On the right side lane, Shock and Smash getting pretty harassed out of this lane, basically. Now Mogao can be holding it down 1v2. I'm not sure if he knows that Santori is still here from 5i on the Athena. She has that purple pot active, going to make her way around the corner here. Advert going to be pushing this wave back, but luckily Mogao actually has his hand available, and the red team here of I5 unable to clear that wave effectively. So it's going to be okay for Advert. He's just going to walk back and paint these things out right in front of his tower. Mid camps are respawning. Contention on the left side and the right side. However, it looks like both of them are going to go the way of I5 here. And so that's going to yield them, the small early game advantage. Few hundred gold and XP now going the way of I5.
Yeah, it's an early start, and those mid camps are so important. Now, obviously, in the last patch, we saw the increase from 1 minute and 40 seconds to 2 minutes overall of the respawn time in the mid camps, and that changes the dynamic a lot, and also gives more wiggle room to the junglers. Kali was forced back earlier. You're going to see Shock and Smash currently boasting about 2,400 gold versus Sanitary, who is at 2,500. So the 100 gold swing is basically because Kali had to go home early from being harassed there in the solo lane. We're going to see the mid lane Zeus going up against Ao Guang here. Ao Guang has yet to go home, although it does have 1170. Should be able to finish off that Sash. Is he going home? He certainly is. If Brocklips is going to finish off that Sash here at 3 minutes into the game and start stacking that up immediately. See him heading back home, picking up a ward and two mana potions and one ward to give himself some vision. Right side, we see Mogao throwing out that Thunder Strike to harass out the Guan Yu. Advert taking a lot of harassment here, forced back towards his tower. As far as the graph goes, 460 gold in favor of I5, as well as 126 experience. Again, that's just more efficient jungle usage and, of course, the mid camps.
It's an interesting left side lane here. Let's take a second to talk about this. As Kali's actually going to wheel around from the backside. Falcon in some trouble here. Sobek has gotten to the backline. He has the ultimate active. Shock and Smash is there. We'll have the stun available as well. This is a very, very dead B. They piled on him too much. Athena ultimate coming in too late. That's going to be a waste of Defender Olympus as well. The pluck is going to come back. They're just under some trouble, and that is a wipe of the dual lane. Rotation came out from Dekest as well. It's a little bit too early for Epsilon to turn this into a Gold Fury attempt. So it looks like they're going to push up the wave just a little bit. They're going to lose some farm in the mid lane for Dekest. A little bit of a late rotation from him, but they will push out the Athena ultimate Sinantri, I guess is the way you pronounce that. Did use that a little bit late, so they're not going to have that ultimate now available for another 90 seconds, and didn't get much out of it there. Shock and Smash going to pressure for Apocalypse in the mid lane now. Dekest moving around as well. However, Advert is here. What do you got, Dry Bear, around the map?
You know, it's a little interesting to see the engagement there. Now, of course, because he rushed that Warlock Sash, his movement speed is quite slow. Using the slow there is going to give him a little bit of movement speed increase overall, but Kali looking for the opportunity to jump in here. And it's unfortunate for I5 that Kali starts out the game 2-0, considering the fact that Kali not only has one of the best hit chains in the game, incredibly fast, especially working with that chin size, even after the nerf to that item itself, but is able now to rotate around, dive towers, and with that ultimate and passive combination, she's able to just get in there, get the damage done, get some kills, and get out. So it's unfortunate for I5 that things have started out the way that they have. Now, of course, you look at the graphs, it's a very small swing in gold, very small swing experience, but of course the gold is going into the right place. Now, we saw on the left side, Falcon ended up picking up Tier 3 Sprint. This does, as far as the difference between Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3, it's just about 2 seconds of duration and about 10% increased movement speed. So he's going to get the same cooldown, 60 seconds, but now has a higher amount of movement speed increase and also a longer duration on that one. But again, you know, it just comes down to AMC overall. Right side, we see Athena coming in here trying to go after Mogao. Stormcall used immediately, and with that 3-second silence, Sinantri's going to have to get out of there and just kind of walk away. Chalk is very difficult to damage and very difficult to kill, so honestly, spending a lot of time over here with to no avail right now. Left side, Odin ultimate come down. There goes the spears. There goes the swarm on top. Mugiwara taking some damage here. Athena ultimate dugs down on top, and they're going to get a kill, and actually goes to AMC this time around. Falcon's got to be happy about that one, considering the fact that he just got taken down prior.
Yeah, so the AMC and Odin lane, it's a little bit awkward, I think. You know, AMC only really has Honey that can effectively deal damage from inside the Odin ring when he is outside. I'm sorry, hold that thought as in mid lane. Shock and Smash and Dekest trying to make a play on a Apocalypse, but Sanatorium is there. But kind of back to this idea of a Muzikov and Odin, just not as much synergy as you would see from some of the other hunters. I mean, particularly Onher does fairly well with Odin, able to, if he's in the ring, pin them to the outside of the ring and can Desert Fury through the ring. Whereas AMC really only has, you know, the Honey available. And while the Honey is a potent spell, it's not really a great damaging spell, primarily a dot. Mid lane, we're going to have some more action coming out. Shock and Smash is going to eat a Spear Sense when he is in that Kali ultimate, but I don't think it's going to be enough to get him out of here. Only at one hit, and yeah, there is a dash through by Sanatori. And Dekest, unfortunately, going to throw out that Zeus ultimate as well. Not even placed well enough to pick up those mid camps. So definitely some misplays coming up from Epsilon here, and I5 doing a nice job of capitalizing on them.
Yeah, great rotation there, and the Athena ultimate paying off in droves right now, and that's really one of the reasons why she's so powerful. That Defender of Olympus allows her to be where she needs to be at any time when called upon, so she's going to rotate over and get that good hit on there. Kali forced out and hits an Alguan ultimate in the face and goes right down afterwards. And like you were mentioning, I mean, AMC, an interesting character. We're going to see how he works out overall. One thing to note as well, considering the fact that, you know, Epsilon was leading with the kills in the beginning, it's now all tied up, but look at Apocalypse right now, 4,400 gold individually. Zeus currently sitting at 4,000, so regardless of the fact that they came in and got some good rotations, Zeus is about 400 gold behind Apocalypse, who is just hard farming right now. He's getting every single mid camp. He's rotating for every single minion that spawns in his lane. He's not missing a single one. It's exactly what you'd expect from an Ao Guang, and honestly, it's a little bit scary for Epsilon considering the fact that he started Warlock Sash, which means if they want to slow him down, it's going to be very difficult. He's now a lot more durable, and like we saw yesterday with MLC Stealth, if you allow them to start Warlock Sash and don't punish them for it, eventually they'll get to the point where their damage matches their durability and they're incredibly powerful.
Yeah, once this likely will be a Void Stone coming out on the back of this Warlock Sash and cooldown reduction boots start, that's when it's going to start getting pretty ugly to take him down. You won't have that magical burst available. You're going to be relying very, very heavily on Kali to do a lot of your damage. Chalk not going to be really there putting out the damage on Ao Guang at this point in the game. So, and Kali really not known for her early game burst damage output, really more of a end of mid game kind of chins, blades, proccing, super fast attack speed style carry, more akin to maybe a I don't know, even a Loki then even though Loki is definitely a physical burster. But here, now just off the mid lane, we're going to have a Spirit Summons coming through, doing a lot of damage to Kali, and going to keep Moga out of the fight for a moment, so maybe more important here. Shocking Smash, stunned out in a tornado. That's going to be his death, and now it's going to be the Zeus falling down next. 2-for-1 exchange so far. Rings coming in, but that's going to keep them in there with that Sobek ultimate. Durja's taking a lot of damage, as is Advert. They need to drop that ring. Down it goes, but they're going to have to fight that Odin in an Algwong tornado, and that is not what you want to do. That's going to keep Mugiwara and Moga pinned in for now. Toss back onto Advert into the 1-2 combo from Chalk. It's enough damage to bring down that Guan Yu. So it is a 2-for-2 trade at the end of the day, but it's definitely going to go in favor of I5 there. They end up getting the mid laner and a core in exchange for their solo laner and a support.
It's a little shocking. I guess in this case it'll be a little chalking here. To see the situation that went on there. We saw Kali kind of stick to the fight a little bit too vehemently in this situation, and honestly, it goes to show that Shocking Smash may need to have a little more work done on the Kali positioning, because it seems like every single time there's an AoE ability, he gets caught in it, and it's not really how you want to play a character like Kali or general assassins overall. Is you kind of go in and out, bob and weave until the AoEs have come down and come back to the fight and pick someone off afterwards. But he's kind of initiating for his team and getting hit by the Algorand ultimate literally every single time it gets activated, and getting dropped down very, very quickly. It's unfortunate that the ways go the way the team fights have been going the way that they have been for Epsilon. Look at the charts, we're going to see a lead so far for I5, 880 gold and 149 experience. We saw a good rotation there, and Chalk's going to be able to use the Thunderstrike Torrent combination on Advert to take him out. That's something that bodes well for them overall, but I think they're really kind of realizing the secret hidden gem that is Warlock Sash. Now, we gave a lot of criticism yesterday, and honestly, one of the things that it does do is it slows down your damage a lot, but Epsilon's still going for Ao Guang. They're chasing him down. They're trying to pick him off. They're trying to get that kill on him, and they're just not able to do it. Now, he's not doing a whole lot of damage while they're doing this, but if their main focus is going to continue to be Ao Guang, they got to realize that the itemization is there. And if he picks up that Warlock, or that Void Stone, like you mentioned, that's something they have to work out. Here goes the Athena ultimate, Odin ultimate come down, the Spears, the Swarm. There's that dunk. Defender limits, burst damage. Mugiwara in trouble, goes lurking in the water, getting dashed away in time, and did. Actually, Dirge's going to try and zone him out here. There's the taunt, the Bees, the Swarm, and that's going to be it. Another kill on Mugiwara, starting this game 0-2-3, and they're just picking him off time and time again.
If ever there was a game to embrace the NA style of Guardian play, this would be it. It would be a wonderful pickup from Mugiwara in this game to find a winged one. A lot of slows on the enemy team there. You have not only the Odin slow coming out at 50%, you also have the Honey, which is a very long persistent slow. Then you have another 50% slow in that Ao Guang's #1. And that's just, and you have the slow from the Guan Yu dash, and it really will help him out a lot in terms of mobility in these fights. Given that extra health as well as some CDR, could be a great item for him to pick up. I hopefully will be seeing it. Kind of during your analysis earlier there, we did see DeCast miss a good opportunity to get a kill onto Ao Guang there, put an ultimate down in the mid lane, but was unable to find the stun in the ultimate. And so, kind of around the map as we look around, it looks like altogether that this is, really Five Eyes game so far. They're up by about 1,000 gold. The experience is fairly even as, they've been rotating a little bit, but they've really been making this Odin AMC lane do work for them. And in fact, you see Falcon is going to be going for that Stack City build. Heartseeker and Devourer's Gloves now up and running on him. And he's quite a bit of gold individually ahead of Tetrick. 700 gold in that 100 position is actually, quite a bit. That's the difference between, kind of having your boots finished or not, which could very easily lead to a kill.
Yeah, anyone who plays Hunter in League or Ranked knows how difficult it is to start out the laning phase, fall behind, and then have the support start to rotate as they often do to help with mid camps and engagements in the mid lane. And all of a sudden you're in a 1v1 situation where the enemy Hunter is ahead of you. Now, Apollo versus AMC is an interesting matchup, and honestly it comes down to who initiates first, because they have a decent amount of damage that matches up relatively evenly, but Falcon has been getting the better end of every single game they've had, and it's been difficult for Tetrix on Apollo to kind of pull up on that. They had the same itemization. They had the Heartseeker, Devourer's Gloves, although the Devourer's Gloves on Tetrix was finished later than Falcon, so that lifesteal is not going to be there. Of course, if he does activate his passive Audacity for the double attack speed, he'll get a ton more lifesteal out of it. Kali in the mid lane, yet again initiating on top of this liquor opportunity. There's the Squall Tornado not going to land, and look how much damage Kali is taking here with that boot start. Sananchu coming through here trying to find something. Looking for a preemptive strike. It looks like he's not going to be able to find anything over here as Sobek rotates over. Squall in the face of Brocalypse. Man, this guy is on point today. Taunt Ao Guang ultimate! The Spirit's Tempest is going to delete Sobek instantaneously. And that's another kill for I5.
Someday we're going to see an effective Zeus. This weekend, I don't know, man. It just seems like this pick, no one is really comfortable playing it. As you mentioned, I mean, it gets taken to the pool so often. Shock and Smash going deep here. He's going to need to secure this kill. No, Brocalypse gets a lot of health back from his number one. That was his target. Going to get full health now. Going to turn this around on to Dirigis. That extra gold as well, certainly not to be scoffed at. That's going to put Shock and Splash now up into that 7,000 gold farm category, putting him in rarefied air. Only him, Mogao, and Falcon are really sitting at that type of farm. And even though the Kess isn't really doing that well in the mid lane, Mogao was doing quite well for himself in the solo lane, as well as Shock and Smash now out of the jungle. And this is going to turn into a Gold Fury attempt for the gentleman of Epsilon, the Frenchman. Going to try for this Gold Fury here. A lot of attack speed from Shock and Smash, but can he handle the dot from the B? Force out of that Gold Fury fight, but they still are able to secure it. And just like that, Epsilon's turned this one around. They're now at 1,400 gold and 2,500 experience.
You know, that's exactly what we expect to see from Kali right there, and that's why she's so powerful. If it was any other assassin, any other character in the game, that would have been a death. But as soon as she activated Destruction, she's able to glue to Ao Guang. It was quite clear immediately that Ao Guang was her target because she was committing 100% to it. Of course, once she has activated that ultimate, she cannot drop below 1 health. And of course, during that activation, which lasts a decent amount of time actually, 4 seconds at level 1. She's currently sitting right now at level 13, so it's level 2. 4.25 seconds is how long that one's going to last, and she's immune to death until that ends, getting that passive Mark for Death, healing herself all the way back up to full. 80% of her maximum health gets healed up, plus 25% gold bonus on the kill there. So a bounty hunter style, and Kali is finally hitting home with that one. Look at the charts. We're going to see a big lead now for Epsilon, 1,155 gold, as that right side tower does still stand right now, but soon to fall if they can start pushing up. It's very, very weak. Left side, we see Falcon yet again farming up. Tetrix, again, not getting the better end of the stick here, as AMC is just pushing him out of this lane. The supports have rotated back over. We're going to see Guanyi actually go for Ninja Tabi into Ankh now for a little bit of HP and protection. Zeus in the mid lane getting jumped on. Algo ultimate going to hit, come through, but not hit, as Dekus avoids that one. Pops Aegis Shield, Purification Beads, and gets out of dodge, but Kali is lurking.
Yeah, Kali here trying to secure this mid camp, does take down one of those heartbeats, but is unable to secure the other. Now going to go in deep on our Apocalypse here. Centauri electing to peel off the Zeus as he comes in, leaving Shock and Smash free reign onto Apocalypse, but Advert and Athena are going to be here. Not sure if he's going to be able to secure this one. Yes, he will in that ultimate, but that is going to lead to his death. Leaping out, doesn't matter. One hit going to take him down. Now they're going to need at least that slow from Chalk. Is the silence going to be enough to cast? Trying to find a way to get in there and get some stacks built up and find a stun, but all they're going to find is Advert, and that's not going to be enough. Big time ring coming out from Dare, just going to keep Mogao in tower range, but they're forced to drop it as the Zeus ultimate comes out. It's still a little bit misplaced. Mogao trying to stay relevant there with the Chalk, but just doesn't have much in the way of HP as he's gone for the chin size after this mystical mark. You know, not electing to go for something like a bulwark here or another defensive item. Of course, his damage output going to be a lot higher. In the meantime, you have AMC pushing down this left side lane, and he's going to find himself some very nice free farm and maybe even a second tower.
Yeah, absolutely. That's exactly what you expect from a hunter, pushing those towers down, getting that structure damage in. 1,000 gold is what you net for every single tier 1 tower destroyed. 1,500 gold. Now, of course, this is for your team for every tier 2 tower taken down. So every time he gets a tower, that left tower now going to help out I5 a lot. You see a big dip in gold there, as of course the right side tower did go down in favor of Epsilon to counteract that little dip there. But at this point, you can see it's very back and forth. Epsilon and I5 are even and very close in the seeding, honestly. Seed 8 and I believe seed 9 today. If we can check on that really quick. Yes, 8 and 9 are Epsilon. 9 is Epsilon and 8 is I5. So very, very similar in the seeding charts for today's tournament. And we'll see how that goes, ends up happening going forward here. 17 minutes and 26 seconds into this match. We have a very, very good start here for I5, looking to have something, but Epsilon finally pulls it back, and honestly, it's back. It's just blue, red, blue, red, blue, red on that graph there. Good! Odin ultimate stops the moves, but they don't have enough damage to close out the kill. Apollo gets up there. Sobek does not get taunted. He gets out of dodge as well. Man, that was so close.
Mid lane, you had a fail gank as well. Chalk trying to rotate around and find Ao Guang, unable to do so. Shock and Smash has rotated over now to this left side. Taking a look at the items here, we're going to have a couple of Ankhs out here from the boys of 5i. Ankh of the Bear running on Advert, of course, converting physical protection to physical power. And then you have on Dirigis here the Ankh of the Golem, converting his HP to physical damage. In the meantime, Kali does find Ao Guang there. Ultimate is activated. Going to be able to make it out okay for the moment. A slow comes out from Santori, and Shock and Smash, yeah, that's a shield wall, and that's a lot of damage. damage to take if you are an assassin. Too much, and she will take a nap for about 40 seconds here. Shotgun Smash has gone down. Now, we have to kind of talk about Dirges here on the Odin, sitting at level 11, lowest in the game. Ankh of the Golem up and running, but just not very tanky. HP pool just too small with his, really, really depressed levels. And that's, I think a big piece of this game has been the Gold Fury, getting that extra experience over to the Guardian. Mugiwawa just in a lot better position to really help his team. Has sovereignty, has the extra levels, has the extra HP, and of course has all the repositioning, whereas Odin really has to, they may be able to start bursting him down while that Athena ultimate is activated in his ultimate, given his lower HP pool.
It's really important to see the difference between protections and HP. HP is always a concern for everyone. You're going to see Odin mentioning 550 HP on the Ankh Golem, 100 there on Midas, and of course Watchers has another 100. So that's going to be about 750 HP bonus from items overall. But the protections are quite low. Doesn't get anything from Midas and gets about 35 physical protection from that Ankh of the Golem. But it does have protections from his ultimate. So I think a little bit of focus on the HP early on, leveraging the fact that inside of Odin's spears he will have that good tail whip from Mugiwawa. Dirges is upset that he took his ward away and he just throw those spears down. As Athena, surprisingly enough, is going to ult there. A bit of a missed call on that one. So both those ultimates will be on cooldown for the time being. But yeah, you look between the two items here, you're going to see Sovereignty finish there on Sobek, and there's a good reason why Sovereignty is picked up so early and so often on support tanks. It's just such a great item that benefits you and your team overall. Beautiful pickup there, and looks like Sovereignty is going to be started up on the Odin. One thing I do want to mention, why I feel like it's such an amazing pick, and honestly just goes to show how well Sanitary knows this game. Enfeebling Curse being picked up by Athena, played by Sanitary here. You look across the way, Apollo's passive, huge amount of attack speed increase there. Kali, a very hit-based kind of god, very high attack speeds. You see Zeus getting picked on here in the mid lane area. Nishisha comes out, Chalk going in for opportunity. There goes a Thunder Strike. Torrent comes out as well. Does he have the Storm Call? There's a good Storm Call. It just hits on the Guan Yu actually. Tornado on the ground is going to back away from that one. Chain Lightning coming out in the mid lane. Looks like this might be the end of engagement. Sobek looking for something. No follow-up so far. But yeah, again, with Zeus, Apollo, and Kali, very hit-based gods, that Enfeebling Curse is a huge pickup for I5.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's great analysis there. I mean, it's going to shut down Kali. I think Tetrix, while Tetrix definitely has that passive and wants his attack speed up nice and high, I mean, he's going to be doing a lot of damage per hit going this double stack build with the extra pen from the Warrior Tabi. He's going to be slightly less affected than Kali, who really lives and dies by attack speed. Has the 2 attack speed items running, is going to be really relying on the chin size procs to do a lot of damage, has the hit chain that has those kind of built-in, very, very fast attacks, and when that's going to be shut down, her ability to secure kills on targets, I mean, there's going to be situations where, and they're actually building into another one here onto Advert, but where this Enfeebling Curse is going to basically be the difference between a life and death for Kali. If she's able to secure the kill on the target with that extra attack speed and chin size procs, getting all the life back from her passive, or not. And I think that you're absolutely right, that is an incredibly astute pickup from them. And even so far, they're going to invest 2 of their 10 active slots into Creeping Curses or Enfeebling Curses so far. So all around, it's a clever play from I5.
And I do want to mention the converse side of this as well, for those of you in chat who are wondering. And this AMC is going to be picked off, completely destroyed in the left lane, continuing on to Athena possibly as she tries to dash away, so best to back away from that one, is the fact that if you look at the other option here, with the other curse option here, the one that reduces the HP, or the healing and regeneration by 100% for 5 seconds, that will prevent Kali's passive. Kali's passive heals for 80% of her maximum HP when she does get a kill. Now this is a little bit more gimmicky, a little bit more novel, given the fact that you have to activate it when she's about to get the kill. If it's outside of that activation range, it may not be as useful. So keep in mind that the Crippling Curse would definitely prevent Kali's passive and would be more direct towards Kali overall. There's also the option of the Enfeebling Curse itself, which reduces her attack speed and effectiveness and has a better window. And not only does it not have to worry about her passive overall, it also just helps them have a little bit more consistency across the board. Though if they did have the Crippling Curse, they would have had the opportunity to reduce the healing 100% from Kali's passive and make her just dive in and end up dying from that one. Kali's going to go directly into Rage, then right into Deathbringer, so not a whole lot of life still there, leveraging her passive as well as her jump heal, which does give her a decent amount of health if she lands on top of somebody there. Looks like Guan Yu's going to find Shock Smash in the mid lane, forcing her away from that one. Chalk forcing the Athena to go back on the right side as well. Look at the charts. We're going to see a 4,000 gold lead and 6,700 experience lead so far for Epsilon. Fist of the Gods right side. Chalk throws that Thunder Strike. Sandentry's going to dash out, and Kali following in suit here, but looks like this is going to be a bit of a disengage, and none of these teams really want to commit to this one.
Now, here's an interesting thought. 5i, I think that they probably should have picked Hercules instead of Guan Yu in this situation. I think Hercules does just as well against Chalk, although, a little bit hard to know that, depending on where you had to draft Guan Yu in this draft, in that first pick spot. But, maybe... I just feel like Hercules' Boulder synergy is so much stronger with that Odin ultimate. When you have the Athena dunk coming in with that physical burst of the Boulder bouncing around inside of there, just kind of lends more to the style that they really want to play here, where Guan Yu's going to have a hard time really dealing any damage in conjunct with that Odin. They just don't have a lot of synergy between their front line, unfortunately. Athena and Guan Yu work really, really well together, but, getting them, all three of them, inside of an Odin ultimate on a target, when you really... your kind of primary targets are Apollo and Kali that they want to burst down, but both of them have built-in escapes versus that style of wombo combo. I kind of would have rather seen a more burst-oriented team, maybe with a Hercules, who, as I said, has particular synergy. If you're going to aware of how this works, you just chuck his ultimate Earthshaker into, sorry, it's not Earthshaker, but Excavate into the Odin ring, and it bounces around and will multi-hit basically every target inside of it. It's just a little bit more towards, I think, the style they're trying to play.
Earthshaker also a very good ability used inside of the Odin Spears. Those missile salvos coming down, huge burst damage, and certainly it's a very good thing to mention that there's not a whole lot of combo potential being leveraged here when they certainly could. And that's really where Odin is at right now in the current meta. Is he's more of a counter pick and also a combo pick. Whether you're picking him up to counter someone on the enemy team, Odin jungle has been known to be picked up against Agnis because that dash is also not impervious to those spears that land in front of him. And also have the fact that you have Zeus ultimate, Cupid ultimate, Hades ultimate, Poseidon ultimate, all these kind of big ultimates that can be used inside of the Odin spears, allowing them to kind of combo together and get some big team fight effectiveness. Although we have moved away from those big bursty team fights and more sustained control and overall just CC and just well put together team fights is what we've moved towards and away from those big combos. A Fire Giant sneak coming through here, looking at the vision on the top right. They don't have full vision of the Fire Giant, although they do kind of suspect it here. They're heading over, the Fire Giant getting low. They're gonna get it and walk away for free. Epsilon comes through and steals the Fire Giant. Athena ultimate gets used because they don't time it properly. And due to improper vision and a wonderful call, charge break coming out there. There goes the taunt. Deckes has an ultimate available. Does he put it down? That's the question. They're backing off this one. Odin sticking in the tower. Does he have a detonate? No detonate. He wasn't building stacks. Chuck Storm call gets the kill on Athena. Sergius dropping low. Apollo sticks tight. Deckes gets it. Algo ultimate knocking it. Spirit's Tempest has been deleted here. Not hitting. Squall goes on top. Rockets making his way through the jungle here as everyone on I-5 disengages. Mugiwawa tanking the tower. The Swarm. The Honey. It's not going to be enough. Advert pushing this forward here. There goes the Kali stun. Nimble Strike is available. The charge break comes out. Shock and Smash dropping low. The Swarm is ticking, but AMC's passive doesn't do a whole lot. There goes the 3-charge detonate coming down any second. There it is. Stun first. Falcon goes down. It's a 4-for-0 exchange after Fire Giants. Suddenly, we have a huge lead for Epsilon.
I cannot believe that 5i tried to fight that. They were so out of position. Only Athena really in any kind of hope of striking. Dives the tower, gets plucked by Sobek right as Confound was coming out, then tries to confound the Zeus, who beats it right away, and then they basically so overextended. Odin tries to come bail her out, and then the whole thing just goes to hell after that. 4-man wipe, 2 towers down as well on that push. Look at Shock and Smash's health as well, just ticking back up from that Fire Giant buff. And that Fire Giant just got ripped through. The Rage Blade double chins on this team as well as the Executioner. But the fights are going to continue as they're going to pile in on top of Sinantri, I guess would be his name. He's channeling that ultimate onto a Brocklops, who also has the Aegis activated. Dira just in the backline getting chunked. Now it's going to be the leap in from Kali as well as the tail whip from Mugiwawa bursting down the Alquang. No Odin available, no more Wombo combo to be spoken of. And they have so much objective damage. The Executioner is doing work right now. It shredded the Fire Giant. That's what made that kill so very, very fast with the Rage Blades and Chin Sides. All that attack speed really, really doing wonders with all of the shred they have on this team. Tetric's going to take down Mogo. Going to be forced to use the ultimate as well on that Chalk to make it out of there, silencing out the team. Advert has overextended now a little bit. Going to be slowed down. as he throws out the weakening curse, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Shock going to be able to pour it in here. Not going to let you go for it yet, Dry Bear. Advert now trying to make his way back to the well. Shock and Smash doesn't want to let him do that, and Epsilon just has complete control of the 5i base.
You know, I'm kind of shocked here to see Epsilon break away from their very disciplined engagement and follow the Guan Yu and Athena around in circles and circles. Honestly, all Guan Yu and Athena were trying to accomplish there is just to delay Epsilon and kind of distract them away from killing the Titan. And honestly, it could have just bursted it down in that situation, considering the fact that the two remaining were a bruiser and a jungler who has, you know, more durable style, not bursty style. So honestly, I mean, they could have gone for the Titan, they could have gone for a tower, they could have gone for Gold Fury, they could have even stolen buffs, but no, they're going to try to just follow on Guan Yu and Athena. But you know, you still have to give credit to the situation. They made the perfect call on the Fire Giant. You saw I5 had no vision. They had vision around the Fire Giant, but not on the Fire Giant, so it didn't know what was happening there. They also did it so quickly, so efficiently, grouped up, you know, in a good, timely manner. You're able to pick it up immediately. And as soon as I5 came around thinking, oh god, they're doing Fire Giant, they were too late, got a good counter initiation, rotated around, Ao Guang was forced out, missed his ultimate, chased out by Apollo. I mean, everything went well for Epsilon there. And it really goes to show that, you know, when you're playing a game and you're down, you're up, it doesn't matter. You know, one good call can turn the entire game around. If this had been I5 that made the Fire Giant call, everything would be different. But of course, Epsilon's going to pull ahead pretty effectively here. One Tier 2 tower remaining for I5, one Phoenix remaining as well. Gold Fury started up here by Epsilon. No chance of I5 taking this one away, but all 5 of the I5 members have respawned at this point, and they're looking to get some good team fights. Now, keep in mind, the Fire minions have respawned. The Fire Nation has declared war on the destroyed side of this map, and they're pressing down the center and right side lanes. And if they're looking to contest any objectives or defend towers or defend Phoenixes, they have to make sure those lanes are pushed up, because those Fire minions are so troublesome and cause a lot of issues for a team that's just trying to turtle.
Yeah, and you know, when Kali's throwing out 750 damage crits, it's going to be very hard to stay in these fights. Shock and Smash has Imagine as Blessing up and running as well in the Deathbringer Rageblade combination. It's going to be very hard to shut her down in these fights. It's going to be very mobile. Mugiwara making me look good. Winged One up and running on the Sobek, and going to be building into Stone of Gaia because, hey, why not? Not an item we see a lot in competitive play. Considered a little bit inefficient for its price, but does, of course, bring a very powerful pass to the table in percent HP regen, and Mugiwara is sitting on a lot of HP. Looking around the board, you know, kind of besides that, Apocalypse does have his Ethereal Staff and Warlock Sash combination completed. Stack's going to be fairly high, but it is only really sitting on 230 magical power, which is quite low considering how advanced this game is when you look across the board at the Kest, who, while not having anywhere near as good of a game, is sitting on 460 magical power. It's going to be the Fire Giant again, but 5i is just locked down inside their base, and these crits are too big from Kali and the Apollo, ripping through the Fire Giant there, and he falls easy peasy, as now it's going to be Epsilon. Will they find Advert? No, they're going to miss that pluck, but they're going to go ahead and group up and push down this mid lane. That Phoenix doesn't stand any chance.
Yeah, very weakened state, now respawning. Of course, the rebirth of those Phoenixes puts them in, you know, a very frail condition. Right side Phoenix going to respawn quite shortly, as it did fall soon after the mid Phoenix. But at this point, I5 is on, you know, the full alert. They're on tilt right now, and they have to make a defense. If they don't pull this out, Epsilon's going to just eliminate him in this early stage of the tournament and move on forward. Of course, this is the first round of preliminaries. We're sitting here, I5 versus Epsilon, 17-8, 31 minutes and a half here in this game so far. And you can really see the difference in the itemization overall on both teams here. Epsilon definitely very much ahead of I5 right now. And Ao Guang, you know, sitting on that tanky build, not able to do the damage that his team needs right now. There's a Storm Call coming out here, big crits from Apollo, Charge Spray, Zeus ultimate coming down, the detonates. My god, the damage is unreal. Falcon forced back a few shots, pops his sprint and runs through the Titan. A smart play. Odin keeps him trapped in here, but they're just looking for the Titan right now. Storm Call, Rain Dance is available. The Thunder Strike going to come down here. Mogo just tanking it outright. Mugiwara sitting on top. The Titan, it's going lower and lower. This could be the game. Looks like Epsilon's going to take round 1 against I5. They will move on to compete and look for that first place win.
And that is a very, very, very nice win from Epsilon there. The Frenchmen combining for what seemed to be a difficult proposition there. They had a hard time getting their Zeus running, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter. That one gank that came out early, he was able to kind of sit back, farm up fine, as Kali, being played by Shock and Smash, those rotations were just finding kills around the map, and you got to really point to that wipe in the dual lane that really set this one off.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they saw the 2-0 lead in the left side. I5 also starts turning around. We saw Falcon on AMC get a couple kills himself. Ao Guang, I mean, he was the most farmed in the game for, honestly, the first 13 to 15 minutes. I mean, Brocklips absolutely controlling every aspect, getting those mid-harpies every 2 minutes, controlling the wave, getting those minions, stacking up that Warlock Sash early. Let's look at the damage numbers here. 13,000 damage dealt by Ao Guang. You're going to see Apollo kind of coming from behind there and trying to pick up the same amount of damage there. I mean, you see Guang Yu doing 10,000, Ao Guang on 13,000. AMC nearly doubled the amount of damage dealt by Ao Guang, and this is one of the reasons why we do actually give criticism to that tanky Ao Guang build is, when it comes down to it, you're playing a mage, and you need to be able to do that burst damage. Ethereal Staff, Warlock Sash makes you a lot safer, but if it gets to the point where they just start ignoring you, then all of a sudden you have an issue. Now, it makes you safer if you have an assassin like Kali, and honestly, we saw the effectiveness of it in the early stage of the game. With that Warlock Sash stacked up, they kept trying to kill Ao Guang, kept trying to get on him, and every single time it turned out poorly for Epsilon. I5 was getting kills because he was so tanky, he survived that initiation. As soon as that clicked in Epsilon's brains, they're thinking, okay, Ao Guang's no longer a concern, let's just ignore him. They ignore him, his damage is so limited that it's no longer a factor. They don't have to worry about the tornadoes. The tornado lands, doesn't do all that much. Ao Guang ultimate comes through, even hitting players like Tetrix on Apollo, again, doesn't do a whole lot, doesn't deter him from sticking to the target that he wants. Because Ao Guang built so tanky, his team needed more damage there. Falcon dropping numbers, man. Surprisingly enough, he's going to be the third most damaging character in this game on a Hunter. AMC no less, very low mobility, which means that if he's going to get in and do damage, he has to do it smartly because he doesn't have that escape. I mean, I5 played this well, but Epsilon had that wonderful call with the Fire Giant, and it all went downhill from there.
I think this would have been I5 has this really, really interesting team here where, it's like they're trying to do two things at once. And I think that's a little bit where it fell apart, right? They have this kind of like very gank heavy style wombo combo pick off with the Odin and the Athena, Guan Yu ultimates as well, Spirit Tempest, this massive burst team. And then on the other side, they have this kind of like stall out dot style team with Amusing Cobb and Ao Guang and kind of using those tanks appeal for them, and it didn't really seem to synergize. Like, I would have liked to see either a more of kind of the damage style Ao Guang to really match up with that AMC stall out fights, use the dot damage to your advantage, and use your guardians and your bruisers to keep them in place in those dots. So we didn't see any like Guan Yu horse ultimates with Athena on his back to stun them up for Spirit's Tempest in tornadoes with the Honey active, which would have probably been a much better way to play this. However, you're looking at Kali and Chalk in the face, who really don't care about your dots, right? Both of them have really good options for dealing with dot damage. Chalk can go fully invulnerable, as can, Kali invulnerable to death. So, that kind of damage over time style of play isn't very effective against them, and I think 5i was just scrambling for some kind of strategy that would work, and just weren't able to really secure one.
Yeah, I think it's exactly right. I mean, as soon as Epsilon realized the whole strategy behind their build, they're kind of trying to outlast their opponents, right? Building a little bit tanky there. We saw Odin go for the Ankh build start, and then trying to use his ultimate for the protections there, able to pick that up there. So, I mean, at this point, it's hard to be able to see the damage output coming out. I mean, Athena was able to do a lot of damage there with that start, of course, very common start for Athena. Delaying the Polynomicon a little bit there for the Breastplate of Valor, honestly just avoiding the Kali jump, the Apollo jump, of course, Chalk going right on top of that one. So we're going to see, going to the next match, we're going to see how things change. Kali obviously very, very effective. 9, 4, and 11 at the end of this match. 17,000 gold farmed overall. Magi's Blessing to end out that match. Very, very strong pickup there. 5, 1, and 11 on Zeus. Overall, we saw a very wonderful play from Epsilon, and we actually did see a good Zeus today. 33,000 damage dealt, far and away the most in the game from Zeus. And that just comes down to the fact that he was waiting for that perfect opportunity. He was waiting for the ultimate to come down. Instead of trying to force the fight, initiate, and play standard mage, he sits back, thinks, okay, all I need is one good ultimate. I just need one good ultimate with a good detonate, triple detonate on a couple people. Everything's going to go our way. The stun's going to come down. And because I don't have that slow immunity on my Aegis shield anymore, I need to be careful about how I position myself. Deck has hit it home there, 5, 1, and 11. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful play. Keep in mind, guys, there's a SMITE Pro Twitter active. If you want to follow the active tournament tweets, follow what's going on with the competitive scene in SMITE, twitter.com/SMITE Pro is where you want to go. It's going to be constantly active during these tournaments. It's going to be your home and your place for all tournament activity for SMITE. Also keep in mind that today's music is brought to you by Monster Cat. It's a big shout out there. We're going to go to the next round of preliminaries here. Coming up next, guys, stick around. You're watching the Path to 100K. Week 3 is underway. And keep in mind, first and second place are very, very close. In fact, they're tied for the Path to 100K in the European scene. So very, very close and high competition. You don't want to miss a moment of it. We'll be right back.
As soon as I arrive home, yeah, I moved on. Some things in life are too simple. Some things in life are too simple. I don't really want to drive home, but as soon as I arrive home, yeah, I moved on. Some things in life are too simple. 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 Everybody, 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 everybody. Let's rock, let's rock, let's rock, let's rock, let's rock. Let's rock. Don't second guess yourself. You come with this time. You say it's not your fault, but you just can't deny. I can see it in your face many times. Now you change your story, try to say we are the same. You can keep on dreaming, but I won't play these games. Keep trying to hold this out, it's falling from you. You act in desperation, you got maintains. You're coming back with me, 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 back with me. You're coming back with me. place to hide. Thinking that you try to want to run and fight another day. You think that I can stop you, but come back with me.
Hey everyone, and welcome back. We're moving forward with today's Path to 100K weekly tournament. It's the third week of competition, and we're moving on to the next round. It's going to be Team Q up against, it's going to be Torch, previously the Fanboys, up against Cognitive Forge. This is a Seed 4 versus Seed 5 matchup. We're in the round of 8 right now. This is right before the semifinals. This is going to be a very, very hype match. Cognitive Forge, as we know, a very strong team headed by Restarian, a very, very good pool there for players. And, of course, Torch, previously Fanboys, with their new sponsorship, looking to earn their way in. They've been in every single semifinal so far in the first 2 weeks of competition, looking to make that happen again this time around.
Yeah, we'll see, how Shadow Nightmare is going to be able to get his boys mobilized here. As you mentioned previously, the Fanboys, now known as Torch Gaming, and they will be going up against Cognitive Forge, and Restarian, the leader over there, definitely a player that knows how to play Zeus. He was a guy who was spearheading Zeus play back before it was cool to do it. Restarian, the original Zeus hipster, also has Hades in his god pool, so definitely not afraid to bring out those less than ordinary picks, we'll call them. But in this tournament, I wouldn't expect a lot of kind of style picks. It is definitely a lot on the line here, as you mentioned. EU very, very tight in terms of seed points.
That's exactly right. We're hopping into picks here. As you can see, things are underway here. Torch on left side of your screen will making their bans coming out pretty soon. You can see Hyrock is still on the roll here. Funball has changed his name yet again because he has nothing to spend his gems on ever. So every single week he's going to change his name. Funball Mayor is what he's going with today. Thor banned out this time around. This is interesting because we know Zinder loves to play his Fenrir. Thor not really a high priority target for them, and we know Hyrock likes Thor as well. So I'm surprised to see this go through, although they do have first pick, so maybe they're thinking that they'll go for something a little bit more high priority, and then not worry about the follow-up Thor that goes out. Freya banned out, not a lot surprising. We know Shadow Nightmare goes mid with Freya. Honestly, wherever Shadow Nightmare goes, he shreds everything. We have a Bacchus ban out here, surprisingly enough. A Nezti may be feeling that one, and Cobra Kai as well. I'm surprised to see this one come out here, and one more band to go down, but this does leave Junquei on the board, Zeus on the board, Mercury on the board, Agni on the board. This ban phase is a little scary.
What? I mean, what are you picking that you got to ban out Bacchus? Apollo, maybe? I mean, like who really suffers that much from Intoxicate, right? It's got to be banning on Intoxicate. I mean, Zeus being a pretty good candidate for not wanting to deal with Intoxicate. Either that or it's just straight up a throwaway ban, right? Like, we just don't want to have them have Bacchus. Let's force him into Sobek and we'll take Athena or vice versa, right? It could be one of those, but the inkling has got to be that they are going to run some kind of in-hand auto-attack heavy lineup, in which case they don't want to deal with Intoxicate. That's the only, way I can legitimize that ban at this stage of the game.
Chalk going to be prioritized very heavily here on the right side by Cog Forge. Zinder going to grab a Guan Yu this time around. This does limit the support pool a lot, but the mid pool is wide open. Spoo and Hyrock had the opportunity to grab something up here. And you're right, it could have been a throwaway ban, and what Bart means by that is generally you ban something a little bit lower so that regardless of what they choose, you still have the opportunity to grab something high tier because you haven't banned anything high tier yourself. So maybe they're going down that road, but again, Bacchus on the character that we'd see all that much. And it's also something that we don't see being banned ever. Emilito as well does like his Bacchus play, and Hyrock loves his Thor play. So again, I feel like they're just banning themselves out here. Agni hovered on here. Now, honestly, this could be for Spoo. We know when Spoo used to play on Nevermind, it's going to be on her and Bastet. The double cat
the
pick
kitty?
up here. Surprising enough, I was actually hoping for a Spoo solo lane Agni.
I was hoping for support Agni.
No,
That's old school. I mean, that's going way back. They used to run that. That's back in the days of Frostbound Hammer, Magical Guan Yu, and support Agni. That was a bipolar method standby. But it is going to be the double kitties coming out on her and Bastet off the board. So Zeus on her Bastet, not a lot of synergy there, but it does allow them to kind of keep their Bruiser Guardian picks obfuscated for the moment, as it's going to be tough to figure out exactly what they are going to go for in terms of coupling with that Zeus and on her now. The draft for Cogforge is looking pretty good. I mean, I'm not sure what else they're really looking for outside of the Zeus pick. They're going to get Apollo and Guan Yu for the dual lane. They have Chalk in the solo. They have Zhong Kui available for the mid. And, okay, so this makes sense. It's going to be double ADC, and that's why they're going to ban out Bacchus. So Muzin going to be coming out with on her. Amir going to be going to the support role, and it's likely going to be Muzin in the solo. I would expect that over on her, certainly. I think the HP 5 that he gets from the Hives would probably put him into that solo role.
Has to.
How does he deal with Chalk?
Chronos hovering over there. Looks like they're going to swap that one out there. Honestly, in the current lineup, I only like AMC in the solo lane. I think he's very, very good in the solo lane, especially against bruisers that think they're safe and impervious to the damage output. They're going to hover on Chronos instead here. Emir, do they swap back over? Chronos looks like he's going to lock in here. Going to be their lineup. It's going to be Zeus on her, Bastet, Emir, and Chronos. I am shocked to see Zhong Kui make it this far in the picking stage. That character is so strong right now. Bacchus are going to be hovered on and locked in, going into the jungle there with the Boxera. Zhong Kui going into the mid lane. Looks like it's going to be Apollo laning up with Guan Yu, and Chalk going to the solo lane there for Cogforge. For Torch, got Zeus in the mid lane, played by Shadow Nightmare. Spoo taking Chronos in the solo lane. In the jungle will be Bastet, played by Hyrock. Emir being taken by Emilito in the support role, and of course Funball taking on her into the Hunter role. Overall, I mean, both these teams are actually surprisingly different. Now, we know Bastet can jump over walls, known for getting in there, stealing camps away, and jumping back over. That return on pounce is so incredibly valuable. We know Emir has good initiation, good walls. In fact, we'll see some of those Digimir walls that kind of snuck in through the patch this time around. So excited to see that one there on her, of course. Honestly, on her still the highest picked god in the EU region, #1, and some of the characters we thought we'd see this time around are not going to be picked at all. Agni not making it through, Ao Guang not making it through. We're not going to see Sun Wukong either.
No Agni.
I mean, it's shocking.
That's unbelievable. Neither pick nor ban from Agni, and he's been such a high priority pick.
That's right.
It is still that very in-hand based team. As we suspected, they might go Chronos. Very similar to the style of a Hunter play. My question here is, who is Bastet going to kill on this team? Like, who do you go on in Cogforge? I mean, Bakasura, the most likely target, although, he can kind of turn it around on Bastet fairly well. Apollo going to be too slippery to really take down. Guan Yu going to be too tanky. Chalk, yeah, right. Zhong Kui is just going to turn around and burn you. So, I think the Cogforge has done a fairly good job drafting away from, the Bastet. It's just not going to have a good target, but Bakasura in the jungle, we'll see how effective it is. In EU, he's really been more of a solo laner, I feel like, and putting him back in the jungle now, are they going to be able to appropriately kind of, utilize that Bakasura and get him around the map and find the damage that he is capable of putting out?
It's interesting, and I really would like to see how things work out. Now, as we know, Chronos has a fairly weak early game, and his laning phase kind of slowly ramps up, and you can abuse him early on. Even with that rewind, he tends to be fairly weak, but as soon as he hits that mid game, and definitely that late game, Chronos becomes a wrecking force. And as we know, Zeus, Chronos on her, they're going to have tons of damage, and Bastet being slippery. It's going to come down to whether or not Emilito can play a support role, and we know he can. Very, very strong support player there for Torch. Crossway Cogforge has a very durable and very safe lineup. One of their anchor points is going to be that Bakasura, whether or not he gets taken off in the early stages. If Bakasura gets an early start, it's going to be great for him. We're going to cut to a brief break, guys. 3 minutes on the clock. We'll be starting up here as we get into underway with this round of 8 matchup. Torch versus Cogforge is underway quite shortly, so don't go anywhere. You don't want to miss this action. We're going to the semifinals after this one, and this is going to prove to see whether or not we have the same exact lineup in the semifinals as we did last week and the week before. Stick around. We'll be right back. everyone, and welcome back to the second round of preliminaries. Today we're watching Torch up against Cognitive Forge, and we are underway. Let's cover who's playing what, whether we're going for what team. The bottom side of the map, you've got Torch, recently acquired the previous Fanboys. Funball Mayor is going to be on her here on the left side. He loves this character and plays it all the time. They're going to group up and have some fun here and try to possibly invade. Shadow Nightmare is going to be playing Zeus in the mid lane. Emilito on support with Emir, starting with Boots 2, actually, with a little bit of HP and move speed. Maybe looking for that move speed to get in and initiate on. We've got Spoo on Kronos leading the back end here, and High Rock on Bass. Are they going to find a Nezty on Chalk? The Detonate he's just sending just smoke signals through the sky, I guess. Across the way, Cog Forge, the red team, we're going to have a Nezty on Chuck. In the solo lane, we do have Cobra Kai playing Hunter with Apollo. Zindern in the jungle with Bakasura. Restarian playing Jungkook in the mid lane with that Warlock Sash start. Makes a little bit more sense on Jungkook this time around. Iron Dazer on Guan Yu with the guard boot start as well. It seems like they're liking the same starts.
So it's a Bancroft's 1 Vampiric Shroud Zeus opening. High sustain. Going to be looking to sit in this lane for basically forever and farm up safely against Restarian, who, of course, following suit with all the rest of the mid lane players around the world, will be rushing Warlock Sash. What do you think about that on Jungkook? Obviously, it makes a lot of sense for Jungkook. Probably more so even than Aoguang. Even though Aoguang likes to kind of just stall out a lane and farm it forever, Restarian Jungkook actually has the protection to make that extra health worth a lot more from the Demon Bag. So I actually am going to go out on a limb and say I like this rush.
You know, you think about how things have changed overall for Jungkook. Now, he used to be able to heal himself with his ultimate. That is no longer the case. Of course, he doesn't heal himself up, but it does, when he activates his ultimate, double the protections he gains from his Demon Bag. I'm Danger taking some shots here. Looks like Funball wants the kill, doesn't get it, though. Good invasion. Looks like they were unable to get the blue buff. Surprisingly enough, we're going to have to see a solo Apollo and a Chalk Guan Yu lane from Cog Forge. They're just innovating everything they can possibly. They don't even like wheels. They're not going to reinvent a wheel. They're just going to have like a square and just run with that because that seems like a better option. They're just going to try and break as much as they can here. Thunderstrike and harass Emulates a little bit. Now, of course, Chalk Guan Yu does have decent push, and we've seen these kind of bruiser lanes time and time again. We know Game Hunter really liked leveraging these earlier on. Those tier Amir lanes or Hercules with Bacchus, something like that. They loved running these. The problem is you're safe at the start of the game, but your damage starts to fall off in the mid stages, and it's hard to be able to keep up with that. Now, keep in mind, Apollo is effective in the solo lane, and he's up against a Kronos, which won't be able to punish him for quite some time. So Apollo's going to get a lot of free farm and come out strong in the mid game as well.
Yeah, Apollo's definitely going to be fine against the Kronos, and I guess I'm not really convinced that Chalk does that much worse against Kronos to really, necessitize, I guess, this type of lane over here. But, I can see some of the thinking, right? Chalk should do fairly well against Anher once Guan Yu starts roaming, and also will allow them to both go kind of hybridized style of damage builds. I would certainly expect. It's gonna be still the minus boots coming out for Dazer. It looks like, and I probably would have preferred to see cooldown reduction boots in this lane for that Guan Yu. Just really maximize the idea that neither of you really need that much farm.
I am so confused right now, Bart.
Why is that?
Jungkook went back to the base, paid 300 gold for 6% movement speed, and came back to the lane.
He also got a sprint.
To finish his sash.
He also got a sprint.
I think 500 gold spent on movement speed instead of finishing that sash there, although Jungkook is relatively safe with his protections, his heal from Exorcism. Exposed Evil has a slow on it. Honestly, I would like to see him just finish off the sash and be able to do it. Now, keep in mind the rotations to the movement speed there.
It's kitties.
Kit Kats.
He doesn't want to deal. He doesn't want to get basically stuck in the position where he is forced to eat.
Right, I can understand the sprint, but the boots.
The boots. I think the boots are just like, well, I'm here. I might as well get something, I agree. That's a little bit
barefoot.
Awkward. But the sprint is definitely to deal with kitties, and the boots are, hey, why not? Honestly, it does give him a little bit more ability to position in the lane. I mean, ever so slightly, 6% movement speed. Zeus, of course, does have the Aegis shield, which does give him run speed. No longer makes him slow immune, but will add some run speed to him. So, going out on a limb a little bit to justify this one, but I think that there is some justification for it.
Left side Stormcall comes out, doing some damage. Rain Dance slowing down. Protections are being reduced. There's the debuff. Bastet comes in, but they're all very low here. And Dazer and ST not taking a whole lot of damage. Thunderstrike and a force back Emily. So Funball wants him. The kitties are out, but Chalk
Awkward
on you
kitties.
doesn't really care a whole lot about your rotations, and honestly, the way things are going here, I'm surprised to see them putting so much pressure here on this double bruiser lane, especially with the heal that they have from Rain Dance and the heal they have from Conviction. There's the Thunder Strike, as well as the Torrent teleport there, looking for an opportunity to jump on top of Funball. Funball still at level 5, now hitting level 5, does have Desert Fury, but look out for the jungle lurker here. Bakasura comes in, shows himself, and turns around Zinder, and not feeling that one. Of course, you can just jump away or pot Desert Fury for the CC immunity, maybe even going to the mid lane to pick off Shadow Nightmare here. Ristarian is here, there goes Explosive, not going to land. Zinder jumps in here, does he have the ultimate activation? There goes activation for Ristarian, but again, Zinder is still not committing.
So, I heard you like awkward backs, because Shadow Nightmare going to go back and find Magic Shoes too, over finishing his Bancroft's Talon. So, all around the mid lane here, it's definitely a different way of itemizing. You do have Amir Emilito throwing out a stun, not really finding anything over here on the left side. Camps. Gonna hand that down, though. Looks like he was able to pick it up. Zeus ultimate, but no stun available from Emil, so no way to really effectively follow this up. Wall is not available either, it looks like, so they're not going to be able to convert anything on a Dazer. And we are 4 minutes and 30 seconds in, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, this is the round of 8. The gentleman of Torch going up against Cog Forge, and we are all squared 5 minutes in.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And we have some strange itemization being picked up here. Spoo actually going for Sprint there as well. And honestly, I like this pick because there are characters who have been switching over into Sprint for the solo lane instead of the teleport, because the teleport had the duration increased for the cooldown there, a very large increase, in fact, and it kind of hurts the return value there for the solo laner. Whereas you have 600 gold for tier 3 Sprint, which has a 1 minute cooldown, gives you 6 seconds of 40% increased movement speed. That gets you back to lane very, very quickly. Not as quickly as teleport, but certainly has that option there. Tier 2 boots there for Shadow Nightmare. We've seen a lot of players kind of just pick up the boots and then sit on them because the tier 2 is very cheap, and the tier 3 notably is usually about double the amount to be able to go from tier 2 to tier 3. So we're going to see Shadow Nightmare pick up those boots for movement speed. Back to the base, they're staring, finally able to finish off that Warlock Sash. Doesn't beat the 3-minute Warlock Sash we saw from a Brocalypse last game, but 5 minutes and 30 seconds is still a very, very quick Warlock Sash to finish off. He's going to start stacking that one up for himself. Now keep in mind, if you're going to get Warlock Sash, you want to get it early. 100 stacks is a lot of last hits to get, and anyone who picks up Warlock Sash needs to get it early to make sure that stacks up, because as anyone knows, the action starts at around 12 minutes when things start picking up, and you have to have whatever it is you're looking to stack up just relatively done by then, otherwise you're kind of just holding your team back with the rotations there. Boots finished by Shadow Nightmare, so he just went for the 20 magical power and 4% magical lifesteal, as well as the Vampiric Shroud, just keep himself alive as he pushes up those lane minions, and he's going to be pretty happy with that. Yeah,
I mean, it's the lifesteal adds something, I guess, to Zeus. He does have to kind of tank those early waves a little bit more than Zhang Kui would. Ooh, that's a nice block out there by Emilito. It's going to force out the ultimate from Dazer, so no Guan Yu ultimate going to be available, kind of at that first use to find a kill, unfortunately, for the gentleman of Cog Forge. Now it's going to be the mid camp taken down right in front of Zinder and Bakasura, unable to even eat one of those minions. Left side lane, Anesti trying to do what he can against Funball Mare, but on her, fairly confident, just backpedaling and auto-attacking against the Chalk, and doing a nice job of dodging those axe throws as well. So, it seems to really come down to now, I want to say it's a jungler game, right? I mean, that's where we're going to see the action coming out. 3,800 gold farm on Hyrox, Zinder sitting on, just a little bit ahead, about 100 gold ahead on his finished boots, Bakasura. But he really needs an attack speed at him to get going, I feel like.
Yeah, I'm surprised to see the rotation there, and especially with the way the boots have been going and the changes that have been implemented there. We usually see boxers just rush that Fatalis for the early, even hasten Fatalis. It gives you a little bit of movement speed and the ability just to glue to somebody and just kind of just railing into them with those butcher blades. That's kind of what they're trying to accomplish here. But instead of boots, or instead of the Fatalis, we go for the boots this time around. Left side, Chalk and Guan Yu are inseparable here, kind of just staying in the lane the whole time, leaving Funball to his own devices. Level 9 on Chalk, but level 6 on Guan Yu. Days are a little bit behind here as Emir rotates back over. They have the wall. There's a Thunderstrike doing some damage. Funball is just getting harassed constantly. That Thunderstrike is so good at poking. It just throws it and throws it and throws it. So hard to be able to deal with that constant damage output. Frostbreath interrupt that. There goes the Thunderstrike. Do you have the Torrent follow-up? Looks like not going to happen there. They're going to back off. Look at the charts. We're going to see 271 gold in favor of Cog Forge right now, as well as 622 experience. So a slight lead going forward. They have been getting a little bit more of the mid-camp. Shadow Nightmare in the mid lane going up against the Zhang Kui with the Warlock Sash. So not really a huge opportunity for him to be able to pick that up, considering the fact that Demon Bag gives him a ton of protections. Those get doubled when he ults, plus CC immunity, plus healing from Exorcism, plus he has Warlock Sash. I don't see Zhang Kui dying anytime soon.
Dazer in some trouble over here on the left side, taking a lot of damage. The detonation from Emil is enough as he tries to ride away on the horse. So Shards of Ice dealing a lot of damage there. Now it's going to be Zhonghui. He's got a nice angle here on a Shadow Nightmare, channeling those ghosts into him, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. The extra protections from the Aegis Shield helping keep him alive. Misses the Chain Lightning, but will make it back to the base where he's going to drop his ultimate under tower to secure his life. It's Hierarch now running from Zindern, and it looks like the disengage is successful with free kill coming out. No retaliation, and Torch goes up 1 kill to nothing here. One thing that we didn't touch on during the drafting stage, we definitely should have, kind of made more aware here to you, the viewers at home. A 4 physical team has been drafted here by Cogforge. The Chakwan, Yu, Bakasur, and Apollo. So, a little bit surprised not to see Mystical Marks coming out, a little bit more here. Even on some of these gods you wouldn't normally see them synergize with, it'll just be such an effective item against them. Physical protection gotta be the name of the game. Would not be surprised at all to see Hide in the Minion line in this game.
Yeah, I know mystical markers do stack as well, so you'll have the ability to kind of stand on top of each other, get some damage output from that as well. 30 magical damage per tick, able to get some harassment off on that one. I'm surprised to see Ristarian not getting 1 basic attack, honestly, more on Zeus or possibly 2, just to make sure that kill does go down. He backs up a little bit early and not able to get the kill there on Zhonghui. Impale comes out, and Nesty taking some huge damage there from Funball. There's the beautiful Amir wall, Digimir wall coming up there on the left side. Going to try and block out Dazer, but of course it is still level 1, doesn't have that opportunity. We do see Heavenly Agility being picked up by Zhonghui. I actually like this pick a lot, considering it's going to help him a lot with the repositioning. The heal increase is going to help him with that exorcism activation.
Dazer,
and of
right
course,
lane.
Move speed.
Or left lane,
side.
sorry. Yeah,
Wanya goes down there. And that's really, Funball, with that Heartseeker as well as the Aussie build, able to shred through it. I think they're not giving enough credit, especially with that Midas boost start.
Yeah, they just the pub game superstar, lane here, just executing. Amir stun into the pin. And there's a nice pin coming out onto Zindern. Funball going to get some nice damage. They're going to force out a leap as well as that Digiwall comes up. Now it's going to be a mid lane rotation here. This camp should be coming back up in the next 5 to 6 seconds. Emil going to rotate into the mid here on that Amir, but really not find much in terms of damage onto Zhonghui. Funball perfectly happy to go back to his lane and hold it against Anesti, while Emil is going to be looking to clean up that blue buff. We haven't touched really at all Dry Bear on the right side here, where Spoo is going up against Cobra Kai. It's Kronos versus Apollo. Taking a look at the gold farm here. Spoo sitting at 55.60. Cobra Kai sitting at 57.70. So advantage Apollo here, as Kronos is still really working up towards kind of that early mid-game timing. We'll have Demonic Grip and maybe moving into a Fatalis potentially against Apollo. That wouldn't surprise me too much. Or a magic damage item.
Ultimate activation, recall demon, Zeus ultimate burst through, sprint gets activated, 1 kill goes down already. There's the Storm Call on top. Storm Call, does he have the Thunder Strike? Just 1 hit. Emelito goes down. Bested jumps into 1U and just returns to death there, trying to avoid Ristarian on Zhonghui and just hoping for the Hail Mary rebounds, but not going to get it. Funball, Bart, he's just standing here. He's looking for the opportunity. I don't see him getting it. He impales his own obelisk there as Ristarian goes around the backside. I don't see this working out for him. There goes the hit. Cogforge gets it, and they don't even turn around. They're just going to back off this one as Kronos and Apollo still going at it.
Yeah, perfectly happy to let him throw in a Desert Fury, help him out a little bit there. No chance to steal. Hand the God securing that one. 2,000 gold, 2,800 experience going the way of Cogforge. Looking at the graphs, Zindern making his way towards Fatalis. Likely has enough in-hand gold. He does indeed to finish that bad boy up. Around the team, Anesti sitting on 1,700 as well. 1,500 just spent on Dazer, 1,400 on Cobra Kai. So Sovereignty going to be a quick build here. Anesti going to have a Bulwark finish any second now. He's just picked up Bulwark 2, I'm sorry. Boots up and running on Cobra Kai, and he has that 1,500 gold to start building into either his next stacking item or go into something like the Aussie or an Execution or certainly some attack speed pen or more stacks are going to be coming the way of that Apollo shortly.
I see a lot of people in chat just wondering what the Bastet Pounce was about there. Honestly, Bastet did not have vision of what was at the mid camps, and if she stayed where she was, Zhonghui would have actually finished her off there. So it was more of a Hail Mary, hope for the best, and just return the Pounce and make sure that no one is back there. Possibility there. Left side, Evelyn's getting harassed out by the Chalk and the Amir base test coming out here. But as you can see on the charts, 1,900 gold in the lead now is Cogforge with that gold fury and that team fight victory. We see some harassment coming out. And we haven't really seen much from the Kronos or the Apollo. Honestly, Apollo could have ulted across the map there. He wasn't even needed. Storm Call, Bakasur jumping into the ultimate. There goes the regurgitation on top. A good stun, but it's not going to save him. Desert Fury coming out. Zinder dropping low. Do they have it? They're looking for it on her. Just can't save his teammate. Basset's here. There goes the Ninetales. Razor Claws is available. He goes on top of Chalk. The kitties, they're coming out. The slow. The Hand of the Gods comes out. The Cats are dropping call. The Thunder Strike comes out. He teleports to it, although a very slow and short distance teleport there if you're running towards it. But with the output, they burned down a mirror.
Yeah, it's almost turned around there. That was almost a pretty grave misplay by Cog Forge. Had High Rock been there a little bit earlier, taking a little bit more of an aggressive angle, and they would have been able to get a return kill on what should have been a very, very easy kill. Would have been a great play. That's kind of why in general you wouldn't target the support tank in that gank there. I think they certainly would have preferred to get on her, but the positioning was there for Emilito. So they take him out, and that's going to be that. Let's also take a moment to talk about Shadow Nightmare's build here. He's left Bancroft Salad at rank 1, and he's going to leave that, it looks like. He may reach back for that a little bit later in the game, but for now, 540 gold in exchange for 20 magical power and 4% magical life steal is enough for that Zeus.
Again, I got to bring it back to an earlier point you made, the fact that CogForge is running 4 physical right now. I'm surprised to see really no physical items being picked up here. Shadow Nightmare does have that focused Void Stone, which will help him against Zhong Kui, and just add some penetration on the back end there. So we see no itemization swaps from Torch just yet to leverage that heavy amount of physical damage output. Good Frostbite there from Emilito to kick out the ward, but of course Guan Yu has a backup. Obelisk on the ground to make sure that they can't follow suit, but there's a lot of wards on the map. Honestly, CogForge is just leading here with this vision, although we do see Torch covering the front side of the Gold Fury. Gold Fury to respawn in 2 minutes going forward. Choose a focus finish there for Restarian on Zhong Kui, able to get a little more CDR and get some more of those exposed evil cards coming out, and Exorcism to heal himself back up. There's a Laser Strike on the ground. Emilito still wants that war, but just cannot get it. Days are just not giving this one up right now. Right side, Kronos and Apollo still going at it. Now, keep in mind, Spoo is going to be very, very farmed, 7,300 gold, which is actually going to be very similar to the enemy gold.
A dive in the mid.
There. Mid lane dive, not going to get it. Bastet backing off there. And honestly, I don't see what they're diving for. He's so tanky.
Yeah, it's going to be a really tough one. I mean, the Warlock Sash plus all the protection he brings to the table, his effective health is through the roof right now in Restarian. In this solo lane, it's interesting we're not kind of calling this lane more. You feel like there's a couple of paper-thin, very, very non-resilient solo laners over here. You would expect to see more action, but it's been, quite the contrary. Very, very static lane. The jungler's not even bothering. I guess they feel like, the ultimates on these two gods to affect a mid lane. Shadow Nightmare going to try to use that ultimate, kite around inside of it, gets a big detonate on his Zinder. High Rock's going to dot him down. Restarian, another one in trouble. Ultimate being used. Dazer is there. Not sure Bass is going to have enough damage at this point. Kitty's not available to go and try to clean up the Zhong Kui, and so he walks out of there okay. Demon Bag doing a lot of work in that fight.
Zeus is going to survive by the skin of his teeth. Paul's up in the air looking for opportunity to land on top of Basset, forcing her way to the Abyss. No, the Impale comes out! Funball saving his teammate, dashing forward. Frostbite gets interrupted. I don't know if that was animation or not. It may be still available, but beautiful play by Cobra Kai. And that's why if you're going to gank an Apollo, you have to split up. Because if he hits both of you with that knockup on the moves, plus the movement speed decrease on you, and the movement speed increase on him, he can easily get away from that one. That's going to be the first rotation. And look what happens when you leave Solo Island. This is what happens when you leave Solo Island. Your tower just goes away. It just melts if you leave the island. It just goes away. You forfeit that tower. So Spoo's going to be sitting at 8,200 gold. That's going to be the second most farmed in the game right now. Considering the fact that CogForge was so far ahead, as soon as Apollo leaves to try and get a kill, who he doesn't even get, all of a sudden Torch is back into this and all tied up.
Yeah, and look at what's going on in the solo lane as well. One thing that we've kind of failed to mention here is that both of these gods have elected to go sprint 3 over the teleporter towers. They both have very, very nice movement-based mechanics. So with the sprint and the speed up from Kronos and the dash from Cobra Kai's Apollo, they feel perfectly kind of happy with their ability to get back to lane. So a little bit of a shift from what was kind of the standard set in stone meta around how to play the solo lane in terms of itemization has really started to break up now. Taking a look at CogForge here, they are up by about 1,000 gold. They have the 2,500 experience, but it seems to be fairly lacking here. We really need to see Zindern starting to affect this game in a more meaningful way. Has the core items up and running, a couple attack speed items. Chins will be finished relatively shortly, but with that Fatalis, I feel like he could be more involved than he has been to this point. And one thing that Bassett definitely can do is harass that mid lane. And as you see, a Restarian nearly forced out. She can just do it so safely, going back and forth over the wall. Let's take a look at this left side here. We do have a bit of an engagement going down. Dazer on the horse. They want to find Emilito, but I'm not sure if they have enough damage to bring out this Amir. He's going to have a wall and a freeze available. So close, though. Funball zoning out as Nesty. What a pin. Funball has been all over that. The coordination with the team wasn't there this time, but man, his it's gonna be a Zeus ultimate. That's gonna give Nesty inside of it, trying to get in a position now with Zinder to keep this team zoned out so they can't dive in, and it looks like it's gonna be good. Torch potentially an opportunity to go into Gold Fury here, as they've got both of the Guardians fairly low.
Big play there. Trying to go for Chalk, but Chalk is life, man. Pops on the rain dance, walks away. He's pretty safe in his activation. We saw Apollo come out doing a lot of damage to Amir, but he's going to survive as well. So no kills going forward. And you're exactly right. I mean, we mentioned it earlier with the shift from teleport, with that cooldown increased on the teleport. And of course, the cost reduced on the sprint kind of made it a little bit more, understandable when people start picking that up there in the solo lane. And we've seen that shift within the last week here. And we're going to rotate over on the left side. The tower is getting damaged here by Funball. Good wall from the Amir to force back the wave. Frost Breath comes out, just hit one minion, surprisingly enough. That one's going to go down here. We do see a Obsidian Shard picked up by Junkwei here. I love this pickup. If you ever do go for an off build, and what I mean by off build is avoiding that shoes into Voidstone build, you got to pick up some pen, and Obsidian Shard is wonderful for that. 70 magical power at tier 3, as well as being a very cheap item. Obsidian Shard overall is a very, very inexpensive item. It allows you a good amount of penetration. 33% plus some damage, plus the fact that it doesn't cost you a whole lot, is a wonderful pickup after the very tanky start of Warlock Sash. And I like Restarian's rotation here in the itemization. Overall, we're going to see about an 850 gold lead here for Cogforge. About 2,200 experience, not super big, but certainly something that they have to keep an eye on. Shinsai is completed there on Bakasura. And one thing I want to mention here, and possibly if this engagement doesn't get going here on the left side, looks like they want to get something done, but are not going to be able to pick it up here, is the fact that yesterday, Bart, we saw a lot of the support tanks going for Shoes of Focus, but this was after Watcher's Gift. This time in the EU, we're going to see people pick up Midas Boots, but that's without a starting item.
Right. Yeah. So it's no Watcher's Gift and no Midas Boots. Very different from what we've seen around. Wow, they actually have different icons on my screen here.
Yeah.
How about that? That's really working for it, as they are. The physical versus magical version. Very different from the cooldown reduction boost we saw yesterday in NA, and I think so it's that idea of we don't need Watcher's Gift because of the extra gold spooling. I can kind of get away with this leaner style of just the Midas Boots. Their Sovereignty timings aren't that far off. They're both up and running now. So, it's all things sold. Oh, mid lane. Yeah, Zindern. That's a lot of damage. Bakasura. It's very hard for Zeus to deal with that now that he's no longer immune to slows. Forced to pop his sprint, but it just didn't have enough. So I want to talk quickly here about the, while Apollo split pushes this right lane, let's make sure we get attention to that, the Obsidian Shard pickup. And I think one of the major reasons why this item is so underrated, similar to Titan's Bane, Dazer, you're in a lot of trouble here. That Amir ultimate, barely going to miss him. Titan's Bane and Obsidian Shard, underrated. They do a lot against objectives and towers. A lot of times you look at that and you say, well, the enemy team doesn't have that much protection that it's really going to shred. However, it really does wonders against Gold Furies and towers here. What a wall from Digimir. It's going to reset the Gold Fury aggro. Cog Forge forced to fall back after that reset. Emilito, what a player.
Desert Fury coming out here. Does amphibious attacks for Dazer. Sprint is activated. Good Serenade dashes away. Dazer gets blocked out. Good wall. Prevents Apollo from actually going forward here. There goes the Thunder Strike. Frost Breath hits two. Restarian pops. Recall Demons. There goes the Rain Dance. Torrent comes out. Funball under pressure. Exposed Evil will slow him down. He gets out of dodge. But Boxer is lurking. A wall prevents Emilito from going into the camp. That was his goal, but he's not going to be able to get in on that one. The kill goes down. Kronos looking for Zinder. Not going to find it. A bit of a slow rotation there. It's going to be actually a 1-for-1 support tank for support tank. But that does mean that the Gold Fury is available with no tier 3 Hand of the Gods, with the Apollo rotations on her and Bastet are going to back off from that one. Keep in mind that on her did have Aussie able to heal himself back up on those basic attacks. It does give a surprising amount of 15% lifesteal plus under 35% health. You have an increased 25% as well. So on her could have tanked that for quite some time, but with Apollo spotting out, it's not going to be the case. Mid tower is about a sneeze away from going down here. Zeus looking to pick that one up here, but with the rotations, he may want to be careful.
Yeah, he's already tasted the wonderful goo that Bakasura shoots out of his mouth when he ultimates, and I don't think he liked the taste. It did result, of course, in his death. And Shadow Nightmare though has been really a par for the course in terms of Zeus this year, not really having as much of an impact on the game as his first pick, first ban status would imply. I mean, it just once again, as we suspect, most players have not had much practice with Zeus. even though he is sitting at Legendary, to really effectively play him in tournament games, as he is banned out so often. He's going to land a nice Chain Lightning there, though. That's going to be the ultimate, but it's a little bit late. Didn't really, kind of commit to that fully. And now Zender going to be able to get out of their A-OK. They have no Zeus ultimate available. It should yield them the mid tower, though, so all things told is worth it. Now I would expect them to rotate to the left, take the Gold Fury, or even try to push through the Tier 1, and it looks like it is going to be the Tier 1 that is in the sights for Torch Gaming. Can Cognitive Forge hold them off?
Left side, we see Chalk being forced away from the on here. Doesn't get all that rotation coming out here. Emilito looking for the wall. Comes on down there. Frost Breath is available. Tower will go down there. Jumping on top. Apollo's up in the air. Look for the initiation. Will he dunk down and force him away? There goes the cavalry charge. Stun is not going to stop this Warhorse. Jumping down. Stun. Emilito popping the ultimate. Is going to come. Does a little bit of damage to Chalk there. Forces him away. Tower Assault coming out. Recall D-Mids. Regurgitate coming out. High Rock goes down in quite a short order here. Funball dispersing out. Good burst damage. Chronos hits with the Polynomicon. Funball still alive. Can he get away? The Obelisk is on the ground. He's gonna go down there. And with the tanky lineup here from Cock Forge, they're not really in a whole lot of pressure. Chalk is stuck on the ground. The detonate is available. Is it gonna be enough? Does he have enough cooldown? There goes the detonate. And the lightning from above will get the Chalk, but he stayed far too long and gets picked off on the back end. A 3-for-1 exchange. And if you're exchanging 3 of your players for Chalk, things are not going your way, and all of a sudden we do have a Gold Fury start. Emilito does have Tier 3 Hand of the Gods. They're going to back off.
So it's another thing that we haven't mentioned yet in the realm of you built what is Ankh rank 2 on a Nesty. We know this item is generally fairly highly regarded in terms of its rank 2 prowess, similar to Pestilence, both of them extremely cost efficient. 25 physical protections, 250 health. And then you have the, on the other side, Pestilence giving you similar stats. So it's actually going to leave it at that, as there's not a great physical threat coming out from Torch at this point in the game. Funball, really the only one doing the damage, but, High Rock still just kind of waiting to be the impact on the game that the Bastet could and should be. And Nessie perfectly happy just to take that Ankh rank 2. It's going to be Warlocks into Ethereal here for Restarian, so very, very tanky Junk Way with the pen from Obsidian Shard, a smart build from him. Rage Deathbringer, kind of rushed here from Cobra Kai with that Heartseeker. It's going to be full attack speed for Zindern. Wouldn't expect anything less. And, really besides that, we're looking at fairly standard builds, as in the mid lane, Emil is going to get pressured a bit by Cognitive Forge.
Yeah, trying to defend this tower by himself, but honestly, what can you really do here? Shunheimer going to join up with that Chain Lightning. Look for options. He's going to get 1 bounce on each, not even a detonate there, as of course the multiplier effect on that detonate makes it less useful on the 1 charge and exponentially so on 2 and 3. Bulwark Hole being picked up early on again. We're going to see Breastplate of Valor finish on Shunheimer, picking up some physical protection as well as a Height of the Urchin start there for Emilito after the Sovereignty. Focus Void Blade is going to be. I don't understand this itemization choice in literally every game I ever cast ever, Art. If you're going to get 2 Void Blades, why would you not get a standard Void Blade on one of them?
Yeah.
You're wasting that penetration. That penetration could benefit everyone else. Obviously, it's just Bastet and On who have that physical penetration, and maybe they're thinking we're not going to be near each other in the fight. Everyone else is magical. In this situation, there's some kind of merit to it. But in general, I'm shocked to see how often we see 2 Focus Void Blades, 2 Focus Void Stones, just not leveraging that aura.
It's the I is greater than we.
That's right.
It's greed. I mean, what else could it be, right? I mean, what else could you really point out and say? And I think, the players would probably justify it as, oh, well, you're absolutely right? High Rock should be in the back lines of their team, while Funbar will be in the back line of our team. We do have a pause coming out here. Zindner going to go ahead and pause that game out. Likely some kind of connection issues here. But, yeah, I mean, I think it's a good kind of motive to roll with here is why would they both go Focus Void Blade in this situation? Well, one thing that comes to mind immediately is Flat Pen on those abilities. So it makes a lot of sense for High Rock, right? He has the dot that really benefits highly from Flat Pen. He doesn't have to kind of stay in range to make sure that gets the pen. He has that kind of long range Ninetales as well. But Funball, I just don't know. Like, you just wouldn't normally see a Void Blade on him, so he really wants that Flat Pen. But, to me, it's kind of debatable that why he wouldn't just go for Jotun's Wrath in this case. Like, On Her certainly does well with CDR. The pen is still good. Physical protection, it's because they're going up against that 4 physical team, as we noted, but I would have preferred to see an actual physical protection on them if you wanted to go for something like this over a hybrid one. I think they're leaving a lot of gold on the table and opportunity cost.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, the difference between Void Blade and Focus Void Blade, for those of you who don't know, 25 penetration is going to be what you get from the Focus Void Blade, and it's going to be a 15 penetration aura for the standard one. So you lose about 10 penetration if you pick up the aura for yourself, but if you have the aura application, then, you know, if Bastet picked up the aura version, the standard version, then on her would have 40 penetration, and that kind of split there would help out a lot. So you lose out on 10 yourself, but you get 15 to your teammate. Maybe that helps out, maybe it doesn't. And again, like the situation with only 2 physicals on your team, and it's possible that Bastet and On Her are going to be nowhere near each other during the team fights. As Bastet's going in and out, they may think that maybe that aura won't benefit. So that's something that we're going to focus on here. The pause should be coming out in just about 30 to 40 seconds here as it does come back. It looks like the unpause is coming through here as the game is going to come back onto live here. Torch vs. Cogforge is back underway, crossing over towards the 27-minute mark. Everything is moving forward. Looking at the graphs, we're going to see a 932 gold lead for Cogforge, as well as a 5,200 experience lead. If you're wondering where we are at in the game right now, Chinsai is completed there on Chalk for the damage output. Kasura, very, very damaging right now. We also have Deathbringer completed on the Apollo. He's going to start shredding through. And again, you know, like you said, we have 4 physical on Cogforge, and really not that many physical protection items from Torch, although we do see Emilito going for hard physical on the Sovereignty, and then half and half on that Hide of the Urchin there, just trying to keep focus on physical overall. Zinder's now going to sell off that early Bumbas and now go directly for that Executioner for tons of shred and attack speed. Bakasur is going to start eating people alive with that ultimate activation, Regurgitate, able to just shred through those squishy targets. And honestly, right now, Torch really needs to start focusing on getting the right targets picked off immediately, because the itemization just really isn't in their favor.
Man, I just feel like Torch is going to take a fight at some point in this game and realize that they have not built anywhere near enough physical protection. It's just so much damage that's going to come out, and with Guan Yu throwing out that physical pen as well with Taolu Assault, these cards are going to start hitting ridiculously hard, and it could all start right here with a nice Storm Call by a Nesty. He could very well go in here, and this is going to be the initiation. Restarian's in there as well, channeling out those demons. Emilito going to get stunned out, not going to be able to peel for now. Spoo is going to rewind most of that damage. High Rock now in deep, but he's going to be forced to eat this big-time Zeus ultimate. Dazer trying to fall back. High Rock now trying to lead this fight as Basset getting quite low himself. Spoo wanting to zone out a Nesty, and all things told, a wonderful engagement there by Torch. Shadow Nightmare not going to fall either, so it's a 1-for-2 trade. Gold Fury still up, though, and Cogforge, you know, looks like they're actually not going to go for it surprisingly enough. They're going to take out the mid lane here, and that should be easy peasy. Chalk going to go ahead and rain in right through that one and walk back with immunity.
You know, I'm a little bit disappointed here in the Cogforge engagement. Now, if you look at the starting lineup here for Cogforge, you have Zhonghui with a Warlock Sash start. You have Chalk, Guan Yu. So that's just a wonderful front line. That is like the dream as far as damage absorption. Obviously, you could go with more peel and CC involvement there, but generally very, very tanky. So I would like to see Zinder and Cobra Kai kind of just bobbing and weaving, you know, float like a butterfly here, and kind of just get in, get out. We saw Zinder 100% commit to that last little engagement, and his team was, you know, notably very far behind. And as soon as he jumped in, Bastet on her Chronos in the face, Polynomicon burst. Bakasura just disappears, and I'd like to see him kind of jump in and jump out. Who's going to go down if he leaves the fight? Cogforge very tanky. Cobra Kai caught out here. Damage output comes through, pops up the move, stunned out there. There goes the burst, and they have it. Razor Claw's not going to hit. Spoo rewinds, though. There goes the cavalry charge. Wait for the stun. Storm Call comes out. A silence comes out on that CC immunity. Purification beat. Sprint comes out. Going for Spoo, trying to get away, but look at the durability of Cogforge. Frost Breath, Zinder's the target. Are they going to? They're going to get it there with the Nine Tails activation. The Cats have been used at this point. There goes the Mirror Ultimate. First now, Bastet does go down. Dazer and Mysterian getting out of dodge, backing up 3 charges on top of Nesty. Chalk is durable, but how durable do you need to be when you're being railed like that? There goes Zhonghui trying to get a kill on the Zeus. Doesn't get it. He's so low. Restarian forced to retreat. Throws out a taunting chain lightning. He does go down. Tal Assault comes out there by Guan Yu. Kronos gets soloed in the back end by Apollo, who was just respawning. Guan Yu will survive as well. A 3-for-2 in favor of Torch again. Cogforge not hitting home.
Yeah, and okay, so here's the deal, though, is that Apollo's actually in that fight for about 30 seconds, and he tries to dive Kronos as he's kiting around the Fire Giant, ends up having to chase him all the way to the tier 2 on the right side, spends about 90 seconds doing so, where he could have easily helped his team secure more kills and made that an even trade. Instead, he goes deep for Spoo, who already is past his core items, is not going to slow down his damage output really at all. He only had a couple 100 gold in hand at that point. So it's just a misplay all through and through from Cobra Kai there. Sure, he secures a kill, but they could have easily gotten that kill on Zeus and likely found the Amir as well with a Mesmerize. Instead, goes deep for Kronos, and that is going to yield a pretty undesirable outcome for his team. And now look at Torch. They've warded up like crazy. Their consumables are ready to go. They're going to try to contest this Fire Giant shortly.
Yeah, they have finally pulled ahead in that gold chart. You see 928 gold in their favor here. Lots of wards being picked up. 3 of the purple wards. We do have 6, 7 of the standard wards coming out here from Torch, excuse me. We have that lifesteal coming out from Cogforge as well, starting with that Bloodforge there on Apollo. Deathbringer being started up by the Bakasura. Fire Giant is available, as you mentioned, Bart, so something that's going to be a huge point of contention for both teams. And I think that Cogforge is really feeling that drain. I'm surprised to see so many players going into this very early, durable, tanky route with a Warlock Sash, buying Bulwark of Hope. I mean, they have so much durability here, but you can see the effect it has on the team fights. I mean, there are specific roles for a reason, right? These archetypes are devised to help team fights. Mages are bursty. Hunters get in, get out. Their single target damage is really high. You have tanks that are good at zoning people out, getting the damage output across the board. You have these specific roles that are built for this, and when all of a sudden you get a lot of tankiness on Zhong Kui, who has Ethereal Staff, Warlock Sash, he has a ton of tankiness built into his character, and his damage output honestly needs to be a little bit higher. Checking in the numbers, we're going to see Restarian actually leading the charts right now on his team for 23,000, but nowhere near the 28,000 on Zeus, and on her honestly dropping 20,000 himself. Good start. Frost Breath on Dazer. They're diving a tower here. A little bit out of position is Cogforge. The stun's not going to land. Of course, the cavalry charge has CC immunity on top of him. I believe they're tanking that tower here. Kind of diving in. Chalk gets impaled to the obelisk. There goes Recall Demons. They're starting up here. Cogforge wants this fight. Ymir ultimately going to hit nobody as they zone that one out there. Apollo, he's in the air. He's looking for the tug. Look for the sky. It's going to come down. Apollo lands looking for Ymir. Going to get Frost Breath immediately. There goes the sun. Book of Demons comes out, and Chalk goes down for Ymir. 1-for-1 so far. Restarian gets crit by Funball. Absolutely destroyed. Cobra Kai sprinting away. Dazer by himself. Zindern is doing harpies just to get a little bit of life still before he goes back in, but just realizes it's all over. 3-for-1.
Just terrible.
Again, a slow initiation and not enough damage.
Just a terrible fight for them. And once again, you got to look at Cobra Kai and say, such a misplay on that Apollo. He dives in, doesn't go deep enough, doesn't get anyone. Chuck gets bodied in the backside. They didn't actually get to Funball. They went so deep with Chalk, and they should have had the Apollo follow-up to take out that backline, but they never made it there. So Chalk blows his ultimate, gets destroyed by 2 crits and a lockdown by Spoo, who now, of course, has turned the corner on Kronos, where he is a late-game nightmare, has Polynomicon, has Demonic Grip, has a crap ton of shred. Between the Obsidian Shard and Demonic Grip, going to have a Rata Tahuti up and running shortly. And it's just not looking very good at all for the boys of Cognitive Forge. They just got to get these backlines down, and they can't get there. They have so much damage. I mean, it's Malice and Deathbringer finished for Cobra Kai, and he did effectively nothing in that team fight.
Yeah, it was very, very limited, and it was really tough because they're zoning it out prop, and I think Torch realizes what they need to do here. They have a high propensity to jump on the Bakasura and the Apollo, and they realize that that's where the damage is coming from with a tanky Guan Yu, a bruiser, a bruiser Chalk, and honestly I would consider it a bruiser Zhong Kui as well with the Ethereal Staff, Shoes of Focus, and Warlock Sash here. His damage is not as high as you'd expect it to be. In fact, looking at the numbers right now, we see Zhong Kui currently sitting at 310 magical power, Zeus is at 355, and you see 420 on Kronos, who is attack-based, even with just those attack-based items here, so definitely something that they have to look at right now. Now their mid tower has gone down, the mid tier 1 and tier 2 are gone at this point. It's going to be about a 4,000 lead. Double Frost Breath, 9 tails, burst damage. Dazer is going to go down here. Burst damage comes out. Look at the numbers across the screen. Restarian looking for the damage, doesn't have it. Looking for the sprint, not going to close up Bakasur, going for the bites. Going to get Zeus on the back end, but trades 2 of his teammates to get that far back there. Anesty by himself goes down 3-for-1 yet again. This seems to be the story of today's game. Apollo's up in the air. What's he going to do? He's looking for something. Knocks Emilito into the wall instead of into the Phoenix. The stun, the burst. Cobra Kai goes down, throws his life away. Bakasura is left defending his base alone. The Fire Giant buff is up, and honestly, this could be the game.
I would expect it to be so. I mean, as you mentioned, the in-hand damage from Spoo is getting so much out of all that magical power, 35% scaling on each hit. So he's just throwing them in there. Zinder, and yeah, bye-bye. You can't aggress into that. And really, you know, where this is just falling apart for Cog Forge is that they've let Torch get so out of hand with their kind of late-game hyper carries that they no longer have any threat from Zhonghui. Even though he's gone for this massive HP style of build, he still just gets completely melted by the crits. No physical protection coming out to deal with Fun Ball and the damage from High Rock. It just gets torn through. And really, what can you do when you have Anher that's gone that far into his late game build and a Kronos as that progressed? It's very, very hard to deal with. And they really needed Bakasura, Apollo, and Chalk to combine for better backline pressure. Weren't able to get it, and Fun Ball just goes wild.
Yeah, again, this is the main criticism I have for these tanky builds on characters that are meant to deal damage. Characters like Hunters that are picking up these very durable items. Pick up like a Pestilence early or a Bulwark of Hope early, or we see the Warlock Sash Ethereal Staff combination. It limits your damage overall, and when it comes down to it, the Warlock Sash, I mean, honestly, Restarian would have about 2 or 3 more deaths if he didn't start with that Warlock Sash. It helped him out a lot. The problem is when you get to the mid and late stages of the game, you are filling a mage archetype, and your team needs you to get in there, burst down the targets, and get out. That damage needs to be there, and when you have these kind of pseudo-tanky builds, it's a little bit difficult for these characters to be able to come out in the mid-stage of the game and win these team fights when they don't have the numbers to go behind it. We're going to see 30,000 damage dealt here by Zhonghui, a massively AoE character here across the way. You see 27,000 on her, who's mainly single target. So on her and Zhonghui doing about the same amount of damage. Zeus at 38,000 damage as well. Basset at 21,000, and Kronos, who is pretty much only single target. That Time Rift does have a good split on it, and Time Stop as well, but mainly just hitting the single targets. And Spoo, who was on Solo Lane Island for the majority of the game, only coming out late to build up that numbers, dropping 18,000 himself. Across the way, I mean, if you got Chalk, Guan Yu on your team, that's a good amount of tankiness. But I think not only does it come down to the fact that they didn't have the damage when they needed it, it also came down to the fact that they don't really have a whole lot of peeling there on Cogforge. Chalk, very durable, can get in there, get out for himself. Guan Yu, same situation. He has the cavalry charge for the stun on the last hit there. Of course, has a little bit of a slow, lower protection for more damage. But, I mean, when Bakasura gets jumped on, who's going to save him? You have a slow from Zhonghui. You have a silence from Chalk, a possible stun from Guan Yu in one-case scenario. I mean, they just don't have the peels to keep themselves safe. You're going to see, the Bacchus banned out. They could have even gone for that. Sobek and Bacchus, of course, were banned out that game, so keep that in mind when you're looking at the picks here. But I think that overall, the Cogforge lineup was something that was new. It was something that was innovative, and something that I'm excited to see, but it's certainly something that needs a little bit more work in the overall involvement. I think the early game was solid because they had the double bruiser lane, can't be killed, can't be ganked. Apollo was safe in the solo lane, Zhonghui very safe, and Bakasura is free to farm. But overall, they don't have the peels they need, and they didn't have the damage when they needed it overall, and Torch just came out strong.
Yeah, coming out of that bruiser lane into the mid game, it wasn't very effective for them. I mean, that lane combined goes 3 and 10 with 14 assists. Amir has 14 assists. They just didn't bring as much to the table as the big-time CC tank like Emil. Looking at Cobra Kai, I mean, a 5-1-1 on Apollo, nice damage dealt, a lot of gold per minute, good farm. 2 mistakes. Goes deep on to Spoo in the fight of the Fire Giant, takes him out, but his team loses that engagement. And then at the end of the game, they're unable to find the crash down to follow up that Shock ultimate. And it just, the team fight fell apart. Those last 2 really, really hurt them. And I feel like had they won those fights, they wouldn't have had quite as much farm onto Spoo, would have Torch, and so Kronos wouldn't have been able to take over the game at that kind of 35, 40-minute mark quite as hard. They would have extended that to about 45 or 50 minutes, and that may have been enough time to get Bakasura and Apollo next to a Phoenix, and they, of course, can shred objectives.
Sure. Yeah, I think that's really what they were looking for, and they just weren't able to get there. When it came down to it, they just couldn't keep themselves safe. I mean, they had the durability, but it comes down to more aspects of that. You have to be able to defend the objectives. You have to be able to delay the game if you're going for that late game stage. And with the ticking time bomb that is on her and Kronos, when you get to the point where they're saturated enough to come out strong, and you have to be careful. I mean, even characters like Chalk, who Chalk is life. He pops the rain dance, he gets in there, and all of a sudden on her is critting 600, 600, 600, 600, and Kronos is getting the Polynomicon hits. You got the time stop, time rift combination. If you jump on her, he's going to CC immune himself with Desert Fury and jump away. Kronos also very safe, has a major AoE stun, as well as the rewind to just just revert back away from anything that you tried to pick them on. So very, very difficult to deal with that and kind of just jump on and pick off these important characters when you absolutely need to. So that's going to be the game, guys. Torch will receive a victory up against Cog Forge, moving on to the semifinal rounds, refreshing the bracket, see how things have progressed thus far. TSM will be going up against Torch in the next round of semifinals. The round of 4 will be getting soon. C9 has defeated Gimme Yo Sandwich in the round of 8 as well. Moving on, the seed 2 will be there. Team Q has defeated The Game as well, and then that is going to be our lineup here for the semifinals. And as previously predicted, we have the exact same semifinals as we did before, except they're going to swap this time around. Previously, Cloud9 went up against Torch in the last 2 weeks, and now we're going to see TSM versus Torch, Cloud9 versus Team Q here. But of course, today we're going to be doing both semifinals. Because the bracket's a little bit smaller today, we can do both semifinals instead of skipping one of them like we did yesterday. Also, big shout out to Monster Cat for the music today. And also make sure that you are following the SMITE Pro Twitter page, because that's where all the information is going to be coming from. Hit follow on that. We'll link that up in chat for you, for those of you who want to go ahead and check that out. Everything about the games, how things are going, polls, all that kind of stuff will be over there on the Twitter page. We're going to cut to a brief break, guys. We'll be right back. Semi-final round will continue onward. Coming up next, I believe we're going to be doing Cloud9 versus Team Q. We'll see you guys soon. everyone, and welcome back. We're getting underway with the next round of elimination. Semifinals will be underway here. We're going to be waiting here for C9 to get underway with Team Q in the semifinal round. The first semifinal of today, we'll be doing both semis as well. Definitely a lot of competition today. And what's important is these are the top 4 teams in EU, and they're also in the top 4 slots for today's tournament. So how things end up will change the seeding points drastically. Of course, C9 is tied with TSM with 160 points across the board. We also have 80 on Team Q and 50 on Torch. So if Torch gets a first place win and Cloud9 and TSM fall behind, everything could definitely change all in an instant. And I'm excited to see how things turn out.
It could be like Elvis, get all shook up.
He went there.
I had to, man.
He went there.
I had to. Okay, so we're gonna be taking a look here in just a few minutes at the picking and banning phase. Of course, we're waiting on the game to be made. Proxy QQ and the boys are, I'm sure, having a last-minute chat before we get into this one. But it's for the first time we're going to be seeing both of these teams today. Driver, why don't you give us a little bit of a background on them as we get pulled in?
We got 2 teams going head-to-head here. Now, you look at the lineup on the left side for Team Q. Proxy QQ has been around forever. He's always been in the EU scene, starting his own teams. He saw Lemon. He was back on the older lineups, and now moving forward, making his own team with Team Q. We're going to see Captain Twig, Poeng, as well as NQ from the previous Mortality Esports. Now, Mortality Esports shut down teams like SK Gaming, who of course picked up Azure and kept moving on with their big sponsorships. So they had a lot of talent there. Captain Twig, a fantastic mid laner, NQ a fantastic solo laner, and Poeng a fantastic support. A wonderful start for both these teams. Across the way, you're going to see Zalia, Frostyak, Suntouch, Silas Max, C9, HyperX on the right side of your screen, and they are amazingly talented players. Zalia, the first person in 2014 to get a tournament-level pentakill on Vamana. That's what we're underway with right now. Monkey Cat starting out here on the right side. Left side, Captain Twig starting out with Zeus, Vamana, Neath, Freya, and Tyr banned out, surprisingly enough. Then Sun Wukong, Bastet, Sobek, and Guan Yu.
They want none of that Vamana play from Zalia. Not at all. No, thank you. No, thank you.
And Smacks Neath? My God.
Yeah, so they're taking away everything. All the things are gone from the Cloud9 HyperX, but they are going to be able to find Wukong and Bastet. Bast being very highly prioritized today. EU players must have there must have been some serious Bastet play in scrims, or they're really. It's got to be the Cats, right? That's got to be why the pressure the Cats can put onto the mid laner if they're trying to go for that tanky style, because generally the tankier mages are a little bit less safe in terms of escapes. So. But Zhang Kui available and not picked so far. It is going to be Agni going the way of Cloud9 HyperX. Also, as you noticed in the chat, there was a straw poll running for who do you think will win, and it is 107 to 29. 79% of you voting for Cloud9 HyperX.
When you go into a banning phase, Bart, and both your bans are respect bans, I think that tells you exactly the situation you're in right now. Team Q going up against C9. You don't want Zalia to get Vamana. You don't want Smack to get Neath. And all of a sudden, all these characters are making their way through. You got Sun Wukong, Bastet, Ra, Agni, and of course one more pick here to go. Looking at how things have changed so far as the games played in tournament for EU throughout 2014, On Her is still high priority. First pick, the biggest and most reliable pick. In fact, On Her is picked in almost every single EU game that has been played in the past 100K. Second place has been moved up to Guan Yu, as Sun Wukong hasn't been favored too much today. Sun Wukong still at third place, Agni fourth, and Athena fifth, although we won't really see Athena today. Across the way there on Team Q, they got Zeus, Sobek, Guan Yu, Loki, and On Her. Loki going to be picked up, most likely swapped over there to Proxy played in the jungle. Smek is going to pick up Artemis, that legendary Artemis on your screen right now. Now keep in mind, Artemis has undergone 2 nerfs in the last month or so. Not only did the scaling and damage on her her volley go down, but not only that, but in the most recent patch, her Transgressor's Fate, her trap, actually no longer provides vision. So that is no longer reward. And honestly, it was a big thing that Artemis players relied on, is being able to just put those traps in the jungle, have that vision there, and really work with it. Now, of course, it is a very good offensive tool, and maybe now they just start putting it in the lane to make sure that they're safe or cutting off jungle routes, but that vision loss is a big hit to Artemis.
Yeah, it certainly hurts her utility, but her damage output's still insanely high. Passive crit, never a bad option to have when you are a hunter. And they have a lot of burst damage to kind of go along with keeping Artemis relatively safe. The peel is there from Wukong, and you have Agni and Ra to keep those back lines, thinking twice about really trying to come in. That range to harass from Cloud9 is going to be real dirty. And you have Bassett able to get there too. She's really, really good at getting to the backline, harassing those mages, and allowing, kind of her backline mages to find the positioning and the poke and burst damage to really make this team click. Team Q, however, a little bit more safer team. They have Reels on her, which is definitely, his kind of go-to pick. Sure. Loki needs to control the pace of the game, needs to make sure that Bastet is, not getting out of control, and that it's really more their style of picks than Cloud9 once they kind of hit that mid-game timing where those mages are going to be so strong.
I like the use of invisibility here against the cats. If you ever go up against a Loki or a Nuwa who uses the fog, when those cats lose line of sight or the ability to see anything, they kind of just wander off. So that is a big pickup there. However, if Loki does, and it looks like Loki's actually going to be going to the solo lane this time around on NQ as Tyr was banned out, and honestly, it makes a lot of sense. You do not want NQ to pick up Tyr. He's so good at that character, and we're not going to let that one through. So Loki going to the solo lane this time around. Now, with the nerfs to Decoy about 3 months ago, Loki fell off as a solo laner, and his damage was reduced as well. Not only the damage on the top end, but also the scaling reduced down a bit, plus the nerf to Hydra's Lament. So Loki has had a bit of a fall from grace, but still is a viable character. More so in the solo lane now, I think, because of the introduction of good assassins in the jungle. They've been kind of pulling to the foreground, Thanatos being one of those as well. So Loki's going to play in the solo lane this time around. That's going to be the lineup here for this game, guys. It's the first semifinal round of the day. You're watching Cloud9 Hyper X up against Team Q. Coming up next, stick around. 3 minutes on the clock. We'll see you soon.
Surrounded everywhere, I can feel it, I can feel it. It's creeping up on me, but what I just can't see. Or say you feel it. I'm falling into this unknown. Can you feel it? Can you feel it? There's nothing I can do but to give in to the plan.
Hey, everyone, and welcome back to today's first round of semifinal elimination. We're watching Cloud9 HyperX up against Team Q here in this best of one. Let's see who can win out and move on to the grand finals. Will it be C9 for the third week in a row, or will Team Q have an upset here? The vastly majority of you are actually favoring C9 in chat right now, so we'll see how things turn out today. Let's cover who's playing what, where they're going for what team. The bottom side up, the blue side, Team Q. Poang is already so far ahead. He is the marathon sprinter of his team on Sobek, of course. Prosecuting in the jungle with Guan Yu. We've got NQ in the solo lane with Loki. Real Z on her. Playing Hunter. Captain Twig, of course, on Zeus in the mid lane across the way. C9. Smack playing Artemis in the Hunter role, starting with that physical bot. Sayo on Agni in the mid lane, as well as Sun Touch playing that Sun Wukong here. Frostiak on Bastet, as well as Zalia playing Ra. We're getting underway.
So Poang has to be like onomatopoeia for something. It just sounds like bang, and it just has that kind of ring to it. Like maybe that's the sound that Sobek makes when he gets a pluck, right? It goes bang, and that's why he named himself that.
He says it out loud.
As we were mentioning during the downtime between the game here, some interesting itemization from Cloud9 HyperX, and this stinks of Sayo. You have Red Pot going on to Smek here with Deathtoll and Boots 1, and Suntouch going to go Boots 1, and these are, of course, the damage-based boots, so we'll probably see Ninja Tabi come out from him. And Aya Providence 2 at level 1. Why not?
Right. Yeah, that early start there, reducing the cooldown, of course, and giving him a little bit more ward coverage and less reliance on it. He's also going to start with four pots on Sun Wukong, as well as 2 mana pots there to keep himself alive. And it's looking like they just want to get really aggressive there. Blue buff started up here. Smek's going to pick that one up. Of course, does have that physical pot active. Now, keep in mind, Artemis is starting with no consumable, so if he gets plucked here, gets forced back, he's going to get a lot of trouble, but does a lot of damage. Charge spray on Sun Touch here. Jingle Bang coming out here, some shots coming through. Artemis, notably, not really harassed at all, and honestly, this favors C9 a lot if they're going to focus on Sun Touch, because Smek is just going to sit in the back, use that Death Toll and heal up, use that physical pot for the extra little bit of damage. Mid lane, we have Zeus up against Sayo. Sayo and Artie. Sayo, notably, a very, very passive player when he wants to be, so I don't know if Captain Twig is able to get a lot of kills here, but he's certainly going to look for them if he sees them.
He is not interested in dying. He is loaded out with beads here. So the dash giving you CC immunity as well as those beads. Curiously enough, against the Guan Yu, it's fairly easy to dodge the horse with Agni's dash unless he kind of comes out of the jungle just and then hops up the horse to stun you. So Sayo playing exceptionally passive today. It's going to be beads to deal with the Zeus stun as well as that Guan Yu coming in out of the jungle. So hopefully that works out for him and he's able to kind of hit that timing that he's looking for in the kind of, I guess, probably that Void Stone Pen Boots where he's going to be able to really burst down Captain Twig with a gank from Frostiak. The Kitty's keeping him slowed down. Left side lane, it's pretty much Cloud9's lane right now as they have the superior push with that Red Pot. Artemis, right side lane. I don't know how NQ's going to win this lane against Ra. I really just don't know. Like, Decoy, he's just going to throw a heal on top of the Decoy, and until you have max rank Decoy, it's not going to start one-shotting the archers, so it's gonna be pretty difficult for NQ, I think.
Regardless of how defensive Sayo's playing in the mid lane here, you see him kind of just getting bursted down. Look at his HP. It's like, where are you going to be when lightning strikes there? And Agni just kind of caught out there in the mid lane. Interestingly enough, with that tier 2 Eye of Providence on Sun Wukong here, he's able to put a ward here on the movement speed buff, which he'll spot out Sobek. I like this because it reduces the cooldown a bit, allows him to get more consumables, and allows him to put more wards down. That cooldown came up sooner, so he's put this up in the enemy jungle, and possibly look for an opportunity for Bastet to jump in. Because they have a Bastet jungler, this early vision in the enemy jungle is going to benefit her greatly, because she can easily see if the enemy jungler is doing movement speed, jump over the wall, hand of the gods, steal it, jump away, and slow down that early start there. Sayo is going to go back to the base and buy Void Stone 1. No consumables, though. Looks like going to head back to the base and just come right back to lane, make sure he doesn't miss out on too much experience or gold. Again, you're going to see Loki up against Ra here in the right side lane. Now, again, like you said, Loki against Ra, not really that great of a matchup. When you change it to be, Loki up against Zalia on Ra, things are also even worse. Now, of course, it is NQ and Zalia, probably the 2 best solo laners in the EU scene, and in top 5 easily. So something that we're looking to keep our eye on. But, of course, it is solo island, and it's something that is few and far between with the kill count going forward. The graphs are completely even. Everything is as it should be. The damage, as far as player damage goes, Artemis seems to be the highest on her team, followed by Ra across the way. Zeus doing 927. A rotation from Bastet. Path of Flames. Talosog gets interrupted. A bomb comes down. Bastet backs off on that one. Frostiak not feeling it, and they're going to back off.
Yeah, it's Frostiak able to soak up some XP in the mid lane though, and does hit level 5. Get some decent harass out onto Captain Twig. Why not throw out a dot onto him? I'm a little bit surprised that NQ is doing as well as he is against Zaylia. Zaylia not really pressuring NQ out of the lane yet. He's still perfectly happy sitting here with a bajillion blue pots and 2 healing pots as well. So NQ ready to stall this thing out for as long as it's going to take. Practically rotating around. I don't think they're going to be able to really secure any kind of kills onto Zaylia at this point, but they may be able to get a little harass out onto him.
Yeah, I'm trying to just keep him down and keep him in check. Don't want to get him too far forward. We know Azalea, when things get out of control, and we watched him. Obviously, he was on the spotlight last week for the recall with that snipe there on Raw, so we know what he's capable of. We see Poeng going to go right to rotate over into the mid lane here as Proxy trying to force back Bastak, going to be able to successfully do that. Frostiak now going to go over to his movement speed buff and start that one up. NQ versus Azalea on the right side. There goes the aim strike activation, looking to push this lane back as much as he possibly can, and looking for that kind of follow-up there. We see Og in the mid lane farming up as much as he can, and again, it's a very uncharacteristic passive start here for both these teams. Now, obviously not as aggressive as teams like Denial, though, over there in the NA scene. They like to force the envelope and kind of just make things happen, but at the same time, a very, very passive start starting out, considering the fact that everyone started with pots.
Yeah, a lot of pots. Frostiak getting fairly low here for the Kitty, trying to take this blue buff. Not going to be a big impact, at least forced to recall here. And now we are still waiting on first blood, Dry Bear. 5 minutes into this game, 0-0. No real advantage for either team yet on the charts. And that's got to be going the way of Cloud9, that Artemis made it out of the early game with Red Pot intact. They have the experience advantage in the dual lane. So if there is an advantage to be had, it's probably theirs.
Yeah, I mean, that's what they're looking for. Zaylia getting forced on the right side. Guan Yu jumps out. Zaylia might be going down. Pops of the Warriors. The tower gets the kill. No, one more shot will do it. Proxy made the mistake of trying to dive Zaylia, and Zaylia expertly avoids that initiation. Zaylia dropped so very low. Mid lane, 3-man rotation, stun, cats, knock up. There goes the hit. He pops his ultimate, but no detonation available. You can't detonate from the grave, Zeus, as he gets picked off there in the mid lane. The cats are kind of hanging out with their little lightning belts, and they're going to back off there. So not only does Guan Yu fail to dive the right side, Zeus gets 3-manned in the mid lane. And this is what Cloud9 is. They sit on their high horse of confidence, and they wait for something to happen. They look and they expertly find the hole in the play, and they just exploit it as much as they can.
Zaylia doesn't want any of your nonsense. He is completely uninterested in the Guan Yu dive, and just walks away and has a caca chuckle to himself, and is perfectly happy to sit under tower and let him die. So mid lane, Cloud9 kind of tees off on that failed rotation to the right side, goes deep in mid, picks up a kill into Captain Twig, who is sitting on pen boots and a sprint and a purification piece, but unable to survive a death there. And it's a focus voice on up and running rush for Sayo. This feels like home, doesn't it, Dry Bear? No Warlock sashes in this game so far, and just a lot of pen and burst damage.
Yeah, that's how it's always been.
And want to fight the chicken.
You want this time around. They looked for the chicken yet again. Does he care? This could be a good engagement. There goes a slow assassin. Comes out. No heal. It's on cooldown right now. This might be the kill. It's going to be the kill. Zaylia can't get out of this one. Searing Pain as a Hail Mary, but Proxy was offended by his failed mid lane going from Sayu. Charge Prey after the dash. Desert Fury gets all of the hits. Reals, he didn't miss a single spear, hitting home in the heart of the God of Fire, and gets a 2-0 exchange. Team Q has answered the call of Cloud9, ladies and gentlemen. C9 got the 2-0 start, and they were upset about it, so Team Q is going to turn around 2-2, all tied up here. A little bit of lead for Team Q, but wow, what the plays we've seen today.
Reals, a very interesting player kind of in his path to getting towards top-tier competitive Smite was a kind of, on and off sub for a few teams. He was actually picked by COG to come to China because he was one of the only of-age eligible participants in the Hunter role. A lot of young guys in the Hunter role. And so Reals was, kind of old enough and was able to come, so they drafted him onto COG, basically kind of on loan off the waiver wire, so to speak. And I think there he kind of redoubled his interest and desire to really play Smite at a competitive level, and now find himself stationed on Team Q, a top competitive team in Europe, and really is starting to make a name for himself as a very, very strong, even, premier on her player. Similar to kind of where we saw SMITE come from, right? Kind of specializing in these hunter roles after moving around quite a bit. However, SMITE always was with Sayo.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they seem to follow the same role for long periods of time, no swapping up, and they have a lot of experience to lean on. Loki on the right side has the Vanish activation, make sure he just avoids that engagement by Bastet. No ability to follow him through that Vanish there, so that invisibility will keep him safe. We're going to see RealZ go for the same start we've seen a lot of players start going with now. Heartseeker into the Aussie build. Right side, Zalia is going to get harassed here by this decoy as Loki is forced to retreat. Divine Blessing is incredibly powerful against melee characters. That slow is so good. Celestial Beam on Loki as he comes out of stealth, as he just bird hops away there in the right side of the lane. Look at the charts again, a slight lead for Team Q, ever so slight, 400 gold and 900 experience there, 9 minutes, just about 9.5 minutes here into this game so far. Bastet, she's lying in wait, she wants it, she sees the prey. Captain Twig has an inkling, he thinks about it. I mean, the ward is there, so he could have spotted Bastet go in there. The angle may not have been proper, in fact it wasn't, so may not have seen Bastet go through there, but just kind of knowing that Bastet can come out from any angle and then not really looking to give up a second death after having such a poor start. Does have Shoes of the Magi here for the penetration. We see a Breastplate of Valor start there for Zalia, and that is completed. And honestly, I'm surprised to see him not pick it up sooner, and I guess with the 300 gold start on the shoes, I'm so used to seeing those being more expensive. But with a Guan Yu jungle and a Loki solo, that double physical, it's guaranteed he starts with that physical protection.
So, I think that red buff sitting on Captain Twig here should be the cue for Cloud9 to go ahead and try to dive him again. If they can wipe that red buff, that means that the team is going to be without that for the moment, but it's going to be Guan Yu, the one that's running into Frosty. Kitty Cats are out. Healing up just a bit is Frosty in the Solar Blessing. They're not going to think better of it, though, as the horse is out, but Classic QQ taking a lot of damage from Agni. It's a nice place ultimate from Captain Twig, however, just a second too late. Ross Knight, it's going to hit. Captain Twig in a lot of trouble. Sun Touch in the Summer Sun Cloud. Going to leap out. Has a Jingle Bang. Doesn't need it. Zalia gets another kill.
Honor rotates over, Smack and Honor going together in the left side area. Looks like Poen's going to find himself in some trouble in the mid lane. Honor rotating over where Loki's going to rotate as well. No follow-up there. Pushing up the mid tower. Zalia gets the slow. He's going to jump away. Path of Flames comes out. Do they have a stun? There goes Celestial Beam. Loki, Artemis is there. They're jumping over. Do they have the damage? RealZ gets out just in time as that Rainfire comes down. Disperse will get him out of dodge on that one. Honestly, I don't really know why Proxy decided to go in on that one. He put his team in such an awkward position by engaging on that after the fact. You saw, I mean, Captain Twig came and said, okay, my jungler just winded. Got a stun, got some damage output. I'm going to try my best to put down that ultimate, but it's not proper. The timing isn't good. The placement's not there. I don't know what I'm going to be able to do. He got one charge on 4 people and detonated with a good chain landing, but again, lost his life to the rotation. It's just, I feel like Proxy kind of put his team in a bad situation there by turning around and jumping in on that team fight after he'd already been initiated on the back end of his cavalry charge. Mid lane, stun not going to land on Proxy. He tries to dash away from that one. Zeus will clear out the wave, and everything goes back to the way it was. But C9 has tied it up dead even right now as far as the golden experience goes. We still, in the semifinal round, ladies and gentlemen, have an even game.
Yeah, I think that it's Team Q, their biggest liability right now is Guan Yu jungle. Proxy QQ, definitely a very strong player, but he doesn't really have a good target to go on. He can't really fight the chicken under tower. He definitely can't lock down Sayo on the Agni, the dash, making him CC immune. Artemis has the boar to get out of the stuns fairly easily. Wukong just impossible to lock down from any position or in any role. And they just would have been a lot better off with even a jungler like Bastet. I mean, not that often that you're looking at Bastet going like, that would have been the better pick for them, but just pure damage output would have been far superior in this case to, the shred and CC that Guan Yu brings to the table. He just doesn't have much during the laning phase of the game. Now, he will bring a lot more during the kind of the team fight stage, but at this point in the game, it's very, very hard for them to properly utilize his stun.
Left side, some harassment coming back and forth, and I think you're exactly right. I mean, he doesn't really have a good target to go on here. Basset's going to try and find something, not going to be able to get anything there. Both mid camps did go in the way of Team Q. There goes a Razor Claws on Captain Twig, forcing him away from that one. Left camp will go to C9 as Proxy is now discovering. There goes the world's sharpest broom, slicing through Sun Touch on top of that one. The wards are down. The vision is in favor. Basset diving in the mid lane, looking for the Zeus, going to do some damage on it. The Cats are coming out. The Ninals isn't going to land, and honestly, with the sprint activation, it may be enough. The Cats are still going. The acceleration. They're not going to get the slow. He's going to be okay on this one. There goes the Cats. They're not going to get it. But Sobek in a lot of trouble with melee as well as Guan Yu by himself caught out in the slow. There goes the Warhorse. Cavalry charge is active, and that extra movement speed while mounting up will give him the activation we need, as we all know, in Arathi base and those kind of things to try to help out there. Mid tower is going to be under pressure. Poling does the best he can defend it. Realsy's in the back line, but this could be a free tower.
Yeah, and with the board there, he just stands there and says, oh, yeah, you wanted to engage? Well, how about persistent ground-based chain stun? How about if I just stand here and do some damage to the tower? And really, that was symptomatic of Cloud9 not investing very much to get Zeus and the Guan Yu basically out of that fight. They still had Boar available, which allowed them to aggress that tower. And they take away quite a bit of its health as well in the meantime. So that tower now a big liability for Team Q.
Absolutely, and something that they have to really look to remedy going forward if they wanted to pull this game out here. Looking at the graphs, a slight lead for actually Team Q still, as that mid tower did not end up going down. I was a little shocked to see the graphs that way, and then I realized the tower didn't actually go down there. So it's still a very even matchup right now. Look at that itemization, a lot of penetration coming out here from Captain Twig on Zeus. Jotun's Wrath has been started up for Loki, played by NQ, of course. We do have Suntouch picking up tier 2 high to the Leviathan, going to the Urchin instead of that Sovereignty start out early. Honestly, a little surprising considering the fact that the main source of damage is going to be Zeus on that magical, but again, it is a lot of damage. Bastet looking for the job. Searing Pain comes out from Zalia, hits on home, and now NQ by himself. Flame Wave, Path of Flames, the kitties are coming out. He's going to be able to get away with his ultimate. The Cats, they're still following. Hands of Gods comes out, the kitties, man. There's no extra credit here, Cats. Go on home, and they're not going to get the kill there as Realty gets forced out. Do they have the damage pounce to return? The Gold Fury is available, Bart, and they're going to go straight for it.
Yeah, that's one thing about Smite in general is that player-generated pets do not yield bounties. No experience, no gold given for killing them. So as HyperX is going to secure the Gold Fury, and Plang is going to, well, he's just going to lay on his back there and show his belly to the sun as he is a dead gator. But yeah, so Cats don't really give a bounty. So it's really safe for Bastet to just leap in and dump them. And that's why I think maybe you've seen her be prioritized in this tournament, is that she's just so safe at getting in, dumping all of her abilities, and getting out. In fact, she is probably the #1 specialist in that type of play. And she's hard to punish, I think, for that style of play. And so they're just perfectly happy to go for it. And with the kind of double massive burst range poke Zalia combination, Frostyak dictating the pace of the game as Bastet is, while not incredibly surprising, it's certainly not the easiest thing in the world to do to keep the other team off balance with Bastet. She tends to kind of get trumped by a lot of hard CC. If you can catch her before the jump, she's just really paper thin and doesn't have great tools outside of the leap. So, all things told, I think that it's really well executed by Cloud9 and HyperX to get Frostyak this involved, and they're doing a great job of keeping Team Q off balance.
Oh, absolutely, and that's what they need to do going forward. And honestly, you can see that off balance is what they're looking for, considering their itemization choices. We see 2 rods being rushed here by both Zalia and Sayo. Full CDR build on Zalia, playing Ra, of course, and that rod is almost done. In fact, looking at his gold right now, he just needs just about 900 more gold, actually about 600 now, as the gold's getting higher and higher. Zalia about to finish that one off there, and once that rod is done, plus full CDR, those ultimates are going to come out every 45 seconds. Just boom, 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 damage output, plus the heals that he has available, insane amount of utility Rod's able to put out in mid game if he gets enough damage and utility. We do see the Rod being started by Sayo as well, extra damage on the back end. And right now, Team Q really has to be careful because C9 is playing for the risky skip, right? Where you buy those expensive items and they're not worth it until they're done. But if you get to the point where you're not punished until they are done, all of a sudden things change.
Well, Zalias is done. He's sitting on 1,000 gold in hand right now, so yes, I mean, you can kind of scratch that one. They're not going to be able to stop that timing. You're going to have Ratatouille Chicken, and he is going to be healing for a lot in these fights. And considering you have double Heartseeker, Frostyak, and Smek, another god, and player that we really haven't paid much attention to this game, but he's had uncontested free farm this entire game, and he is bullying Reels. Even though Reels is up a kill, and taking a look at the farm is only about 500 gold behind, and their builds are basically analogous. Warrior Toppy finish here for Artemis, nearly done on Reels, but it seems like Artemis is always going to scale the best out of the hunters into the late game. Passive crit on top of other crit items or pet items just gives her that edge. It's going to be a dive now on this left side tower. Playing going to be the target for now. Kitty Catch used. They're forced to dash away, but that should yield the towers. Artemis is going to activate her attack speed steroid, and that's going to be that. Tower goes down easy peasy while the kitties keep Real Z out of this fight.
Oh, that damage is insane, and they're just not giving up. And, you know, honestly, it's very easy to make that kind of call. You're like, the cats are here. There's no gods. I'm okay. And all of a sudden, 80% of your HP is gone with that penetration that, Bastid's able to put through there. So it's very difficult to be able to deal with that. And like you mentioned, I mean, that's exactly what happened there. Realzy kept out of the fight because of those cats. And, Frostiak able to just throw those out willy-nilly and see what he can do. Proxy gets stunned out. There's the transformation. One bomb comes down. The stun. One more hit. Proxy goes down for free again. Loki's assassinate. There goes Sayo in return. Good pickup by NQ. Good rotation. Sun Wukong here in the air, actually coming out from the cloud. The searing pain comes out, doesn't land. NQ, he's wiggling. He can't wiggle enough with 4 players around him. Zeus ultimately getting 1 stack here. Actually, some damage on Frosty. Of course, away. Desert Fairy gets the kill. The cat for cat goes down there. Basset looking for the opportunity. Does he have it? Artemis is already down. 2 for 2 so far. Now going for Zalia. Does he have a heal? No! The lightning strike goes down. Sun Touch impaled to a wall, and now being speared left and right. Does he have enough mana for the transformations? Knock up the disperse. Does he have the beads? Activates the beads. Strangely enough,
expecting knock up.
Looking for that there. There goes the net on top of that, looking for the opportunity. Sun Touch trying to get out. Pops the bird. Zeus, does he have it? One chain letting hit the detonate. Beautiful, beautiful play.
That was really handsome play. Captain Twig just shows off his impeccable teeth and quaff and jawline and just throws out a chain lightning, no problem. Picks up a kill onto Sun Wukong. And Sun Wukong, as Frostiak just says, yeah, well, I'm good too. But, Sun Wukong is just incredibly annoying to kill. Gets the damage reduction when he gets low, gets passive crit, has the bird, and it's just so easy to tilt against. So you're like, I know he's going to get away. Like, you got to think that whole time Reels is sitting there like, I know he's getting away. I know he's going to get away. This sucks. Like, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to pop my bead so he doesn't knock me up, but I know he's getting away. But they're able to secure him, and that's definitely a good win for the team. And before we go too far, Captain Twig, he's going for the Mail of Stealth. It's going to be Mail of Renewal. Zeus here. He wants the extra physical protection. It'll definitely help against Bastet. And if we've seen anything, we know that this item is definitely potent when purchased on the right gods at the right time. However, I am not convinced that 20 minutes on Zeus as your 4th item is that right timing.
Again, we're in the same situation where I feel like a lot of the damage output here is going to be reliant on Zeus, especially those big team fight origins. Now, it does have a good amount of penetration, and of course, the multiplier effect will help him out a lot as Smek and Sun Touch trying to start up the Gold Fury. Pogan is going to turn around and say, excuse me? You're doing my Gold Fury? You leave now, as he counterwards that and walks away from that. So Poeng, very sharp and astute, able to hear that through the jungle, of course. But again, the MLC of Renewal here is going to be picked up for the Captain Twig on Zeus, looking for that CDR, a little bit of HP, and heals up once he gets that assist or kill, of course. Every time he picks it up, that will benefit him greatly and make sure that he stays alive in those engagements. I mean, look at the damage numbers right now. The player damage charts for Team Q will be resulting in a high amount for Zeus, 8,300 damage. In fact, that's going to be the most in the game. 8,000 on Sayo, 7,800 on Frostiak, and Smek doing 7,200 himself. So, a good split there, but limited on Team Q.
That's a big deal that Artemis has gotten that involved at this point in the game. 2 assists, 1 death to her name, but does have 8,000 or 7,000 player damage coming out. That means that the rotation's been spot on. They put a lot of harass out onto that side lane. Frostiak, as well, as you mentioned, really getting up there in the 7,800 player damage ranks. I mean, that's a lot for Bastet and really putting that cat scratch and the kitties to work. Sun Touch going to stun out Poeng here on the backside. It looks like they're trying to get Frostiak in a position to get a gank onto Reels. Reels is going to hit a very, very nice pin, disperse away, and start running. Smek has a sprint activated. Sun Touch is here as well. Jingle comes out, knocking out another transformation for a few seconds. Leaping in still is Frostiak, but they realize that they don't have it. The rotation's coming out too strong from Team Q.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, good pick there by RealZ, just spotting out exactly what was happening and just going all the way down. And sometimes you just, you feel it coming, right? You step too far forward, you're like, I'm out of position, and you just turn and beeline as far as you can, as fast as you can, and RealZ is going to be able to make it out on that one. Gold Fury is available. C9 really wants his Gold Fury, but just can't get in to get it. Team Q is in place at all times. Now, we do still see a 3,500 gold lead here for C9 as a Ninetales Razor Claws combination on the Gator is going to force him back on that one. C9 still in the lead. Gold Fury is what they're looking for. The rods have been completed here on Sayo and Zalia. That damage up is going to be insane. Stun, Poeng taking some harassment. Sickening strike for the heal. Charges into a minion. There goes this little Razor Claws comes out here. Needs a little bit more. Poeng's going to survive. Impale. Desert Fairy Frostiak goes down. Loki is here. His daggers are bred and born for enemy destruction. He's going to be able to get that pick off on Frostiak for free, actually. A 1-for-0 exchange. They thought they had Poeng, but he's pretty tanky.
Yeah, the two rounds of Hooties are done now going into this fight. Sayo just recently completing his. So the damage is real from Cloud9. And really, it's if Team Q wants to go for a Gold Fury and Zalia and Sayo are alive, and that should be really, really ugly. I mean, Cloud9 should just destroy this fight. This is the situation right here we're talking about. Agni Bombs are going to hurt really, really bad here. Let's see what they're able to do. Team Q looks like they want to fight this, interestingly enough. They're going to pluck Sun Touch, but he's going to go right up into Somersault Cloud. Sun Touch trying to, to find some really space for his team as they're going to crush that decoy now. It's Smek on the backside, force some beads out as Proxy goes deep. Now it's going to be Ra and Agni looking for a way to re-engage, but they need to wait for the front line to come back. But they're so busy on this left side. In fact, they're going to die to the Suze ultimate here. Sun Touch going to die to the detonate. In fact, Reels is going to be the one to secure that. Now it's going to be NQ going in on the Zalia. Sayo still alive, but they pluck Sayo. This could be big. He's popped the beats. He's dashing through. He's killed with the execute from your boy, the Ra. But Zalia with the snipes. Is it going to be enough, though? Trying to run now is Real. Zalia, do you have the damage? Hits him with the beam and the detonate, and down will go the Honor. So much damage from Ra. And even though this looked to be Team Q's fight, Zalia has turned this very, very much in favor of Cloud9. It's a 3-for-3. Bastet and Ra surviving, Loki and Sobek. So actually, I'll take that back. Team Q wins that fight. They don't sacrifice. Well, no. I'm sorry. Cloud9 wins it. They sacrifice their support in favor of getting another core, whereas Poang survives that one. So all things told, Zalia kind of salvages that one for Cloud9.
Yeah, absolutely. And one little mechanic thing that I want to point out for those of you who missed it or weren't really paying complete attention to the skills being utilized by Zalia, you see he has full CDR, of course, 15% on the shoes and 25% on the breastplate, about hitting 40% going to be the cap there. So he's maxed out on this CDR. Sees the Gold Fury being started up. And what he did during that fight, as C9 gets the Gold Fury, Poang unable to get in there in time, able to rotate that around. So 5K goal lead. Loki looking for something. He's going to find it. Aim strike, vanish. He's going to back off. Doesn't look like he wants this just yet. But again, the tier 3 purification beads has, when you activate them, reduces all your cooldowns by 5 seconds. So what you saw there is Zalia position himself beautifully. He backs up, right? Goes around the backside of the gold or the mid Furies, and then rotates around so he has a perfect line of sight for a Searing Pain to hit everyone in the line, getting a kill instantly and forcing Zeus down, gets the kill on Zeus, and then rotates forward. Once he drops his Celestial Beam, Divine Blessing, Solar Blessing, puts that all down on the ground, pops the beads, and honestly there was nothing affect him. He just wanted the CDR reduction, 5-second reduction, immediately does all 3 skills again, which was what he needed to finish off on her. If he didn't activate those beads just for the CDR reduction, he would not have gotten that kill on her. So beautiful textbook play there coming out from Zalia, able to get that kill and salvage that fight like you mentioned. They're going to turn around, get a Gold Fury, and all of a sudden their 3,500 gold lead that they were sitting on prior is now 5,000, and they drop the stacks on her. They force back Captain Twig with that MLC of Renewal, Proxy QQ with that penetration. And we see Zalia actually picked off in the right lane with that burst damage as we're singing his praises.
Yeah, physical burst still, you can't, it's really still pretty hard to deal with Loki and Guan Yu combining in a solo lane. Now we're kind of at the point where the lanes are broken and Guan Yu's going to be a lot more effective against the Ra as they're going to be looking less for that rotation now. We do want to point out that there's a Weakening Curse finish here on a Proxy QQ that should be able to cut the healing and extended engagements. You're also going to have an Idol of Concentration coming out for Sun Touch, so that cooldown reduction and crowd control reduction coming out. As well as, speaking of crowd control reduction from beads, 4 rank 3 beads active on Cloud9 HyperX. Their cooldowns are going to be shorter, and it's going to be very hard to lock this team down during a fight.
Yeah, and something that they have to be really careful about here because the Fire Giant is available, and it could end the game honestly if it doesn't really go in either team's favor because there's so much available. I mean, C9, if they go for this, they certainly could get it. Right side tower's being pressured here. Tier 1, Bastet jumps over the wall. Proxy being forced back here. Razor Claws coming out. Bastet jumps right back into the camp. Poang trying to rotate over. Nope, they just let that one go. So a 3,000 gold there for Team Q, and much deserved. I mean, obviously you see with the kill on Zalia, they get the kill on the tower, getting the extra gold across the way. That step function going up and up and up back towards the mid line here. 2,500 gold in favor of C9 still, but Team Q showing signs of life, and that Fire Giant is going to be a huge point of contention for both these teams, and they're both gunning for it.
Yeah, it's been a nice last, let's say, 8 minutes or so For Team Q, they've cut the lead down by about 1,000 gold. They're starting to get a little bit more map control. NQ will have his cooldown reduction capped here pretty shortly with Hydra's Lament and his Jotun's Wrath 3, and with the beads, of course, able to cut those cooldowns really, really far down. So a couple of max CDR builds with beads 3 out on the board here that's going to allow for abilities to come off cooldown probably earlier than the players are going to be expecting. We'll see if that does really factor in towards the later stages of the game. Loki, of course, also going into Hydra's Lament for the added burst damage that it brings. It's some kind of physical Polynomicon-esque ability. We do have a pause coming out from Proxy QQ here, so we'll of course get that sorted with the admins and make sure that all is well. But as you can tell, at this point in the game, it is still a slight advantage for Cloud9 HyperX.
Yeah, that's exactly right. I mean, they're sitting on currently a 2,700 gold lead, and the graph is kind of again going up and down. In the beginning, it was very, very even until that point where C9 had a huge lead forward. They got the tier 1 tower in the mid lane, and then went straight for the gold fury, and everything went in their favor. And then, of course, they got the gold fury again, going up to 5,000 gold. But Team Q turns it around. 2,700 gold is a lot better to sit on than a 5,000 gold behind previously for Team Q. Looks like the pause is still underway here. It's going to be just a couple minutes, actually, surprisingly enough. Looks like there are some issues coming out for looks like DC from Poang is the issue that we're running into right now. 20 minutes into this match, we're 12-12. The kills are lined up, but of course the gold is still in favor of C9. Looking at the tower situation, you can see the towers are actually all tied up, surprisingly enough, Bart. We have 2 tier 1s down for both teams, which means that this gold lead right now is purely just fundamentals, farming the camps, farming the minions, and then gold fury objective securing. 2,700 gold is honestly at this point in the game not all that much. It could swing either way if the team fight goes already for either of these teams, and it really goes to show that Team Q has been putting in the work to try and shut down the giant that is C9 that's been in the finals every single week.
Well, they had Cloud9 had about a 3,500 gold advantage with a 2 towers advantage up. So Team Q comes back. They take those 2 towers to parity, but Cloud9 built another 1,000 gold on top of that lead before, right? If you follow the math, 3,500 now reduced to 1,500, but they're still up 2,500, which means they've just taken an extra 1,000 gold off the map, and that's what's really got to be worrisome for Team Q here, as that Gold Fury is the likely candidate, is that Cloud9 is still ahead, even though they've pulled the towers back to even. Of course, they're whittling down the lead, but at this point in the game, a minute 30 for Gold Fury to be back up. I'm sorry. It seems like Cloud9 is dictating the pace of the game for the moment, and I think that the change can come on the back of NQ and Proxy. They need to get that combination running some more. They found the kill onto Ra, but Agni really needs to be their target. They really should start shutting down Sayo and making sure that he is not really feeling quite as confident in these fights.
Yeah, and really that confidence is what makes every single role, not just his, really, really important, is the fact that you have to be able to land those abilities, and time again you'll see characters like Hunters who kind of have that hesitation to go in all the way and commit to the fight, and really that damage is really what's so important. Sometimes you're going to pick up idle concentration here just to shut down a lot of the CC and damage they're going to be able to follow up with, of course, Magic Protection, MP5, CDR, and of course the damage mitigation for 3 seconds when you're hit by a hard crowd control ability. So when he gets shut down, he can keep himself alive with that 3-second duration, reducing his damage by percentage base. Realzy's going to finish off that Malice for extra crit potential, just going as hard as he can. Honestly, he needs a lot more pen than he has now. Honestly, just pen coming out from the Warrior Taui and the static coming out from the Aussie as well. So that's most likely going to be his next focus. Possibly could go for the Deathbringer as well, but that's the main thing he's lacking right now.
What do you think about the Poang build? Look at that thing. A lot of tier 2s.
Yeah, that's kind of characteristic of him. Him and a couple other support players in EU especially like it. 1,200 gold for the Pestilence for 45 magic protection and 200 health. That's incredibly powerful. Again, Oracle Hope just about 1,500 itself, but it's a 300 HP, 40 magical. He's just going for stats. The passes aren't really what he's working for, especially considering the fact that Sobek has such high stat gains as it is. So just kind of leveraging on that. They're so cheap, and I think Pestilence is one that you almost always just pick up as tier 2 because it's so freaking. 1,200 gold for that much stats. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's true. But they could definitely use the Pestilence passive here. They are going up against a Ra. Granted, they do have Weakening Curse to completely shut down the healing, but
fair point.
It definitely couldn't hurt. You do have some lifesteal out on Smek as well, so maybe it'll shut down a little bit here. Real's going to get zoned out of the Gold Fury as Cloud9 HyperX will take it for free. But in the meantime, Team Q, they want to go big. They're going to try for a Fire Giant. They're going to think better of it, though, as Sayo comes walking around the corner, finished a lot of items as well. Sitting on Breastplate of Valor, Ratatouille, Ra has Ratatouille, Obsidian Shard, and the Focus Void Stone. That double snipe, if you're stuck in the Fire Giant and Cloud9 knows you're there, don't expect to survive.
Yeah, I mean, if you step out of place and get locked down, whether it be an Agni stun or something that locks you out, a good stun from Sun Touch, all it takes is a second. I mean, just boom, 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 boom. All of a sudden, the fire and the light are just gonna come through and burn everything out. Free tier 1 tower on the right side just goes down. C9 sees the opportunity. Team Q out of position there as they had previously tried the Fire Giant and backed off from that one, so not gonna pick that one up. And 31 minutes into this game, Bart, we're gonna see 5,000 gold in favor of C9 yet again because of that tower situation. They're one tower behind on Team Q, but the Fire Giant's really what they're looking for.
How do you justify sovereignty on Guan Yu at this stage in the game? Just seems like they're not going to have the damage output to deal with Sayo and Zaylia in these team fights. I mean, Frostiak will put out a lot of his own SMEC, of course, a late game damage monster with Artemis. Wukong brings the control, and then you have the massive burst mages. You just need more damage output out of your jungler here.
I don't like it mainly because Sovereignty does not stack. Things like Mystical Mark do, but Sovereignty's passive does not. So basically what they're going to have to do with this, and this is something that does happen, is it will prevent them from being able to stack completely, because if they want to get the most effectiveness out of that aura, they're basically going to want to split up the team fight, right? They want to have them in different areas so that aura spreads out more over the team fight. That is some good engagements across the board for them, and that's really what they're looking for if they're going to go down that road. Honestly, there are better options if you already have a Sovereignty. You have, that nice mail that allows them to get slows off. You have some really good rotations there. Higher than enemy line would reflect damage back. I mean, some good passives that you can pick up other than the Sovereignty for the second time. Owen kind of gets started up here, dashing away. Artemis looking for opportunity. There goes the volley slowed on Captain Twig. Doesn't take a whole lot with that Aegis Shield activation, which does provide protections from. The Fire Giant is available. The vision is there. Proxy is on weed duty as he's just gardening through and removing all the vines from the ground right now. 33 minutes about to start up. We might have a Fire Giant or a possible engagement.
Yeah, it looks like Team Q has the better positioning at Fire Giant, but they've overextended a little bit here as NQ in some trouble getting zoned out by Sun Touch Force. Oh my god, what a snipe! Zaylia, how do you do it?
I don't know. Continue on. Zeus ultimate coming on the ground. Proxy gets sent out by the board. Tusky doing work. Someone cog up in the air. Burst damage. There goes Guan Yu. C9 pushing it down. Go after Captain Twig. Razor Claws on the ground. Desert Fury is available. Impale comes out going for Frostiak. Zaylia, he blocks it. He blocks it again. Zaylia saves Frostiak's life with his own body. Hoeng is the remaining survivor. C9, they didn't lose a single person, and then Agni jumps out, hits the Path of Flames for the distance, and bombs down Sobek. That was a 5-0 exchange. How did they survive? Zaylia body blocked every shot from on her for Frostiak with one hit left. How do they do it?
I don't know. I want to like end the game and just have story time with Zaylia, and I just want to learn what he knows. I mean, what a snipe. I mean, just such a brilliant positioning there in that fight as well. Knows that Loki's being zoned out, has great communication there with Sun Touch, and just really places that very, very nice. And it looks like they're going to go ahead and wipe up, the mid Phoenix. They're going to take the rest of the towers off of the map here. And that was just, I mean, you don't see that every day. And again, here to talk about itemization, such a smart buy here from Sayo to be a late game Spear of the Magus. And in fact, that's why you saw him kill the Sobek there. The dot ticking up with that Spear of the Magus enough to finish him off. So Titan's Bane coming out for SMEC, great itemization at this stage of the game, allows him to do more damage to the Titan, as well as the remaining towers and Phoenixes. All things told, double sovereignty, not pulling weight currently for Team Q. They still melted in that fight.
I was going to say words, but I'm still thinking about how in the world Frostiak managed to survive with just Zaylia standing in front of him. He got impaled to the wall, ate the entire Desert Fury. Real Z played that by the book, right? Like everything that Real Z was supposed to do, he did it. Missed no basic attacks, gets the impale off on Bastet in the back end of a team fight and could turn around. He's about to he just needs one shot. Frostiak was one hit away, and Zaylia's like, nah, bro, this is my friend.
I mean, how do you deal with 1,000 magical power between the Agni and the Ra? Like,
I don't know.
How do you even begin to approach that? And when you look at like a half-finished bulwark being your like major magic protection item in this game, Team Q has just really failed in itemization. Like they knew that these Ratatouilles were coming out 20 minutes ago, and yet you still don't see very much magic protection. I mean, sure, Poeng has stacked it up pretty high, has Pestilence Finish in Bulwark 2, but Proxy, I mean, instead of Sovereignty, he could have done so much more for his team here with a Bulwark able to stay in his front lines. I mean, sure, he's going to get shredded, but this team fight, as you see as it rages on, Zaylia just obliterates Loki forces NQ out of the fight. Here's Suntouch going deep. They've zoned out Reels and Proxy QQ with just Frostyak, and they just don't have enough damage to bring anyone down. Guan Yu just tickling, and Suntouch is able to run around with impunity, zoning out the rest of the team. They're going to try to dive in, but the Agni Bombs are too much. They're forced to fall back. Phoenix is going to fall dry bear, and this one looks like it's Cloud9's game.
Sometimes forced to get out of there with bird form. I mean, Real Z is just earning his stripes right now. Gets in, he picks off the Artemis. That's going to be the only kill of that fight there, 14Q. They're going to trade Poeng on Sobek for that Phoenix there. And now because Poeng is down, they know they have a free Gold Fury. Tier 3 Hand of the Gods has been removed from the equation. Suntouch is still alive. So now the Gold Fury is going to go down for some extra gold, adding insult to injury to Team Q as C9 pulls even further ahead. 12.7 they're at right now. It's going to turn into about 14,100 when the Gold Fury is done here for C9. Cloud9 HyperX proving their sponsorship. You see 14,000 gold in the lead suddenly, and it's just those small plays that they're so fantastic at. And the itemization is right on par. We've seen that Idol of Concentration work so well for Suntouch going forward. Every single time he gets plucked, thrown back, that CC activation forces the 15% damage mitigation for 3 seconds, plus the extra protections he has on the back end. The MP5 honestly helps him keep his mana up as well. Not only that, but Suntouch is single-handedly zoning out 2 or 3 of the players on Team Q, forcing back Zeus, forcing back Loki. I mean, Loki, in 2 of the last 3 fights, Bart, Loki has been forced to initiate on Suntouch because he can't get to anyone else.
Yeah, that's right. And he's able to put out a lot of damage on the Suntouch, nonetheless. I mean, Witchstone really the only major physical protection item outside of the standard Sovereignty. Height of the Urchin contributing some as well. So, I mean, it does decent damage to him, but it's definitely not the target you want to burst down. And now Zalia is sitting on the Breastplate of Valor and a Height of the Nemean Lion, so he is pretty much right out in terms of initiation. Sayo as well. Magic's Blessing going to keep him safe. Breastplate of Valor going to really prevent him from being bursted, and he has Purification Beads to get out of the dodge. It's going to be a girdle of support as well for Sayo, so they smell blood here, and Cloud9 is looking for the win. One more team fight should do it if they're able to secure it. NQ is going to get hit by 1 meteor, 2 meteor, 3 meteor, not going to tick down, but is out of this fight. Cloud9 is going to push this one through. Magical Power on Agni, 381, 419 for Ra, and they are looking for the victory.
And it's going to be closer for Team Q. This is full turtle mode right now. The Fire Giant buff is going to come up here in about 20 seconds, but they don't really care about that. Sayo so low. Sayo's actually going to go down, possibly. Just need a little more damage. Sayo does go down. Poeng's going to get the kill on that one. 1-for-1 exchange so far. Poeng quite low. Artemis goes down. Loki doing work. Look at the Celestial Beam and a basic attack during Vanish. Zalia gets a blind shot to kill off Loki. It's a 3-for-2, ladies and gentlemen. Cloud9 HyperX turns it around there. Frostyak escapes just barely there. A great counter initiation by Team Q, but C9 is hard to beat with that. My God, how did he do so much damage so quickly? NQ just melted.
90,000 player damage between Zalia, Sayo, and Smek right now. It's just so much. I mean, and when you look at 23k being the top damage on Captain Twig, and he's sitting, behind Sayo and pretty close to Zalia and Smek, and the rest of the team, you have members of Team Q sitting under 10k damage. Poeng, basically even here with Suntouch. It's just, they just aren't putting on anywhere near the same amount of damage, and it's really reflected in the items. I mean, it is still possible. I mean, you could have a finished Deathbringer here onto NQ. Reels is pretty much 6-slotted. They have a chance. It's not a very big one, but there's a chance. I mean, they still have, tremendous damage output in this game, and it just is maybe too little too late. I mean, it's a lot, but it's 40 minutes in, and you have big-time defensive items on really the targets you want to burst.
Yeah, and they really have to be careful about that. And one thing we haven't talked about yet, just Bart, is the 21.5k healing done by Zalia as well. That Solar Blessing is helping out a lot, and honestly, that Pestilence, that being done, of course, was so they able to get that aura inside. Of course, reduces healing and regeneration by 15%. Honestly, would have liked to see we do see actually a weakening curse down in Proxy to counter out that healing there. Plus, the Pestilence is going to help out a lot. Maybe even I mean, it's hard because if you go for something like a Divine Rune or Brawler's Beatstick, you're limiting your damage output, and they need damage, every little shred of damage they can get right now. Across the way, looking at the consumables there for C9, we see 3 Sentry Wards, 5 Standard Wards, 2 Pots, as well as he has an Elixir of Defense on Zalia. He has a Magic Pot and an Elixir of How do you kill the chicken if he has a 3,000 gold defensive pot?
You try to deal with his 285 physical protection and 150 magic protection on top of his 2,000 health, and massive heal that he brings to the table. So, long answer, very complicated. Short answer, you don't.
Crits, Real Z, looking for that kill there. Sun Touch forced it back up. The Fire Giant buff is active. This is going to be the final stand for Team Q. They have to push C9 away. We've known that they can do it. They got those kills in the last game. They just try to force it out here. Initiation comes out of Poing. There goes Proxy QQ taking a lot of damage here. Look at him take damage through the bomb comes down. There goes Proxy, burst out. Captain Twig is going to go down to the Razor Claws. Bastet gets out. Cool Cats don't look at explosions there. There goes the Flame Wave, going to avoid it with a dispersed Realzy, making plays. The bomb not going to come out. Realzy's working so hard right now, man. The damage output is there. He has everything that he has, but 5 versus 1. One cat is all that stands between them. The Titan of Order will fall. Cloud9 HyperX takes the semifinal round and goes to the finals for the 3rd week in a row. Wow.
Cloud9 HyperX proving that they are the team to beat in this region, at least in this tournament. I mean, what a performance that was. Zalia's Ra. Okay, so we talk about Raz. We see Raz picked often in tournament play, most regularly in the solo lane. And generally, when you see Ra picks, you start talking about things like their push is going to be strong, their damage output going to be a little bit lower, they're going to have maybe a hard time really, bursting down gods without that snipe hitting, but they will have the extra sustain. They're going to be looking to take extended team fights. Yeah, no, not this case. Zalia doesn't play that. Zalia says, how about I build Rod as a Hootie 3rd item, and I throw out, just a casual 25,000 player damage in this game, and basically completely take it over and dictate its pace completely. They were able to shut down Sio fairly well, was Team Q, but at the end of the day, it didn't matter because Zalia was just ripping through the ranks. And Frostiak. I mean, Frostiak was like doing such work on Bastet, but doesn't really even get much credit or deserve much of it because he was really just jumping in and dumping his spells while Zalia was running around just wreaking complete havoc.
One thing we can say about Frostiak, though, is the fact that he is very wily. A lot of times he got caught out there, and the biggest thing about Frostiak is he makes very good, quick decisions on where to go and when to go. And what helped a lot there with that for C9 is the fact that they're like, oh, Bastet's low, let's chase him, and it takes 30 seconds to kill Frostiak because he's Houdini, and all of a sudden they're out of position, the damage outputs is too much, and they go down there. So, when it comes down to it, C9 is just solid all around. All the roles are in place, the damage output is there, and they have such a big god pool that, going into this, we had 2 respect bans. How often do you see a tournament where we see 1 respect ban, much less both of the bans are spent respect banning other players? Oh, Vamana on Zalia, he gets a pentakill last week? Okay, we can't play Vamana. All right, let's give him Ra. He goes 11, 3, and 9. We take out the Neath there for Smek. Smek goes 3, 4, and 8, but the damage output, 24,000. In fact, Smek on Artemis did more damage than Zeus, or about the same amount of damage as Zeus there. So that tells you the story there. But we can't take too much away from Team Q. Real Z absolutely shredding. The plays that Real Z had there were phenomenal, absolutely beautiful. I mean, the rotations across the way he was able to position himself, the picks he was able to have, and honestly, the team fights were just so one-sided that Real Z just couldn't get in there and get the job done most often. We saw Captain Twig with that wonderful grab up on Sun Touch, just pure accuracy on his basic attacks, his chain lightning, the detonates were there. The ultimates came out, but the problem with Zeus in this situation is that team fights were so quick that he really never got a good spot to put that ultimate down, right? Because he's looking for opportunity. All of a sudden, 2 of his teammates are dead, and the team fight moves. And he's like, okay, I can't really, there's no front line, I can't get this. And with Bastet jumping in and out, Ra with the distance, Agni able to get in and out with a lot of distance there, C9 can sit back, throw the artillery out, and then just move back and forth, and Zeus just can't. He needs them to sit still, and they just won't.
Yeah, it's really interesting that it's not often that you really talk about Loki not having a major impact on a game. Either he's feeding, usually, or he's dominating. And here we see a very kind of middle-of-the-road Loki from NQ. Some nice plays, some great assassinates, but Zalia got out of control too fast. Loki just not a good matchup for that god. As we mentioned, Proxy QQ out of the jungle on the Guan Yu, unable to really put much pressure onto the chicken during the laning phase. And when you let Zalia get pretty much uncontested free farm, he's going to make you pay for it, and it's a really smart itemization there to go to Hootie with that, kind of that situation, that world of, or that universe kind of variables being the case for him to rush that item there. Just such a smart play. And Cloud9 HyperX, kind of through the years, all the teams that they've been, one thing that this team has always been very potent and been very strong with, probably their strongest suit is kind of the, we'll call it kind of all-in itemization. they do a really good job. You know, they really kind of follow the leadership of SIO when it comes to how to itemize their gods and what style they're going to be playing with that itemization. And here you see it really, really put forward.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that's what it came down to. I mean, have small little decisions, across the way. I mean, obviously, two sovereignties, something that didn't pay out too much, considering the fact that a lot of the damage was coming from Zalia and Sayo on that magic. I mean, obviously, they're on the best at there. So that's going to be this game, guys. Semifinals will be completed for C9 versus Team Q, but of course, we have one more game to go. That's going to be TSM in the semifinal, looking to go into the grand finals to face up against C9, but of course they still have Torch to burn their way through, pun intended there. This is going to be a very, very big matchup for them. Torch looking to earn their way to the grand finals themselves, but if it's C9 and then TSM in the grand finals again, it may be difficult for other teams to catch up here. Stick around, guys. We'll be right back.
The answers are lying here within.
Howdy, everyone, and welcome back to the last semifinal round of today. We're going to be watching TSM, Team Solo Mid. That's right, up against Torch. We watched Torch earlier today. This is the first time we're going to see TSM in action, though, as we didn't watch them in the earlier stages of the brackets. And the question is, will TSM make it to the grand finals again, or will Torch be able to shut them out?
It's going to be a definitely a tough matchup for Torch. You know, if history proves anything, it's that TSM has been the dominant team in this matchup, and really in most of their matchups. Is they've made it to the finals for multiple weeks in a row now. Going into the third week, this is they really need to get there because their counterparts in the rankings, something like that. They've made it there now. So Cloud9 is in the finals, which means that Cloud9 is guaranteed either 100 or 60 seed points, and if TSM wants to stay competitive, they need to make it there as well.
That's exactly right. So they're tied up right now. Of course, first place does get 100 points. Second place gets 60 points. So a very big difference there. It's a huge swing to see how quickly it changed. And we're seeing that in the North American region, where you see Cognitive Gaming take three wins and 3 weeks in a row. They're up to 300 points right now, far and away from second place. So as they start to build up more and more, and that's how it's devised. Obviously, the ceiling point should be skewed like that. So first place has a high value to it. So we're waiting to get the game here, guys. We're waiting for the game to get started up here. It's going to be Team Solo Mid up against Torch, and you got to pay attention to the picks. I mean, obviously, when you're looking at a team like Cloud9, right? Even with the respect bans, it doesn't change much, and that's what's so powerful about having big god pools. If you master a character that's mid tier or low top tier, and they're like, okay, you can't play them on. They're like, oh, okay, we have Zeus, Mercury, Junquei, like everything else is on the table when you do that respect ban. So it's really hard to be able to counterpick against that. Now going to this picking stage here, Freya banned out immediately. Do not want that Shadow Nightmare Freya mid.
No, they don't want to deal with any of that nonsense, and so it's Freya off the board here. Will we see Junquei, Zeus banned out? Will we see Zeus played effectively if he does get through? Will they ban Apollo? What will Game Hunter do? That seems to be the general kind of pulse of TSM here. Is when Game Hunter really takes over that solo lane, it seems to all come together for them. But don't cut out Youngbei out of that ADC role. He also is quite a potent player, and Lobster, of course, Swagni #1 all regions. We'll see if they ban out Agni as well. Certainly wouldn't be a big surprise, would it?
Oh no, it wouldn't, and it's something that you have to be careful of. They're going to actually remove. This is just Shadow Nightmare's ban phase. Just get rid of Hubwa and Freya, and Shadow Nightmare is like, well, what do I play? Those are my two most played gods right now in the mid lane. But of course, it still leaves Junquei available, probably one of the most effective mids in the game right now. Shadow Nightmare and Spoo have the opportunity to select two gods here for Team Torch. Kibo Fred's going to take Guan Yu right off the bat. Honestly, not all that surprising, considering the fact that Guan Yu is the second most picked god in the European side of this tournament series here. So we're definitely going to see on her because he gets picked every game. He's literally far and away the most picked god in Europe right now for these tournaments, so we'll see that possibly making its way into the game. Agni going to hover on here for Torch. Shadow Nightmare needs something to replace a... No.
That really? No way.
It's not. Nope. It's a
troll. With your emotions?
It's a troll. I mean, you have Junquei available, but there's... Okay, so on her makes a little bit more sense. They had to make the #1 pick even further on #1. Had to do it.
Yeah, they wanted to make sure that your spreadsheet wasn't shifting around too much there. So Agni on her secured here, which is going to leave, of course, Sun Wukong open. And generally, when we see teams get both Guan Yu and Sun Wukong, they have won the game. I would go so far as to say a near 100% win rate when both those gods are on your team, drafted very, very highly, and it definitely is the case for NA. And I would not expect it to be much different in EU. So Guan Yu and Wukong, as well as Aoguang, going the way of Team Solo Mid. Aoguang going to be soloing out that lane versus Agni, for most of the game. And Drybear, Warlock Sash start, maybe the real life again.
Well, we'll see. I mean, certainly Lobster, a character who likes to go very aggressive, so it's not as likely, but certainly is a possibility. High Rock going to pick up Bastet here. Nuwa hovered on, but not... Yeah, they're going to swap over to Bacchus. It's Emilito. He loves Bacchus. I mean,
they're just toying
not?
With me. They're toying with us, though, right? I mean, you go from such a beautiful lady to just an ugly fat drunk.
Bacchus is beautiful, okay? Just give it, especially when he's festive. Look at him.
That's true. He's
got his suit on.
The belly button poking out with his triple X nog. So yeah, Lobster and Youngbei need to finish out the draft here for TSM. They are missing their hunter, as well as, potentially their jungler or their solo laner, depending on where they want to put Guan Yu, or really Wukong, although you would expect Guan Yu to be in that Guardian role, Wukong to be I'm sorry, Wukong to be in the guardian role, Guan Yu to be in either the jungle or the solo role. Little bit lobster.
It didn't work for them last week. They're going to try. I'm sorry, it didn't work for them 2 weeks ago. They're going to try it possibly again in actually in the semifinals here. Vulcan, a very powerful character, but certainly has a lot of hit or miss mechanics. Now, obviously, that Earthshaker can do devastating damage if comboed properly, but if completely missed, which honestly it does a lot. Long activation, long travel time, and certainly has enough warning on it where people would just hear it. Very notable sound that you can be able to pick up on. One thing that is a little bit key here as well is TSM did not get on her for Youngbei, and surprisingly enough, a little fun fact, every single time that TSM has picked up Guan Yu and on her on the same team, they get first blood in their lane, because Youngbei, as well as putting up a Tricks tank with Guan Yu, they just lower the protections, how assault, first blood comes out almost every single time. Spooball has it's just fun ball, stop. So stop with the name changes. You did it mid-tournament. Just stop changing your name, Funball, please. Please stop. It's Spooball now, apparently.
Spooball. It just rolls off the tongue so well.
It's locked in here. He might even change it while they're loading. I don't even know. It's freaking Funball. That's what he spends his money on.
Hey, if that's what he wants to spend his money on out of all the things in the world, while some of the players are eating tuna fish and crackers, he's getting name changes left and right.
He's going for it. So final lineup here, TSM has Guan Yu, Vulcan, Sun Wukong, Ao Guang, and Neith. Guan Yu actually to go into the solo lane this time around. Sun Wukong here going to be picked up by Tricks Tank for the support lane. Of course, Game Hunter taking Vulcan into the solo lane. Ao Guang on Lobster in the mid lane this time. My God. Wow. Game Hunter did play Vulcan 2 weeks ago, actually, and played him to high effect. In fact, it was Game 2 of the Grand Finals at C9. They ended up losing that match there, but my God, the plays from Game Hunter. And if it's God Hunter who's playing the character, no character is counted out. Game Hunter, a very, very accomplished player here. Across the way, Torch has Agni, Kronos, Bastet, Bacchus, and on her. So good rotation, good pickups there. One thing that I have a little bit concerns for is the fact that their early game is okay, but with Kronos there across the way, not able to rotate too much. Bastet, more hit and run and not stay and fight type character. Agni, again, same kind of the hit and run thing. And Bacchus can rotate, but I think the early game definitely goes to TSM.
Yeah, I think you have to agree there. Ao Guang just brings so much to the early game. Wukong scales incredibly well through all stages of the game. Vulcan's turret can be a pain in the ass at level 1, especially when you're trying to zone them out. And Neith always brings a lot of danger in the level 1 fight. Spirit Arrow through the wall, able to pin people down. We've seen it happen so often. And if you get a pin into an Ao Guang tornado, that pretty much will spell your demise. If you're not doing so already, ladies and gentlemen, please make sure to follow us over on twitter.com/SmitePro. We can get all of the updates of the games around the league, as well as other kind of developments in the esports world, information about the 100K, all that fun stuff. That's twitter.com/SmitePro. And Dry Bear, it looks like we are ready to go.
That's right, guys. 90 seconds on the spectator delay here. We're going to put 3 minutes on the clock to get yourself ready. Get your popcorn, get your drinks, get everything all set, because this is going to be the last semifinal round of today. You're watching Team Solo Mid up against the one, the only Torch. Getting ready to go underway here. Best of one, single elimination. This all comes down to this for either of these teams. Whoever loses out here is done and going to the bronze match, and the other one will move on to the grand final. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hey, everyone, and welcome back to the last semifinal round of today. You're watching Team Solo Mid up against Torch in this best of one. Get underway here. Let's cover who's playing what and where they're going for what team. The bottom side of the map are defending the Titan order on the green grass of Pristine TSM. Young Bay on Neath. We have Lobster playing Ao Guang. Game Hunter playing Vulcan. The Volk King making his way into this game. This is the second time we've seen Vulcan in this competitive series for the European side of things. The first time Sile played it last weekend, it didn't work out so well. Can Game Hunter change it around? We're going to see Cubo Fred on Guan Yu and Trix Tank playing Sun Wukong. Across the way, Torch has High Rock on Bastet. Spooball, which is, of course, is Funball. His name is subject to change on her. Spoo playing Kronos in the solo lane. Shadow Nightmare on Augie in the mid lane. The Taunt Fest is going down. They're saying their hellos and moving along here. Amelito on Bacchus. That respect play there is they just kind of they just say hi and move on.
So, it'll be interesting. Game Hunter's certainly able to put out a lot of Vulcan damage, but will he be as Vulcan effective as he can be in this game out of the solo lane? We often see Vulcan in the mid lane where he's a dang good Vulcan mid laner, but we'll see if he's able to really hold it down from that solo position.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for, and honestly, it's going to make things a lot different for him. We're going to see the turret placed down in the mid lane as Vulcan goes over to help out. Actually, replacing the turret there for the damage off his Guan Yu's going to start off the mid camps himself. Looks like actually Neath's looking for the steal here. Can Young Bay get it? Looking for the Spirit Arrow, looking for it. Actually, does she get it? Looks like they actually stole away both those mid camps there. Surprisingly enough, it's going to go right back down, of course, as the minions are starting to die. Damage buff is being picked up here. Game Hunter's going to assist with that one. There goes that clear. Cubo Fred can pick up that one. Of course, we do have Cubo Fred in the jungle with that Guan Yu. Vulcan going to the solo lane. Sun Wukong going to the support lane. So switching that up a bit. We do have Baby on her Bacchus lane on the left side, clearing out that wave very quickly, and now Neath is forced to Broken Weed Spear Arrow combo.
Red Pot, Young Bay, Eamon feeling a little randy here today. He's going to go Red Pot Neath. So even though not necessarily generally considered a very kind of top-tier damage output style of range carry, definitely brings a lot of control globally to the table with the ultimate, and in the earlier stages of the laning phase has actually quite a bit of burst through ability. So Red Pot should do some serious work here for Young Bay, but can they really deal with the true Guardian versus Trix Tank's Wukong? That's really the difference here, is that Bacchus has considerably more HP that Wukong really needs to make up for with Harass and Poke.
It's a little unfortunate that you have a character like Kronos going against Vulcan in the solo lane. Honestly, not really a great choice to face off here. And that just comes down to the picking stage of TSM and the way they decided to mix things up, putting that Vulcan on the back end. Kronos, a basic attack-based god, is going to have to hope for the opportunity to be able to split the time rift on the turret and the Vulcan itself. Now, I see a lot of people complain about the HP and durability of the turret from Vulcan. And honestly, it's for good reason. That turret does put out a lot of damage, but really the secret, the intuitive aspect of that turret is the fact that if you split up yourself and the turret, the enemy has to choose between who they want to clear out. If they focus on you, the turret's going to be doing damage the whole time. If they focus on the turret, you're going to be doing damage the whole time. So it splits it up so hard, and Kronos is not good at being able to handle both targets there. Not only that, but Vulcan's going to be knocking him up, throwing out that backfire, getting behind waves, and if Kronos tries to rewind, that Earthshaker could come out as well. So a good setup there for Vulcan. It's going to guarantee his early game farm.
Yeah, and so, will Game Hunter be able to transition out of this lane? Vulcan really wants to kind of, I think, move towards the mid lane and throw that ultimate out, but Kronos has the superior run speed, so she'll be able to punish any rotations. But looking early in this lane here, Game Hunter bringing a lot of Vulcan damage to this lane and is harassing Spook quite well.
Certainly have, and you saw him take out Meatball into the backfire into the turret. All of a sudden, Spoo has half HP, so Game Hunter controlling this very, very easily. We see Basset going to the jungle there, picking up this damage buff, making sure that he just makes that extra damage stack up all the way. Of course, that is refreshing that duration there. Lobster in the mid lane doing his little noodle dance. We'd like to welcome all the new people joining in on the stream today for the Team Solo Mid support. Of course, Team Solo Mid is going to be your blue side, the bottom side of the map. Moving forward here, as far as the graph goes, they are in a slight lead right now. 1,800 experience, as well as 400 gold. Looking for the left. Amelito gets jump on Spiro, not going to land, but here comes the cavalry charge. Does he have the distance? Cubo Fred, Mike in the sun. Neath goes out the arrow, and there goes first blood. Team Solo Mid gets a kill on the support tank. Rotation from Bastet might be too little too late. Indeed, it is. The Ryu Jingle Bang hits right on top. TSM, first blood.
TSM really secures that nicely there, putting that red pot to use for Neath, making sure that ultimate gets in there to set up the stun for the Guan Yu there, as you mentioned, on the cavalry charge, able to secure that rather well. And and that's a lot of burst damage that this particular lane brings to this. And in fact, TSM is all around a very bursty style of team. Wukong, lots of harass, able to burst fairly well in a team fight. Neath, really more of a burst style hunter than really any of the other ones. Although on her certainly brings out quite a bit of damage of his own. Lobster with the Ao Guang ultimate, and of course Vulcan, who basically is nothing but a burst machine. But they are going up against what is effectively the best burster in the game in Agni. So if Agni is able to really control, I think, the team fights with those bombs, it will be a pretty tough and really difficult proposition for TSM to win those team fights, unless Game Hunter, reprises his role as the God Hunter and just takes this thing over.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what he's looking for here. It's going to come down to whether or not Vulcan can land those Earthshakers. I mean, those are huge ultimates, long travel time, big distance, and a big delay between when they land. The area effect is quite large, but at the same time, it's very difficult to get those on point every single time. Mid lane, Trixie's going to rotate here on Shadow Nightmare, forcing him to dash out most likely. No, he's just going to eat it. Flame Strike, realizes there's no rotation, stun. Trixie going to get turned around on here. Guan Yu going to the enemy jungle.
Bacchus, far
right side, goes for the bomb, does it? Actually, the backfire, sprint, avoids it. There goes Earthshaker. Damage output isn't going to be enough. Of course, short range on that. Rewind comes out, and somehow Game Hunter gets out alive. There goes the Neath World Weaver. It's coming out. Box going to take it. No, it's going to go around. Hit it. Outgo ultimate coming through, and Bastet is deleted here. Right side. All of a sudden, TSM turns a gank on Vulcan into a kill.
Yeah, I think Bastet was like, "Oh, I'm gonna block it for." Oh, damn! like it just kind of seemed like he put himself in position to really block that, and I think they thought that Spoo was gonna get dunked on by that Ao Guang ultimate, and so Bastet, I'm not sure if he really wanted to block that, but ended up doing it. And Lobster smartly turns around, throws out that Spirit's Tempest, and down goes the Kitty. So Dragon trumps Kitty at this point in the game. 5 minutes 30 seconds in, ladies and gentlemen. If you are just joining us, 18,000 to 16,500 gold going the way of TSM, giving them that 1,500 gold advantage. 5 minutes and 40 seconds in, they're up to 2 kills.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's what they're looking to start with, and it's a little bit unfortunate right now. We're going to see the Heartseeker being started up here by Youngbei, most likely going to the Aussie build. Spooball, of course, Funball already starting with that build, skipping the boots. Funball known for skipping boots. In fact, he's been skipping boots since the dawn of time. The hipster bootless
He's never actually
tournaments.
worn shoes.
Yeah, it's just he doesn't have shoes. He just hates them. Mid lane, we see Lobster pushing up here. The mid camp should be responding quite shortly, within the next 20 seconds or so. Agni does have 3 bombs over his head right now. That's signified by the halo that he has with each individual dot that rotates around. That tells you he has 3 bombs available, and those cost no mana, so he has the opportunity to use those at his whim right now. Belch the Gods coming out there from Bacchus, trying to get a stun there, not going to get it in time. Mid camp comes up, bomb comes down. Is it going to leash him? And indeed it will. One bomb waste. Emilito getting quite low here. Do they get the kill? He's going to back off. Mid camps might be stolen. Nope, that goes to TSM, and Shadowhammer has to retreat to the mid lane.
So TSM continues to build their lead now up to 1,600 gold, 2,600 experience, and really the experience where they're pulling away. Trix Tank very, very deep in the enemy jungle. Does have a nice angle here onto Shadow Nightmare. They're pinging him out, though, and Bastet being played by Hyrox shadowing him. In the meantime, Vulcan has rotated towards the mid lane to secure those gold harpies, but not going to throw out an ultimate just yet. Going to go ahead and farm up his blue buff while Cubo Fred follows suit on the red for TSM here, who have definitely dominated the early stage of this game, but the laning phase certainly not over yet. And Torch has an opportunity, and really it's got to come into this dual lane where you got to feel like Spoo and Emilito have the superior CC versus Wukong and Neath, who really are going to be very reliant on a on the root and kind of the knockup from Wukong to do a lot of the CC work. Bacchus on her has a very obvious belly flop into pin combination. Hyrox has rotated around, but Trix Tank sniffs that one out. Such game sense, and is standing in the gap as she tries to move around.
Oh yeah, absolutely, and that combo right there with On Her and Bacchus is fantastic. It really is. The belly flop knockup, of course, getting that slow activation, the stun to follow with Belch of the Gods. It's a very strong and aggressive combo there. Even after the nerf to Bacchus about 8 months ago, where his belly flop had shorter range and a longer animation, so he's still a strong character. And Emilito favors him greatly. We're going to see again, actually Trix Tank going full greed here. A Watcher's Gift into Midas Boots for a full gold gain, just skipping everything else. Does have the mobility provided by Sun Wukong here, so that's going to be his benefit. He's going to hold on to it, and it hasn't really been punished up until this point. I mean, 0-0 and 2 gets the 72 transformations there on Funball, Force Back Impale, Trix Tank to the wall. Agni is rotating over here. Shadow Nightmare wants to be a part of the fun, but not much fun is being had right now. Lobster looking to get a kill. Guan Yu's there as well, and Vulcan is completely pushing back the Chronos. Here comes the Earthshaker's going to hit. It's going to completely miss. And there goes Spoo kind of hanging around the tower. And you honestly, you can't just Earthshaker in front of someone, even if you are a Game Hunter.
Yeah, it's just not going to hit in most cases. I think maybe he was trying to farm the wave there and just kind of missed, or was trying to kind of get a best of both worlds, like if Kronos happened to go there and hit him, but he really was going for the wave, but mistimed it just a little bit there and only hit the big minion coming in. So it does chunk him down about half health, but probably not exactly what he was looking for. Trix Tank here has rotated across the map, has a nice angle on Shadow Nightmare, who is affected by the wind disease there. He stepped on that Alphon tornado and now is ticking down slowly. And, here we're going to see that, Wukong does really, really well against Bacchus. I mean, as you would imagine, the perp can get basically stunned out in a couple different ways by Wukong. That's going to make it pretty tough. Now, Amelito in a lot of trouble. The World Weaver is going to be enough to secure that. Just tremendous coordination by TSM. They committed 100% to that kill and able to burn down a tank in the early game before he has those tanky items and just keep his farm down and keep really, it's the Onher that's going to be pinned back now, as Neath should have the ability to play up pretty aggressively, as they know where most of the players are on the map at this point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's tough. It really is, because that rotation comes out, and even a character like Bacchus, who has the belly flop, can just jump out, but the CC chain was fantastic. I mean, TSM has it down there. Game Hunter forcing Spoo back on the right side. The Neath ultimate, doing work. I mean, Young Bay hasn't left the lane, and he's 1-0-1. He just can sit there, shoot out those World Weavers across the map. Those are global ultimates, able to lock that down. Of course, they can be blocked, but at the same time, be careful. Here's a big rotation. Spoo get rotated on. There goes the same transformation. Does he have the rewind? It looks like he does not, as the dash from Guanyu's going to get it. The cats are out. Trix Tank forced back. Razor Claws cats trying to burn him down. There goes the hit. Trix Tank should survive this one. Indeed, he will, as the cats are finished off promptly. Mid lane, Bacchus doing the best he can to push up this lane. Ao Guang is on his way back over. Agni looking for a stun. Has 3 bombs available. Belly flop not going to land. Belch the Gods coming out. The stun. There goes Tornado. Not going to set the stun either. Tornado's on top of Amelito, and they're going to back off. Right side, Guanyu diving for High Rock. Talosalt coming out. There goes the Hand of the Gods. Bastet once, and it kills, goes down on Vulcan as Fun Ball comes in. Each damage from High Rock looking for the dash. The Flame Wave in the face will be the end of Guanyu there, and Torch is on the board.
Yeah, Torch finds their first 2 kills of the match here, 10 minutes and 40 seconds in. However, they've given away quite a bit, 4,000 gold and 5,500 experience going the way of TSM. That's translating into really not a lot of major items being picked up here. However, you are going to have Game Hunter with a finished Void Zone and cooldown boots pretty early. Lobster going to have pen boots and a Void Zone as well. So actually not a Warlock Sash coming up from Alcohol, something we didn't really touch on. And Cuba Fred going to be rushing into Void Blade, probably then in the Jotun's Wrath, a very standard build, while Young Bay here going to be going for Heartseeker and Jotun's Wrath, the double mace build, if you will. Spoo here, is he going for that same, kind of late game Kronos build that we saw come out previously? And it's going to take a while for this one to pan out. Demonic Grip, definitely not a mid-game damage item. Definitely yields more towards once you get another couple damage items up and running, giving you that extra attack speed and pen to make specifically kind of that Polynomicon worthwhile.
Yeah, I mean, the Polynomicon burst is something you want to pick up, but the timing is always important, like you mentioned. You don't want to just pick it up too early. Damage may be limited, and you don't want to pick it up too late because you want to have that basic attack chain where when someone jumps on you can force them out here. Kronos on the left side gets the time rift, time stop combination on Young Bay, doing a little bit of damage there, but Spoo now rotate over Neath, priming the ultimate, looking for a kill in the mid lane. She's going to cancel that one up. Right side, the tower did end up going down because that big rotation on the tier 1 tower goes down there, so TSM in the lead right now, 3,800 gold and 4,700 experience with 1 tower advantage. Mid lane getting dived on here. There goes the burst damage! Spirits!
Wow.
Tempest absolutely totaled his Agni here. Thought he had somewhere to go, but the cat and the timing there was perfect. Cat, Algong ultimate, nothing you can do.
Yeah, it's just those kitties. I mean, they bring so much damage over time to the table. So hard to get away from that. And how is Agni really expected to survive this? If the ganks are there and they're able to keep him locked down, Lobster's going to blow him up. There's very little he can do about it. So, I mean, the Spirit Tempest is just such an effective ability. Game Hunter going to rotate over to the mid lane, looking for potentially an ultimate on the High Rock. Not going to find it as of yet. Around the map, very, very limited warding so far. Torch really dominating the warding in terms of, at this moment in the game, 13 minutes in. If you are just joining us, it's a 4,000 gold lead for TSM. They are still at 5,500 experience, and we're approaching towards the end of the lading phase here. And I think that Shadow Nightmare's got to be looking at that active column and saying, there's just nothing there for me, and that's contributing a lot to that death.
Oh, absolutely. He's going to finish off that focus Void Stone because that he's almost there. May as well get that extra penetration there, but he definitely does need active items. And we see this every now and then where players delay it long enough to get the damage output. But when you're getting pressured heavily, right side looks like Spoo's going to be forced out here. Pop sprint, pop speeds, looking for the timer, going to get it. Earthshaker comes out. It's going to hit. Damage output, no follow up as Hyrock rotates over. Neath ultimate. Do they have the block? Shadow Nightmare gets so close. I'm not missing this one, Spoo. I got you, man. Blocks that one out. The sun comes out from the time stop. Sun Wukong here going to back off. Looks like Volk on the right side forced out by Bastet, but looking for the kill. Turrets on the ground. Guang ultimate is available. Look for the Spirit's Tempest is forward. Shadow Nightmare's pretty far back here. Bomb on the ground. No stun. Looking for it. Bastet. Guang ultimate still available. Tornado on the ground. Hyrock has forced the Aegis. Distance comes through. Shadow Nightmare avoids the ultimate just barely, but Bastet dies. There goes the meatball. The cavalry charge. You can't run from the horse, Shadow Nightmare. The sun, the Jingle Bang comes through, and that is going to be the smash. Absolutely decimated there is going to be Augie. The stun, the cap, the burst. There goes Emily Daw. 3-for-0 exchange. TSM. Give it up.
And Spooball, aka Funball, going to sadly rotate over to the duo lane again and farm some more stacks and be a pretty kitty all by himself.
Force him over them. Honestly, that's really the hardest thing about this is if you're playing Hunter and your team's not doing so well, there's not a lot you can do to contribute because you need that big team fight in front of you. So Funball doing the best he can. Looking for the kill. Immediately proccing his ultimate Tricks Tank. Not wasting any time. Somersault Cloud gets activated immediately. Doesn't want to waste the damage there coming out from Funball. Gets out of dodge, and he'll be perfectly fine. Goes into the jungle here. The Gold Fury is available. Tricks Tanks in the air. He's going to back up. Looks like they're not going to go for this one, but they're still boasting a 6,500 gold lead.
It's a lot of gold and it's a lot of experience, 8,500, and that's really translating. Hyrock 12, Emilito level 10 versus the jungler of Cuba Fred sitting at 14 and the support of Trixie at 13. So massive XP advantage on those two roles. Fairly important roles at that. You definitely want your Guardian to get as many levels as possible. Gives them that extra HP off scaling. And even with the Sovereignty, he's just so far behind Trixie. Has the Watcher's Gift and the Midas running with the Superior Farm and the Sovereignty at the same time. He's basically up an entire starter item, and that's giving him the extra GP 5, and that's translated into nearly 2,000 gold individually that Trix tanks up on MLE2.
Yeah, it's a big difference there. Lobster, oh, please, thank you. Thank you. He's going for the Book of Thoth here. This is one of the highest damage items you can pick up on Ao Guang. There are some downsides to it, but a lot of upsides, increasing his damage by large amounts, and Lobster's going to pick it up here. Focus Voidstone gets picked up first for the pen and the defense, and now we're going to start stacking that up, and I love it. It's a personal build that I use a lot, and I love him picking up here. He's priming the ultimate, looking for Funball, possibly not going to find it. There goes the ultimate activation. Cubo front in the back end. One more spin will do it. The cavalry charge doesn't hit. Bach gets over the wall, goes for the Intoxic, gets the hit. Funball goes down, but Cubo Fred's going to fall in the process. Trick Tank, it's going to hit Shadow Nightmare, throwing him into the wall, but the time rift will rift right through Sun Wukong here, and he goes down.
Yeah, and that the Spirit Tempest has had a pretty nice success rate so far this game. It does a lot of damage there, but Lobster may have overstayed his welcome here. He's going to hit at least one mob. Going to avoid the stun from Spoo, which is good for now, and going to actually avoid a lot more damage there, and maybe has zoned them out with the tornadoes. Wonderful play by Lobster there. I mean, just such a great individual performance. Avoids a lot of damage, probably a couple thousand damage, in fact, and then does a great job of zoning the team's ability to really chase after him. Lobster, such a smart player. What a heads-up play, and we're going to see an item here for the first time today. Book of Thoth for the Noodle.
Yeah, I love it. It gives you a bunch of mana, gives you a bunch of MP5, gives you a bunch of magical power, but the passive there on the Book of Thoth stacks with the Graceful Winds passive from Ao Guang, increasing his damage based on his overall mana, maximum mana that is. So it makes him his damage go up so high, and really that's what Ao Guang is about. As long as you have the penetration in the back end, you see him pick up with the Shoes of the Magi, Focus Voidstone. The pen is there now. The damage is going to be following up and just adding gravity to the situation. So those ultimates are going to start hurting more and more and more. Midcamp's picked up here. Vulcan's going to go down the line of CDR into Pen here with Obsidian Shard, Focus Voidstone himself. Across the way, still no actives on Shadow Nightmare. Still has that Tier 1 Bancroft's Talon. The Tier 2 Obsidian Shard has been picked up. He's just going full Pen himself, looking for that true damage on the Rainfire Flame Wave combination, plus the stuns on the back end. 17 minutes and 35 seconds into this match. It looks like we still have a 7,500 gold lead for TSM. Torch needs to start doing something quick.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back into this game, and it should start with Shadow Nightmare's Obsidian Shard being finished here. It gives them a lot more burst damage. May even a little bit later build into the Spirit of the Match as well, Game Hunter. We're going to pretend we didn't see that, buddy. Missing a meatball on minions over there. Combat Blink available for Lobster here, though, is going to make him a much harder target to bring down, and And really in this game, I wouldn't be surprised to see the tier 3 beats coming out for both Young Bae and Game Hunter. Specifically, Game Hunter to get that cooldown reduction. Young Bae for more of the kind of just safety. And really it feels like, this one, they really need Spoo up and running. They need Shadow Nightmare to make the room as, wow, Bastet just goes bye-bye.
Do we call that a field goal or a kill?
It's worth 3 points either way. Because they're gonna go in here, they're gonna take the tower, and they get the kill as well. That's gonna yield nearly a 10,000 gold advantage for TSM now. But just kind of back to wrapping up the little analysis there, is that really you need Shadow Nightmare to have his Obsidian Shard finish, start being a bigger, kind of damaging presence in this team fight, so Spoo can get some room to finish off his Polynomicon and start building an Errata Tahuti, so he actually has enough damage to be a threat to anybody. And that's really primarily the way this game is going to go for now. You see Game Hunter just abusing Spoo in the mid lane, forcing out an ult as over on the left side. TSM wants to continue to aggress. They're chasing Cubo. Fred is torched, but it could be one of those at what cost situations. The Shadow Nightmare may fall again here. Jingo Bang in to knock up Trickstank, starting to do a lot of damage. Shut out under tower. Spirit Temp is coming through on the backside. Not finding too much damage, but Agni stays a little too long and gets cleaned up by Jingu Bang. In the meantime, Game Hunter does secure that kill onto Spoo. At the end of the day here, it's just TSM is fighting on all fronts and winning.
That's the Earthshaker right there. Great snipe coming out from Game Hunter. Finally able to hit home. Like we said, it's a very hit or miss ability. I guess all abilities are hit or miss, but to the same coin, able to get it or not get it makes him very, very effective, or just completely wasted. Bastet gets picked off there by Teleassault there from the Guan Yu. Neath ultimate use. There goes Funball, absolutely surrounded. Just 3-on-1 smash fest in left lane. TSM able to get a couple kills there. Of course, actually 4 kills, more than a couple. So it was Lobster. Four kills, a 4-4 exchange. Gold Fury is available. TSM sitting 10,000 gold lead right now, and this is the dreaded 10k gold lead that they're able to boast right now, especially given the fact that it's not really from towers. 3,000 gold in the lead from towers, difference there. 7,000 of it is just raw, just Gold Fury, fundamentals, buff camps, kills, all that kind of stuff. I mean, it's 14-5, 20 minutes and 17 seconds into this match right now. They're definitely leading. I mean, they're starting to get their core items there on Torch, but maybe too little too late. And if they want to win this, they have to make a wonderful team fight victory. Spoo getting jumped on here, a good time stop, time rift combination. Shadow Nightmare going to dash away there. Shadow Nightmare finally picking up his first active item of the game. Belch of the Gods gets interrupted there by the spin to win from Sun Wukong here. Jingle Bang in response, but it's a lot of hurry up and wait.
Yeah, it seems like TSM is just biding their time and able to really do whatever they want. 10,500 gold lead to their credit. They're dropping Neat Leaves over near the Fire Giant pit. It looks like they're really setting up to mobilize around that map objective. And if they get the Fire Giant, you just get the feeling that the rest of these towers and probably a couple Phoenixes are just completely forfeit.
Oh, yeah, absolutely, and that's the biggest thing, is they need to get them. They need to get those towers, on Torch's side. But TSM, I mean, it's just done. I mean, if anything goes wrong, it's just free gold. 1,500 gold for the 2-2 towers there for TSM if they take them out. Fire Giant's available. Torch out of position on her across the map. You're not Apollo, Funball. You cannot fly. This is a bad situation for them to be in, and the Fire Giant's being started up here. Can they contest this? Bacchus is here with tier 3 Hand of the Gods. Can they contest it? They're going to leash it completely, go for the initiation. There goes a time stop. Cavalry charge coming out. Good stun. Cats on the ground. Path of Flames. Root. Earthshaker coming through. Gets the double kill. Boom goes the dynamite. Spooball gets out of dodge. Tornado on the ground, but it's already a 3-for-0 exchange. TSM, ladies and gentlemen. Finally, Vulcan comes out strong.
It finally happened. Right, we were just waiting for that thing to dunk down, do all the damage. It shakes the earth. It is appropriately named. TSM finds a Fire Giant. And it seems like our Nostradamus predictions are going to come through here. And these towers are basically completely forfeit to TSM. It's going to be very hard for Torch to really properly aggress them. They're down the Bastet and the Bacchus ultimate. Bacchus ultimate really being the important one in that equation. Spoo and Spooball both have their ultimates available, however, so they can at least go fairly deep with the Cronus and try to get some damage out. He's got his Polynomicon done as well, but they can't zone Young Bae out for putting in the damage to this tower. That's even more gold going the way of TSM. 13,500.
My God, I mean, what can you really do at this point? It's so difficult to deal with what's coming out here. And Lobster finally finished that Book of Thoth, and honestly a little bit late. They don't even need the stacks right now, nor does he have the time to stack it up anymore. So a little bit delayed on that one. And again, one of the downsides there for Book of Thoth is the timing on it, whether or not you get the stacks up. 75 stacks is quite a lot there. Deathbringer completed for Young Bae, now finally looking to finish off those combat boots into Warrior Tabi, most likely coming up next there. 3-0 and 7 on Young Bae. And honestly, I don't know how many of his his 10 kill involvements were just him shooting an ult across the map, and actually we're there to just shoot arrows at people. But I mean, that ultimate from Neath is always a threat.
Yeah, you know, and the ultimate from Neath setting up the Game Hunter ultimate at this point will probably give anybody. So that's really, you know, the danger I think now is Torch. They can't really try to maybe like go for a flank or get Bassett to the back lines really effectively, because if they overextend and someone gets caught out by a fully charged World Weaver, that is going to be a very, very splattered person as that nuclear launch comes in from Vulcan. No, so the final tower is going to be going down. No more tier 2s or tier 1s remaining for Torch Gaming. The gold lead is enormous. The XP lead is enormous. Fire Giant buff is active, giving them back 6% of their HP every second. And TSM is looking to move into the finals. And it's looking like it's going to be pretty hard for Torch to hold them out.
Neath looking for the ultimate, Emily to force back by the backfire. That is a very, very careful situation for Torch to be in. Time Rift comes out on the turret, not able to kill it in one shot. However, Phoenix under pressure. Neath ultimate coming out. High Rocket bursted down. Emily to by himself, and Toxic comes out, but he's going to fall as well. Trixtank taking about half HP and damage, goes up onto his cloud. There goes the cavalry charge. Look for the horse. The ring around the rosy comes out as the Phoenix goes down. A double hit coming out from the meatball of Destiny
really
there
as
Game Hunter forces them away. The left Phoenix is under pressure, Bart. I don't know how it's going to go for
nuclear launch detected.
Earthshaker gets boom! Damage! And he has the Void Stone too.
I mean, it's completely worthless, honestly, at this point in the game, because you can run back into the base and heal it up, and really it would have been much better spent on checking down the Titan. But man, is it ever fun to watch.
It certainly is. That big boom coming out. Right side of Phoenix. Desert Fury. There goes the damage. Spoo Ball doing the best against Spear. I'm not going to land, but the cat certainly will. Purification beats. One crit coming out. Fun Ball. There's actually the activation from the Time Rift is going to go through. Time Stop does not get Neath. She activates the Purification beats. Trixtank forced out here. Right side Phoenix. They're trying to get it. Young Bay. He wants it. Unravel. There goes the hit. Spoo solo. One shot gets it. Kronos is down. Didn't see that one coming. Alcohol is coming through. Oh my god. The damage comes out.
Another 1,000.
There goes the burst. Not enough, but the meatball certainly is as it goes down. Emily goes down 2-for-2 exchange. Spoo takes some damage here. Game Hunter, he wants it. The sprint's active. They're so
he
low.
Wants it so
One
bad.
hit from the meatball could do it. Not enough distance, and Game Hunter's forced to retreat. It's a 2-for-2, but we should also include the 2 Phoenixes.
And let's take a look. Yeah, he has 2,400 gold in his pocket. Uh-oh, on her wants some. Spoo gonna ton him. Oh, Game Hunter, you have overextended, sir. And Spooball happy to receive your life with your offering of meatballs. He takes the whole plate of spaghetti, and down goes Vulcan.
We saw actually Hydrock try to jump in on Lobster as well, so I guess the double dive came out there. The second Hydrock landed, he immediately pounced back because he knew the squall was going to come out immediately and didn't want to go down to that one. Very low HP totals there. At this point, 26 minutes into the match, TSM versus Torch. It's 21 versus 9, ladies and gentlemen. 16,000 gold in lead is TSM. 2 Phoenixes have been down, and one of the hardest parts about this, Bart, is the fact that the 2 Phoenixes went down are the 2 furthest away from the Fire Giant area, which means that if they're going to defend those lanes, they're going to be out of position and displaced to defend that. So they have to push these lanes up as far as they possibly can before that Fire Giant respawns, and honestly, it's their only way back into this.
Yeah, it's really tough for them because TSM really can just walk around the map taking objectives now. It's going to be a Gold Fury followed by a Fire Giant shortly. 2 Phoenixes down. Very hard to leave your base. Fire Giant back up, of course, in 25 seconds, as you see indicated in the top left of your, well, viewport, I guess, on Twitch in the stream. It's in the top left corner of the game UI. So, you know, what can they really do? Lobster going to have Polynomicon, the double book build here for the Dragon up and running shortly. Game Hunter, Ratatouille done. Obsidian Shard done. Has a purple pot in the bag, and we're working towards a Polynomicon of his own. That's a lot of magical power. 566 magical power for Vulcan.
Oh yeah, and it's just going to get better and better. And honestly, we haven't really seen a whole lot of effectiveness from Vulcan. It's just fun to watch the big booms come through. We saw a really beautiful double kill, and when Vulcan hits home, it's devastating. But you know, it's very hard to rely on him in a very general purpose setting. And it's kind of like in the case of Isis, right, where Isis can be very good or very, very poor, and it's difficult to be able to know when to use the circle protection from the Isis. And same thing goes, of course, for the Vulcan. It could be awesome or it could be worthless for your team. It just comes down to experience. And Game Hunter definitely a very experienced player. Fire Giant is going to be free here. Like we were mentioned, Torch has to go across the map to defend that Phoenix wave coming through. Fire Nation is bearing down here, and it's, you know, with the Fire Giant gone, their Phoenix is about to respawn, but in a weakened state. The right Phoenix is up. TSM is knocking on their front door. Torch has to make something happen here. It's all over.
And there's 500 million magical power in Vulcan now. With that Fire Giant buff. 667.
Damage buff.
667. That's just so much damage. Meatballs are going to start nearly one-shotting people. It looks like. Oh man, I'm just waiting for this ultimate. Here it is. It's coming out. Actually going to miss. Game Hunter, why do you even bother coming to the tournament today? You're going to miss ultimates like that and let us all down. No, but TSM continues to roll through Torch here as they do pick up Agni, which is really going to be the main way that Torch is going to be able to keep TSM out of the base. So this should be the GG here for them as Agni, as I was thinking, kind of the primary threat towards really sieging this base, and that should be that. Even though we don't get a final hurrah glorified ultimate from Game Hunter, it should still be a pretty easy win to secure here for TSM. They're going to pile onto the Titan. Torch going to do what they can, but this is a tall task for them as Bacchus is just going to get really abused here to try to go in and feel at all. Pyrock going to come in, going to miss the dragon, but the dragon's going to hit the Titan. And that's all that really matters. Tornado now ticking away. Jingle Bang's coming in. They've kept Spooball basically locked down inside of his fountain and Dry Bear. That is going to be the game for Team Solo Mid.
Wow, 21,600 gold difference here between TSM and Torch. Team Solo Mid proving why they are, the sponsor team and one of the premier teams here in Europe. And one of the biggest things about this, and we've talked about this several times today, is the fact that the seeding points between the grand finalists today, Cloud9, HyperX, and Team Solo Mid are even. So whoever wins this will pull ahead. 100 points for first place, 60 points in the seeding for this path to 100K, the $100,000 tournament taking place at the end of March, the last weekend of March, in fact. So there's a lot of opportunity here for both these teams, but the fact that we've had Cloud9 and TSM in the grand finals every single weekend really goes to show that these 10 players, and of course their roster included the backups, but these players for both these teams are some of the best in the world, if not the best in the world. They're so good at this game. Their ability to analyze, their ability to apply, their ability to adjust, their ability to implement their abilities and their techniques and their thought processes in a very coherent way is just wonderful to watch. 6-1-11 on Young Bay, 5-2-9 on Game Hunter. Look at the damage numbers. We're going to see Vulcan at the most in the game, actually 24,000 damage dealt.
Put it down.
No one even comes close. My God. I mean, this is the problem that you go up against with these.
But look at Cubo Fred though. Like before we leave, kind of the idea of TSM's putting out 25,000 damage from Game Hunter and then 10k healing from Cubo Fred is completely uncontested, right? I mean, like one thing that Vulcan does really well is that war of attrition style of play where he's constantly chipping away at you with the ultimate and the turrets and the meatballs. And then when you have Cubo Fred, the backline's healing up 10k, and Young Bay brings healing to the table as well as Sun Wukong. Of course, both of those are personal healing. It's just a lot of sustain and really I think that's why you see Hyrock having such a hard time in this match, because it was really hard for, I think, him to secure kills given how much more resilient TSM was.
Yeah, 10k healing made a big difference. And honestly, there's a couple times where he saved some lives there. Nothing beats the Zalia body block lifesaver today, but I mean, the heals there were really, really important. The damage output coming out is absolute raw here. Even 3,700 structure damage on Cubo Fred. Now, across the way, it's hard to find good spots here, but you're still going to find some. Funball dropping 16.6k damage there on a single target Hunter when his team was, falling behind there. The Jungle 073 on Hyrock. And it's really hard. Two of the hardest roles, in fact, to fall behind on is going to be the Jungle as well as the Hunter, because the Jungle you can't come back and they're just going to contest your Jungle, and the Hunter, I mean, if you fall behind, you don't really get many chances to get money. You don't get many chances to get gold as a Hunter because everything is across the map. You get your minions, you get occasional harpies, and then you get team fights. If team fights aren't going your way and you're shut down your lane, there's not much you can really do. It's a very thin wire for Hunters in the current meta right now. So Funball making work out of this game, but we're going to the next set. It's going to be a best of three between C9 and TSM, and it's going to be a fantastic match to watch here. Pay attention to the picking stage because we know both these teams are very capable with big god pools to pick random stuff. I'm looking forward to seeing what they come out with today. Will we see Kali again? Will we see Vulcan again? No one really knows. We're going to find out very shortly. Shout out to Monster Cat for the music today, of course, and also don't forget to follow the SMITE Pro Twitter page. That's where you're going to find all your updates for the competitive scene in SMITE and basically anything that involves competitive SMITE in general. Twitter.com/SMITE Pro is where you want to go. We'll be right back with the grand finals underway very shortly.
Love me too.
Hey, everyone, and welcome back to Game 1 of the Grand Finals. We're going to be watching TSM up against Cloud9 HyperX, getting ready to go here. And these teams have been neck and neck for weeks on end, Bart. First week went to C9, second week went to TSM, and now they're all tied up.
So who are you more impressed with in the round of 4?
Between these two teams?
Yeah, between TSM and Cloud9. Yeah, I mean, not to put you on the spot, but
I think TSM looked a lot sharper, but C9, honestly, overall, I mean, I think that as a team, obviously, I think C9 had a few weaknesses and made it up with other plays. I mean, we saw that situation where Team Q, they had the Gold Fury, and all of a sudden Zayla pulls it back. There are those kind of situations where a single play makes the difference versus TSM, where were they weak?
Right.
Even with Vulcan, I mean, they
Sure.
played better as a team, I think, overall, but it's very slim, right? Because these teams are so well matched.
Well, let's take a look at the straw poll that's been going on here. It looks like the chat is going to agree with you. 57% of them voting for Team Solo Mid, 43% for Cloud9 HyperX, 300 total votes. Thank you guys all for participating in that poll. And really, Dry Bear, you got to really be excited about Zayla versus Game Hunter. Week 3 that we're going to see this one in the path to 100K, but it's definitely the premier matchup here. I mean, no disrespect to any of the other matchups, but I mean, there's going to be a lot of action in the solo lane.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think we have it across the board. I think there's just so many talented players here that you really have to pay attention to. You're going to have Sayo versus Lobster, of course, Young Bay versus Smek. You have, Trix Tank, probably one of the best supports we'll ever see in the history of SMITE. I mean, there's so many strong players here that it's difficult to just point and say, oh, that's going to be the best one, because as soon as you finish that sentence, you think, oh, well, okay, they have Game Hunter. No, but there's Zayla. Okay, well, they have Sayo. But there's a lot. Oh, dang it! It's just like they have so many good players, and we've seen every single one of these players make amazing plays. Now, of course, it's going to come down to the team play. This is a 5 versus 5 team game. You can't just point at one player. So we're going to wait to see where those team fights go. We're going to see the pick and stage start up here and get underway. The bans are going to be so crucial here because teams like TSM and C9, they don't always have to respect ban, and certainly not going to be in the preliminaries where we saw a double respect ban. That's not going to be the case here, but
Vamana off the board.
You can't let it happen. It just can't.
Are we going to see the chicken band?
I doubt it.
What about Isis?
Let the pentakill Vamana come out. Isis, I don't know. Isis, played by Sayo, is absolutely fantastic, but it's a very passive start. He's usually very, very passive in the beginning, picks up that pot, kind of hangs out, and then comes out mid and late, which you could do that with any mage. So I don't think we're going to see that here. Guan Yu bound out immediately. Not going to let Kivo Fred get that, and for good reason. We saw it last game. Guan Yu actually the number 2 picked character in the European series, so not really all that surprising. Zhang Kui, very strong. I don't know what's going to make it
a lot of strong picks here. I mean, Freya. Okay, there goes Freya. No big surprise there. No one wants to deal with Freya really anywhere in the world, it seems like. Freya banned out of most games in competitive play this week. Now, the final ban here, what do you do? So you can either ban out something like Agni and then force them to get ZK and you get Zeus, or you ban out one of them, but then you may give Agni the Lobster, or you leave Agni on the table and take Zhang Kui for your solo and Zeus for your mid and do just go all high tier. It is Sun Wukong off the board. I love this ban. I absolutely detest that god. I think he is incredibly potent, and I expect him to be banned even more often than this. One pick that does get through here that we haven't seen make an impact on any of the games today, that I would not be surprised to be picked up here by Cloud9 HyperX at this stage in the banning phase, is Tier. It's fast though. But it's Bastet. I mean, they really,
Tier-
really value Bastet.
For whatever reason, I don't know what it is, Tier not favored at all in Europe. But we don't see him getting picked or banned very often. Game Hunter used to play a fantastic Tier, but I guess they just don't like him anymore. Tier is actually the third most picked character in the North American region, and we don't really ever see him in EU at all. So a very big disparity there. Sobek and Bastet first start here. Frostek loves that Bastet, but I feel like Bastet's a great jungler, but there's so many options available. I don't know if it's a top pick unless it's something that you really rely on, and maybe Frostek goes down that road. TSM has two selections to make here. Game Hunter, Trickstank available. Sun Wukong as well as the Guan Yu both are removed. On her, number one pick, going to stay that way forever because EU just loves On her. Thor again is the character I was actually assuming you were going to stay there instead of the play before. I mean, Thor, a very strong character, and my God, he's going to slip through. Cubo Fred plays a fantastic Thor.
Yeah, and Thor, one of those gods that really, really can completely dictate the pace of a game, and is a much more potent mid game or early kind of late laning stage, early mid game jungler than Bastet. Bastet, while being fairly good in that time period, doesn't bring quite as much in terms of gank potential as Thor does, and it's going to be Azalea for Rog, and
and Smek playing Neath. You don't let it happen, but we're going to let it come through here. And we've kind of seen these kind of picks come out from Europe. Previously we had Artemis on Exotic, of course, NQ playing Tier, Lobster playing Augie, now Lobster playing Ao Guang. And there's so many, combinations of players and characters that you just don't let happen. Bach is going to be hovered on here for TSM. One more selection to make. What will it be? Agni's available. Lobster and Agni always go well together. That's like hand in hand. We'll see what it is. That's like fish and chips right there. It's going to be Apollo, Game Hunter for the Apollo solo. It's going to be mid lane Zeus there for the Lobster. Thor played by Cubo Fred in the jungle, and then it's going to be Young Bayon on her, as well as Trickstank playing that Bacchus. So that's their final out for TSM, and it's a very strong one. Good rotations, good mobility, good damage output. C9 is going to round this off with something sharp here. They actually need...
so they can pick mid or they can pick solo.
They need a mid. I mean, it's Ra. You gotta give that to Zalia if you're gonna pick it up at all. I mean, honestly, in the mid lane, I don't think they're gonna give Sayo that Ra plays. Better off with something like Audi. And Audi gonna make it through surprisingly enough all the way until the end. Audi kind of a silent character here. We've seen him played actually twice today. He is the third most picked character in the European scene, so a very highly valued character and not really banned all that much.
No, not. And here once again we're gonna have this Cloud9 team that's built together with the Neath ultimate to set up those lockdowns, Sobek there to maintain the peel, Agni and Ra to just destroy the team fights, and Bastet to hopefully find the tanks through the mid game. Wherever on TSM you have Zeus and Bacchus with on her that should combine for some pins and lockdown with the Thor in those Zeus ultimates. It's really got to be what they're looking for, and they're got to be hoping for Game Hunter to just go completely wild in this game and get out of control from that solo lane hunter position.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of opportunities here for both these teams, and with the ganks coming out from Thor, like you said, Zeus rotation, we've seen Zeus be hit or miss, honestly, in both regions, both NA and
a lot of
EU.
miss.
Yeah, a lot of miss actually, more often than not, considering the best yesterday not having that big of a play comparatively to his Hubwa, so it's hard to make that kind of decision there. So TSM versus C9 getting underway here, guys. Is going to be game one of a grand finals best of 3. And the way it's gone previously, for those of you who haven't been following the series, we're in week 3 of the path to the 100K, the $100,000 tournament taking place in March. And, week 1, C9 took TSM 2-0. Week 2, TSM took C9 2-0. There has not been a game 3 between these two teams, so it seems like if game 1 doesn't go their way, statistically and emotionally, morale-based, it doesn't seem like they have a way to come back. Now, we're playing with, the top 10 players in Europe, hands down, easily. So, I mean, there's a lot of possibility here, and you got to pay attention to every single detail as this game goes forward. Stick around, guys. 3 minutes on the clock. We'll be right back with Game 1, Team Solo Mid up against Cloud9 HyperX. Stick around.
Lost in time and loving in the dark. Who needs light when we're among the stars?
Hey, everyone, and welcome back to Game 1 of the Grand Finals. We're watching Team Solo Mid up against Cloud9 HyperX. Give it up in chat, ladies and gentlemen. Let us know where your fans lie. Who do you want to win in this first round? Throw it up in chat. Team Solo Mid or C9.
Your dongers are
We have
on the
a
line.
pause coming out here. Sun Touch here, DC. We're going to get underway with the game really quickly. Discover who's playing what, where they're going for what team. The bottom side of the map, TSM. The blue side, Young Bay. On her Trick Tank playing Bach is Cubo. Fred on Thor, the God of Thunder. Lobster playing Zeus. Game Hunter on Apollo in the solo lane. Across the way, Cloud9 HyperX. Zalia playing Raw yet again. We get to see it twice in one day. Ladies and gentlemen, Sayo on Agni. Suntouch playing that Sobek Smek on Neath. And Frostiak playing Bastet.
And we now know it is a competitive game, as there has been a competitive pause coming out at second 0 here. It's going to be the Bancroft's Talon start for Lobster. It seems to be the go-to start for Zeus is in the mid lane, and it's just Bancroft's is just so efficient.
Yeah, I get the little actual lifesteal business there, and you get on top of the Vampiric Shroud, which gives you 10 health and mana every time you kill an enemy, a minion. That really builds well together. Not only that, but you get 40 magical power, 100 health, 4% magical lifesteal, 5 MP5, plus the passive for Vampiric Shroud. It seems to work quite well, and I think the biggest thing here is the fact that Bancroft's one is just, it's just cheap. That's the biggest thing. What else can you really say about it? If you get something that's that cheap, rank 1 is 540 gold, plus 800 there. Previously people were spending 600 on Boots 1. Now Boots 1 is 300, which only gives it's movement speed, no stats. So now you're saving yourself 60 gold, which gets you an extra consumable. Why not just get an extra consumable and go for Bancroft's Vampiric Shroud? It seems to be working.
Yeah, and it's working out just fine, right? And another thing that seems to be very popular in EU, sorry, I, for whatever reason, have developed a case of the hiccups here, is that the Potion of Physical Might 2 per team seems to be now the standard kind of meta.
That's right. Well, the biggest thing is Death's Toll 1, Boots 1, and then Pot is enough to clear out your whole 1,500 gold. It's 800 for Death's Toll, 300 for Boots, and 400 for the Potion of Physical Might. So you get yourself an extra 20 from the Potion. You get movement speed from the Boots, an extra 15 for the physical power on the Death's Toll. So about 35 physical power total, 90 health, 3% attack speed. Plus you get every time you hit an enemy with a basic attack, 5 health and 1.5 mana. As long as you're playing safe enough and you get rotations, plus you're going to have blue buff, most likely going into the lane unless something goes Ahri. You're going to have enough to keep yourself alive, plus that physical pot allows you to have kill-securing potential. So that's the build. Because the fact that the boots were changed up in the last patch, people have been experimenting, and I'm rather pleased with how things have turned out.
Yeah, sure. Why not add 20 physical power on top of those boots for 700. I mean, I think you gave really good analysis there. They spend the extra 100 gold and they get the extra physical power to deal with it. So, at the end of the day here, it's once again SunTouch going for that double Eye of Providence build versus what Trixtank has gone for here, the Watcher's Gift and double active. So, it's Watcher's Gift versus what will look to be cooldown reduction boots for the Sobek.
Yeah, starting with the shoes there, actually low movement speed for initiation, but of course going to go into the CDR boots. And honestly, it's kind of the end game anyway. If you get super late game as a tank, regardless of what boots you went for, generally you'll see tanks sell their boots and pick up shoes of focus for the CDR, just because it's an easy way to get a little extra mana, some magic damage, a little bit of CDR, and make things easier for you overall. Smek tanking up the buff there. Who does it go to? Looks like Heligods came out there. Neith going to pick that up and backpedal right into it. Trixtank getting low. Charge Prey. This could be a kill. Neith going after it. C9 might get the kill. Tail Whip goes down.
Wow.
And Sobek gets first blood on Bacchus, not letting that one get away. No chance in anyone's mind there. C9, Cloud9 HyperX gets first blood.
And so they are off to a great start here for Cloud9 HyperX. 1 minute into the game, already the first blood coming out. This, it kind of lets them play a little bit more lean in the solo lane. Anher going to have that extra experience in gold now. That red pot going to start paying the dividends, and he's going to be perfectly happy. I'm sorry, the Neith, of course, being played by Smek, not the Anher. Anher, of course, the one in some trouble, as Neith is going to have a little bit more opportunity to farm this lane up, and SunTouch should be able to roam around as Trixtank. This could be another kill coming out. Sitting at level 1 only on the Bacchus here, takes a lot of damage from that minion volley.
Just getting grabbed up left and right. SunTouch and Smek not wasting any time. Now, previously when SunTouch first came into the scene, he was a new player that no one really knew, and he started out in the mid lane, and that's the kind of character that everyone really expected from him. And all of a sudden, he was a great mid laner. He certainly was. But the second SK picked him up and he went into support, everything fell into place. SunTouch is such a fantastic support player. The way he decides to play this character, the way, whether he goes in or not, initiation, I mean, it's so hard when you're playing a damage dealer and the enemy team has SunTouch on support. You're thinking to yourself, am I safe? Should I go? Is it okay? And all of a sudden, the plays that get made are just so difficult to deal with. And honestly, people don't give support enough credit, and SunTouch definitely deserves it.
Yeah, and he's going to get the Eye of Providence rank 3 off of that kill. I mean, that helps out a lot. So he'll have that for free. Sitting on nearly 1,000 gold in the pocket for the support at this point is huge. Mid lane, the pickup's just OP. Mid lane, the rotation's coming on for the junglers to secure the camps again on their respawn. And we haven't really touched too much on the solo lane just yet, where Apollo is taking on Xaylia here. Ra versus the Apollo, and on paper, this one should go the way of Apollo after about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, the farm's going to be there, and I think it just comes down to the junglers. And we talked about this a little bit during the break, Bart, the fact that, Apollo has a little bit of advantage here, but it's not enough of a kill lane for either of these to get ahead in the later stages. And if it's going to come down to kills, it's going to come down to the junglers and whether or not they're able to get some good rotations off on that. Looks like the mid lane, we're going to see Zeus get jumped on here, just a little bit damage up, but the Cats get the body block, and damage out comes there as C9 gets another kill. 2-0 start. Zeus goes down, and Bacchus, Zeus is a great target to take out.
Yeah, able to slow down that Zeus. It's really a big deal for them because, once Agni gets ahead of Zeus, he can really safely farm the lane with the meteors. And it doesn't take quite as much of a kind of balancing act for the Agni. He doesn't have to kind of dash in and look to make big plays to get advantage in the lane. Now that they have the gank secured, Sayo can do what he does best, which is play a passive farming game and get this Agni to the late game where these meteors are going to start really doing massive damage, as we saw in the round of 4.
Right side, Game Hunter pushing up against Xaylia here in the solo lane, making sure he gets as much farm as he can. Of course, for those of you who don't know, if towers actually damage minions, they are worth no gold to any of the friendly gods that are nearby. So Game Hunter taking some shots there from the minions, making sure that those actually stay up and available. Mid lane, Bastet looking for opportunity to rotate over. Those mid camps should be respawning quite surely within the next 20 seconds or so. 2-minute respawn timer on those. Looks like Detonate's going to come out in the mid lane, Lobster, making sure those minions, again, don't lose any gold on the towers. You still get experience for it, but right side, Thor gets a dunk and gets very low, but picks off Xaylia. It comes to the jungler.
Yeah, and that's what Thor is definitely specializes in, is that lockdown on gods that have good escapes or have the kind of heal potential and run speed that Rob brings on the table. He dunks in and gets the chain CC, allows Game Hunter to throw in the auto attacks. It's so beautiful as well, and they clean up the chicken. And that is certainly no small task to get at this point in the game. I mean, knocking out the solo laner, especially when it's your team has kind of an Apollo who really scales well off of farm and levels. It just giving him that little edge should help them out quite a bit.
Absolutely. I mean, everything, every little thing matters. Every little amount of gold, every little amount of experience, just getting a buff or stealing something away. Things are so slim in the early stages, so getting that kill is incredibly important. And on Zalia, no less, is going to amplify that a bit. 2-1 here at the 5-minute mark. We see at 1,200 gold in favor of Cloud9, 3,400 experience. And again, I want to reiterate the fact that, these teams are tied going into this, so whoever wins this best-of-3 series is going to go skyrocket into first place, and that's really what's so important here. Game Hunter's going to make his way across the way and pick up that blue buff and go back into lane. Bastet going to feed that blue buff to his friendly neighborhood Ra and make sure that everything is good to go in the solo lane as well, and then kind of come out and possibly look for a gank if it's there.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough proposition here to clean up Game Hunter. In fact, they're not going to get any damage on him there. Well, nope. Ninetales are going to hit, and the Kitties are going to come out. That's going to be a long and persistent slow, but Apollo going to go ahead and use Serenade to get the extra protections and start running away from the Kitties. Now realizing that he needs to do the ultimate, barely going to avoid that snipe. Great map awareness. A really great game awareness there from Game Hunter. Uh-oh, Neath ultimate to come out as well. They're going to stay in on him, and this is going to be, he's dead. There's no way he survives this. Yes, the World Weaver comes through. Game Hunter, just as I'm praising him for his big plays, gets a little bit of a misplay there that results in his death. Thor a little late on that rotation.
Yeah, I think it's just pure greed coming out from Game Hunter. He's just kicking himself in the back for that one. I mean, just such a tough situation to be in, and you got to think about all angles, and that's why it's so hard to play these types of games. Is there's so many things that could happen. You're like, oh, I forgot about the Neath ultimate, and all of a sudden, you get a death there. So another kill going down for C9. Game Hunter's going to fall behind here just a bit. 3,900 gold in favor of Game Hunter versus Ra sitting at 3,800. So he's still a little bit ahead of Ra. They're about tied now since they've both died once. Chin's Blades 2 there on Game Hunter going for Chin's size. Of course, going to start finishing them up. Mid camps have been finished off here by C9 on the left side. The right side has yet to spawn, I believe. At this point, again, it's still a lead for C9, 2,200 gold. They're farming very, very well. If towers start falling, it could be a little bit troublesome for TSM.
Yeah, I mean, the 2,000 gold advantage and the 4,500 experience, it's once again, at this point in the game, the experience that makes the biggest difference. You have that extra HP around the board, which means that in a team fight, you would expect Cloud9 HyperX to have the massive advantage unless you get a big time to use ultimate to start chipping them down. We haven't really touched base with the duo lane in a while here, Dry Bear, and Young Bae and Trickstang from TSM rocking the On Her and Bacchus. They are down a little bit in this lane. The early kill to Sun Touch and Smite for Cloud9. Taking a look at how it's shaking out here, 43, nearly 4,400 net worth on Smek. Young Bae at 3,700, 3,800 now, so a pretty big advantage individually for Smek over Young Bae.
Initiation in the mid lane. Neath ultimate coming out. Belly Flop comes out. Frosty still alive. Will he escape? Desert Fury, Berserker Barrage, nowhere to go. 3 charge Denny on Suntouch, getting very low. Impale's going to get the kill. There goes the Crocodile. A Asile looking for opportunity, not going to find it here. No bombs left. Rainfire is now on cooldown. God, that was so unfortunate for Frostek. He jumps in there, pops the cat, catches Zeus off guard, and Lobster, being the experienced player that he is, drops down the ultimate, throws out the 3-charge detonate. Bastet forced to retreat, but the rotations came out. Credit goes to Team Solo mid on that rotation there. Just great play. Cubo Fred caught out in the mid lane, takes some bombs there, look for opportunity to clear the wave out. Bacchus still waiting in the wings, looking for opportunity to save his team if necessary, but not going to be necessary this time around. So because TSM was prepared there, they're going to get 2 kills and tie it up 3-3.
Yeah, so now we're all squared at 3-3. The gold's still slightly an advantage of Cloud9, but only about 1,500 now. It's still that experience we talked about earlier. In the solo lane, Game Hunter and Zalia exchanging slaps, both of them getting down to about half health there. No real big winner right now. 4,600 net worth on the Raw, and looking at 4,700 on Game Hunter. So just a small advantage there, and that likely due to the little amount of free farm that he had. Mid-camp's going to be coming back up here any second now, as you see Cloud9 starting to really pile in. Bombs coming out, not finding any stuns, and Sun Touch is going to fall back while Frosty gets zoned out by the Thor. Left side mid-camp is going to be where the rotation comes, and they're going to secure that easy peasy.
Yeah, Sebek just handed the gods tail whip. That's all done. And at this point, like you said, 1,600 gold still in favor of C9. Now, it's not a huge difference, but you put into the fact that no towers have gone down, no gold fears have been taken. They still have about 1,700 gold in the lead. That's just them farming effectively and getting those kills there. So 3-3, 9 minutes into this match, it's very close, but C9 still slightly in favor here. Tier 3 sprint picked up here by Lobster, trying to counteract the fact that Aegis Shield no longer has that slow immunity. Sprint certainly does, though, so have that available for him, plus a 40% increase in movement speed for 6 seconds with a 1-minute cooldown. That's pretty useful and something you can use often. We see Zalia picking up that Breastplate of Power. Of course, he's going up against a physical solo and a physical jungle. Generally, if you have 2 of the same, you just pick up that protection there. Young Bae jumping away left side. Smek wants it. Sprint gets activated. Does he have Neath ultimate? It wouldn't be enough to finish him off anyway. He does have about 400 HP currently. Bastet rotates over to the right side, looking for opportunity. Apollo played by Game Hunter. You're playing it a lot safer now, considering the fact that he had a lot more trouble when he jumped back in and gave away that kill previously. Gonna get thrown back here by Celestial Beam. Stay in the lane, make sure the wave gets cleared out, and Bastet's still lurking.
Bastet still really looking to find that real first kind of gank. I mean, they had that kind of extended engagement on the Game Hunter there underneath this tower, but that was a little bit more of a misplay by him. Now it's going to be the Neath ultimate, and the kitties coming through. They have enough dot damage. They do indeed. The burst coming through from Raw, plus the cats, plus the dot that was sitting on Apollo would have killed him when he went up in the air. Anyway, the cat's going to throw in some extra damage onto the tower just for good measure. And just as we were saying, Frostake needs to get involved, he finds himself a kill on to the Apollo. Zalia sitting at 0-1 and 2, but the farm is getting real. 5,500 gold versus the 5,600 net worth of Game Hunter. Zalia starting to close that gap. Thor dunks in, but he's not going to have enough damage to deal with Zalia at this point. A little bit of a misplay. Going to go under tower here. Zalia going to kite him. There is the slow and Cube of Fred questionable play there.
Bastet rotating over, not going to decide to commit on this one, so that one's going to go. And, previously, and the majority of 2013, since Neath came out, she was one of the top picks, if not the top pick for Hunter, for the main reason, the fact that World Weaver allows you to get ganks on top of ganks on top of ganks. Now, when the anti-snowball mechanics were put into SMITE, which means that the game slowed down a lot, you weren't able to just get super fed super quickly. Neath kind of fell off, and you saw late game carries like Artemis come into the scene, On Her come back into the scene, even characters like Cupid, who can do some late game damage, started coming out as well. But right now, you're seeing the effectiveness of that global from Neath, that World Weaver. Every single time they go on Apollo, they call out, we need a Neath ultimate, comes out there and just bursts down Apollo. It's the second time they've gone Desert Fury, Intoxicate, left side, Sun Touch gets exploded there. Another kill there. The C9 TSM tied up 4-4, but again, C9 still in the lead, 1,900 gold. The solo lane slightly going in favor here of C9 as Zalia is pulling ahead. And honestly, with Zalia going for that full CDR build, he's going to start building up damage. That's going to start changing his overall effectiveness for his team. Suntouch, tier 1 sovereignty, pretty behind here.
Yeah, Suntouch has gotten abused a little bit in this lane after the first one. Going to be able to pick up tier 2 there. Net worth-wise, it's about 100 gold ahead of Trix Tank, but he should be about 500 to 600 gold ahead at this point, considering that first blood there and the ability to really, kind of bully the lane after that. Now, another thing that's worth talking about here that we haven't really touched on that much at this point in the game is that, Apollo is going to be trained here pretty soon that anytime an Neath ultimate comes out, hold that thought his lobster is going to go down to set Neath ultimate in the mid lane. But, they may be able to get in the Game Hunter's head a little bit here and just throw Neath ultimates out there. And really he's going to need to use his Chariot as ultimate on reaction to avoid those ganks, as we've seen twice, or really once now. He hasn't been able to get up in the air at the time, and then another time he comes crashing back down is in the mid lane. Sayo throwing in bombs on a Cube of Fred as Thor gets out of the way. Trix Tank leaping in the tower range as well. But if they can get him conditioned to kind of bug out anytime he sees a Neath ultimate, they should be able to really suppress him pretty well and continue Zalia snowball. But Zalia left solo island and he takes a lot of tower damage for it.
This is what happens when you leave solo island, ladies and gentlemen. That tower will take a lot of damage. We're going to see Suntouch start to pick up his farm a bit. Tier 2 sovereignty has been completed now across the way. Trickstick on Tier 1. Bastet going for the kill there on Apollo yet again. The Razor Claw is doing some damage here, forcing him away. Now going for the tower in response. The tower is going to take a lot of harassment. That Solar Blessing keeping the minions alive. So base attacks come out. Audacity does activate. The tower dropping low. Serenade, he's trying to buy as much time as he can. The tower will go down. C9 gets another 1,000 gold added to their coffers here, almost for free, honestly. Apollo was standing right there. It wasn't a whole lot he could do. Now up to the 3,000 gold lead range. And as that tower goes down, now Rockets start rotating over and start helping out the mid lane, rotating for objectives. And once he joins the fight, that heal's going to make a big difference.
Ooh, wow, we missed this. Look at Smek's build, Dry Bear. Heartseeker and straight to Deathbringer. That's what happens when you don't get any kills on the Neath at this point in the game, and she's sitting at 2-3. A lot of assists from those World Weavers, plus picking up a couple of kills. They got the first blood in that lane as well. Perfectly happy to sit back and farm. Young Bay trying to catch up, going to go Rageblade after his Heartseeker, but Neath is just going to basically bully him so hard now. 2 levels ahead. Deathbringer finish. Throwing in those crits, hitting basic attacks for 160. Crits are going to be hitting for nearly 400, and it is go time for this Neath. I would expect to see some grouping coming up from Cloud9 on the back of that. Mid lane, Lobster in a lot of trouble. World Weaver, yet another kill for Smek. Smek, once the king of the jungle, now the king of the hunter role.
Forged out there. You see Lobster getting picked off immediately. Spirit are going to come out from the Neath. And honestly, the kind of situation you're in a lot of the times. If you sit in your lane long enough and you're not under any pressure and you keep farming, and all of a sudden you go back to base and realize I have a lot of gold. I have like 3,000 gold. What should I do? And you're like, well, I've gotten so much gold built up at once. I may as well buy something expensive. The Deathbringer to come out there and just be finished off. Of course, I was thinking about Onher was about to go in on that Gold Fury. Gold Fury did, of course, go the way of C9. Onher did the best he can to steal away from that one. Did have the Desert Fury available, as I started to say. My brain was mixed up
Right
into
side
it
lane.
once, but goes down there. It looks like left. Onher's going to go down right side. Looks like Apollo wants it. Can he get it? Mid lane, Bacchus. Thor's up on the outside. Sile's quite low. Can you get the dunk in time? It's coming down. Thor, look for the Anvil of Dawn. It's going to hit. And Sayo explodes there. A 1-for-1 Agni for Bacchus. That's worth enough charges. Nope, sometimes dashes away. Hammer's not going to hit. He'll survive. But again, good exchange there for TSM. And
Yeah, TSM, yeah, they get the tower back. They answer the solo lane tower kill. They get a kill in the mid lane. They start chunking away at that Gold Fury lead. They basically, erased the Gold Fury, netted it to only about 200 gold that Cloud9 actually gained after those plays come through. So they've done a good job of kind of, staunching the bleeding, making sure that they can really stay competitive in this game. But Sayo starting to get to that Rada Tahuti. And when that's out, Agni bombs start hitting you for 400 or 500 damage. Very hard to predict how much you're going to take in the team fight. Zalia will likely be building into a Rada as well. At least we would expect that based on last game. Already has the max CDR going. We'd also expect Beads 3 coming out from Raw fairly soon so that the cooldowns are drastically reduced when he activates them. It's all things told, Cloud9 seems to be in a better position to really start taking the team fights in the mid game, especially looking at that Deathbringer on SMEC, just such a powerful tool and really has the potential to just throw out the single in-hand attack that's going to take Lobster down to about half HP or even Cuvo Fred down to about 3/4. So it's pretty dangerous for TSM at this point. They still need a few more items before I think they'll be really comfortable going up against Cloud9 in a straight 5v5.
Yeah, well, you hit it right in the head there. The fact that C9's taking this route of there's two schools of thought when you're ahead, right? You look for opportunity. Speaking, hold on, Lobster going in the mid lane. There goes the burst damage and basic attack from Agni, the most casual kill in the world. Gamehunter jumps in. There goes the move. The purification piece can activate Flame Wave on the ground. The basic attack's coming out. The shots are there, and Gamehunter just making short order of that Agni. A 1-for-1 exchange. Apollo, beautiful prediction there. Honestly, I don't know how he saw that coming so quickly. It's possible. And honestly, that was just a call from the voice communication software. Lobster says, I have Neathel on me. I'm going to need a rotation. And Apollo responds there. Berserk Barrage coming out. Cats on the ground. Dashed away after the Serenade. Going to get a distance on the Cats. Knock up the Bacchus. Intoxicate. Tail up. Thor going up in there is going to survive. Is he? This ticking?
Nope.
No! The Razor Claws gets the kill. Damage over time effect is more powerful than flight in this situation. He's going to go down.
Oh, Zalia, so good at this game!
Oh, Zalia!
Why are you so good at this game?
I don't get it.
Oh, my. I mean, I remember when Zalia, the first time I met Zalia, and he's like really quiet, kind of slight guy, was definitely, shadowed by SMEC and Sayo, both, big personalities, big talkative guys. And Zalia just kind of quietly has continued. I mean, Zalia used to play jungle for this team, and has slowly kind of rotated over the solo lane, has been a big proponent of these kind of, out of the meta style of picks. Raw solo lane, definitely not considered a powerhouse. Bakasura, really never seen there before he started playing it. And has really, gone from relative obscurity, kind of being overshadowed by some of the big personalities on his team, to being the player to watch for Cloud9 HyperX.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's earned that spot. I mean, like we said in the beginning, he's the only person in 2014 to earn a tournament penta. I mean, he got that pentakill last week on Vamana, and that really goes to show what level of play he's at right now. Back to my original thought, the point that we're trying to make here, C9 skipping into these expensive items, and look, they pull that one up there. So we got Rada Tahuti almost on for Saya. We see the Raw started up for Zalia. Deathbringer done on SMEC. So that's a big play. And honestly, buying these expensive items means that C9 was a little bit even with TSM, even though they're ahead, because they're purchasing these very invested heavy items. But once they finish off the Rod and finish off the Deathbringer, it all of a sudden shoots them ahead the enemy team. That damage output is insane. With the penetration that Sayo has from Shoes of the Magi, Focus Voidstone, and then right into Rod, when that Rod does get finished, especially given the fact that he decided to go away from Shadow Nightmare's build where he just skips active. Both his actives are done right now with that Purification Beads Combat Blink combination. Not only is Agni very safe, but also has a lot of damage output once that Rod is done, but he may not have time to use it just yet. Bassett jumping the mid lane, C9 looking for actually Thor's going over there, looking for the dunk to come down. They're spreading out here. Impale comes out. Sayo that has a blink available if he needs it. Flame Wave, Gamehunter going in. Trick's Tank dropping low. There goes the blink. Sayo still alive. No deaths yet, surprisingly enough. Neath ultimate Lobster, forcing with Sun Touch, looking for the damage. He's not going to find it. On her looking for it. The Searing Pain brings pain to On her here.
All
As
the
he
favorites.
goes down in the mid lane, Game Hunter running away, get the Celestial Beam, goes around, beautiful by Isaiah's. Lobster goes down to meet the mid lane. Bacchus running away, can they get the distance? Probably going to go home on the other side of the way. So C9 trades 2 for 1. Agni does go down, but they get a tower in the process and possibly even a Gold Fury.
Yeah, it should be a fairly easy Gold Fury for them. And with Zalia's heal and the Deathbringer coming out from Neath, and now an Executioner coming away as well, giving a little bit of extra pen and attack speed. Well, it'll be finished here shortly, but the rank 2 still contributing attack speed and physical power. It's just so much. The 600 damage crits coming through from her, 611 to be precise, and those are only going to go up as Executioner gets finished. Ratatouille started on Zalia, Ratatouille finished on Sayo. Taking a look at the player damage values. Sayo, 11,000 player damage at this stage in the game, doubling up most of TSM individually.
Yeah, I mean, it's absolutely fantastic to see the difference here. I mean, the numbers that you can put up, Smek, 11,300 gold, 4-0 and 5, and now finishing that Executioner. Now Smek decides, hey, now's a good time to buy actives. He purchases Tier 1 Purification and Tier 1 Sprint, now adding that to his overall effectiveness. And, you know, C9 is looking so sharp right now, 9,000 gold, 11,000 experience, 21 minutes into this match. And, you know, it's difficult because of the way the progression and itemization goes on C9. They started out modest, right? They had their core build, and now they went for expensive. We see, you know, the Rod almost done on Zalia, the Rod completed now on Sayo, plus his penetration, Deathbringer done on Smek. All those big items are done. Fire Giant started up here, look for the dunk, Thor to come down. C9's gonna get the Fire Giant, but Thor dunk is 2. Berserker Barrage gonna come up front. Actually, a Searing Pain comes through, not gonna do a whole lot of damage. Game Hunter taking damage there, dashing away. Does he have it? It looks like we have a little bit of an issue here with the game. Just a bit.
No.
Oh, they're running in place. No.
No.
Fire Giant
right.
did go to C9 though.
Okay, guys, so let's, well, wait. Looks like we've made it through. Wait, nope, now it exploded. Okay, guys, we're gonna have to throw you over to a little bit of a technical difficulty screen as well to look into that. Sorry about that. We'll hopefully be. Oh, are you still? Yeah, let's go ahead and throw it over to. Oh, okay, so it's just us, Drybear, that got knocked out, it looks like. The game's still being broadcast, so maybe we can hop right back in. Let's go ahead and pause it on the production side. We'll throw it up to technical difficulty screen, guys, see if we can get resynced. If not, we will just conjecture the best we can about what's going on in the game. At least we still have the spectator in there. So we'll be right back after this short delay. Sorry about that issue. We had a little bit of issue with spectator, and that's why we don't do replays. We'll see you guys in just a couple of minutes.
Stick around.
draw me in, and I can't slow down. No, can you feel it too? There ain't no stopping now. Feet off the ground.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being patient. Unfortunately enough, we did have a bit of an issue there in the last engagement. The replay actually cut us out for, the spectator cut us out for just a bit. But we're back in, as you can see. As previously mentioned, as you saw in that last team fight, C9 took the Fire Giant and got a 3-for-1 exchange overall. Now TSM is on the back foot. C9 pushing down the main Phoenix, but they're going to be pushed away here by TSM. Everything is in C9's favor. Looking at the graph, 10,900 gold on the charts. TSM is certainly not in a great position.
Yeah, it's definitely very hairy for TSM here. C9 sitting on that Fire Giant buff, taking the mid Phoenix, going to go ahead, fall back. Really, I guess they're going for the safe recall here, and they're going to go ahead, pick up their items. They're sitting on quite a bit of gold in hand, finishing up the last ones, and then they're going to move back out. A little bit more pen being picked up by Sio here. Zayla going to get rank 2 with a Ratatouille. Witchstone rank 2 coming through for Suntouch. It's all things told, this is Cloud9's game to win, and TSM is going to have to pull something really serious out to actually take this one back.
Yeah, I mean, that Fire Giant buff active is going to stay active, so it looks like for actually another 2 minutes and 16 seconds. So they have plenty of time to do with it what they will. And honestly, at this situation, you ban out, the Vamana, you ban out the Freya, you ban out these characters where you think that, C9's going to do wonders with, and then they still pull out wonders. So how do you deal with this? I mean, you look at the situation where Zalia right now, full CDR, his ultimate's on a 30-second cooldown. 50 seconds at max rank, of course, now level 20, and then 40% from his cooldown. 30 seconds is a very, very short ultimate. He's just shooting those out left and right, no care to the wind there. 15-8 here, 23 minutes and 24 seconds into the match. Things are looking pretty good for C9, and like we said, TSM has a Jiggling Thor up in the air looking for initiation. Is he going to find it here? Bacchus in the front line, wait for the dunk to come down. Does he decide to go? And he doesn't, misses there. Charge rate on Game Hunter, goes with the Sobek ultimate coming down. Burst damage, Lobster going down, Sprint comes out, Bomb coming out, Sile looks for it, Pad the Flames, Flame Wave is available, there goes the Bomb on top, Lobster dropping low, there goes the kill, Cubo Fred goes down, Bastet gonna fall as well, Frostiak not making out, Searing Pain is available, does he go for it? I'm sure it's on cooldown right now, Zeus goes down, 4-for-1 exchange, C9 looks like they're gonna take this match quite handily, give it up in chat, 19-9, Game Hunter does what he can, but not even the God Hunter can stop this push.
Yeah, not even the God Hunter will be able to hold them off. Once again, the snipe comes through. Will it be the fabled chicken ban coming out for Zalia? And I mean, if you have to ban out Vamana and Ra, two decidedly mid-tier picks, to deal with Zalia, and then who do you leave open then? I mean, it's like maybe he's just forgotten about playing tier, and that's probably a good thing, because if you start banning out those kind of niche gods that he likes to play, what if he starts playing the actual high tier ones? What's going to happen?
Yeah, that's the whole thing. I mean, when you play characters, mid-tier characters to a high level, when they ban those or respect ban those, all of a sudden you just go up the tier ladder, and that's the biggest thing. If you can get to that point where you're good enough to make these lesser valued characters more valuable, then all of a sudden the whole world opens up to you. I mean, the world is your oyster here. So we're going to see Ra go 2-1-8. Agni 4-3-9, 6-0 and 7 on and then this is why you don't give Smek Neath, because he's going to sit in his lane. He's going to beat the other hunter. He's going to farm everything. And literally the second you're in a bad position, you see that red targeter go around your waist, and everything's just going to change for the worse. And I don't know how he does it, because as a hunter, you're watching for rotations. You have the vision on the minimap, making sure you're safe. You're always worried about the enemy hunter jumping on you. I mean, on her is not an easy hunter to go 1v1 against, with that enfeeble passive reducing your physical protections, of course, CC immunity. But Neath, played by Smek, I mean, he's just sitting there, he's just, I feel like he just smells it. There's a gang in the solo lane. Just shoots the arrow out and gets a kill, and he just goes back to farming. It's amazing.
Yeah, and it really was an impressive performance from them. I mean, all around Cloud9 HyperX, able to consistently kill Game Hunter in the solo lane on Apollo, and that generally just does not happen. World Weaver, a big contributor there. So, I mean, if you're TSM, what do you do in the next game? Like, do you ban out Neath to keep it away from the Smek? You still got to ban Vamana, or Azalea's going to pick it, and you're clearly not too keen on having that happen. Do they ban out Frostiak's Bastet, who definitely seems to be most comfortable with in that picking phase? It's a really tall task, I think, for TSM. They definitely have their work cut out for them in the next banning phase.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, looking at some of the numbers here as we go over to the damage, we're going to see 6,700 from Cubo Fred on Thor, 7,500 there from Apollo, and 9,000 from Zeus, the highest on his team, of course. We look across the way, I mean, 11,000 Zalia, 16,000 Sio, 11,000 Smek, and 12,000 on Frostiak. And really, this all just came down to momentum. I mean, C9 built on momentum. They started this game 2-0. Absolutely, he's just controlling the early stage, getting that first blood, and of course, just following up there with a second blood. And it just came down to the fact that they shut down Tricksting. First blood was on him, so they were able to slow down the tankiness of him. Then second blood was on Zeus. So they're just picking their targets properly and getting the kills they need. Zalia got killed off there as the first blood there for TSM, but kind of picked himself back up, went for that CDR build and started building himself overall. You see him dropping about 5,000 healing overall there. I mean, TSM, and that's why it's so hard to look at these games. You're thinking, oh god, it's so split. All right, TSM is not even close, but at the same time, and it's very, very easy for them to just pick this up, go into game 2 and try to pull it out. But as we've seen, the last 2 weeks ended in 2-0. So TSM, they're on the block right now. If anyone's going to do it, TSM's going to do it.
Yeah, they really need to surge back in this second game, and excuse me, they have to find a way to deal with Zalia. It's going to be tough, I think. I mean, because Zalia is definitely not looking to play, the super risky game now. I mean, they're up a game. They'll probably, if they're going to have a risky pick, it's going to come into the jungle most likely, or maybe even a Shibboleth or AMC picked up if they want to do something fun in the second game and try to, use a niche pick. It's unlikely that they're going to go, let's go super risky on Zalia, who has really been our cornerstone in this tournament. So I don't know, man. It's gonna be a tough one to really hold down here. I think Cloud9, even though we were really expecting TSM to be maybe the more dominant team moving into this matchup this week, as they look so sharp in the round of 4. Here it seems like Cloud9 has their number.
So it looks like the game's going to be underway here shortly, guys. We're actually going to go ahead and skip up on that break, so make sure we're following up on the players and going right into the picks and bans. Game 2 is getting underway here with Cloud9 versus Team Solo Mid. Now, of course, looking at the seeding points, number 1 does go to Cloud9, and number 1 does go to TSM. That's right. They're tied right now. 160 points for both these teams, and whoever wins this will shoot into first place. It's very different from the North American tournament side, where we see 300 points for Caught Up Gaming winning all 3 weeks in a row. So it's going to be very, very different for the European, and it allows more competition to come in here. And I'm really excited to see how this ends up. I want to see Game 3. TSM is a strong team. C9 a strong team. They're both very, very good. It's so close. It comes down to the most minuscule difference, and this person messed up this one thing, and then the game turns and swings all over. Just because these players are so good at the top level, everything matters.
Yeah, and every little piece counts, absolutely. And today, I mean, no better to illustrate that point than the first blood coming out there kind of yields the victor of the game, right? That small play, they find one pick in the early game, it gets Sobek a little bit of an advantage. He's able to get the better support items, able to get the HP up, and eventually that turns into Neath taking over the game completely, having like a 15-minute Deathbringer and shutting down Apollo all the way across the map.
Yeah, it's really that's what it comes down to. I mean, getting those early picks really matters. First blood really matters, and the momentum swing. And you give momentum to either of these teams, they're going to take it all the way to the bank. There, we're in picks and bans. As you can see, C9 on the left side of your screen and TSM on the right side. The first ban is going to be Guan Yu. Not all that surprising. Fomana in response. Can't let him have Zalia have that. Fomana, of course, not all that surprising either. I mean, Guan Yu is the number 2 pick in EU right now in the tournament series so far. So Zalia has the opportunity to pick one more character to ban out. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, so who would they want to keep away from? Nothing really seemed tremendously potent. I would ban out Wukong again if I was them.
Yeah, I mean, it's a strong ban. Sobek going to be banned this time around. That did go to Suntouch last time. They're going to ban it for themselves this time, surprisingly enough. So I'm curious to see how that changes up the build there for TSM across the way. Vamana has been banned out. Do they go with a Rod? Do they go with Neath? Honestly, Smek and Neath, it's hard to deal with. It's incredibly powerful. And at the same time, there's other characters like Zhonghui, like Agni. I mean, there's so many things to look at here from a competitive standpoint. Bakasura. This is a Zalia ban phase.
Wow.
We have a Zalia ban phase.
I guess they just feel it. They feel the Cloud9 Zalia Bakasura pick. They just knew it was coming. I think that's a reasonable ban, honestly, and the reason is because it's one of Zalia's favorite characters, if not his favorite god. And so when you're up a game in a best of 3 and you really want to go for that style pick, it probably would have been Bakasura. If they were going to let Zaylia pick style, it would have been Bakasura, and they definitely don't want to deal with that because potentially they're thinking about running, maybe a Kronos or something that just doesn't stack up that well against Bakasura. So, wow. Off the table here. That's going to be going the way of a Lobster in the mid lane. It has to be. I don't know. Or maybe Game Hunter's going to take it.
How much effort are they going to put into countering Zaylia here? Because they banned Vamana, they banned Bakasura, and then first pick Ra. And they're basically just saying, Zaylia, stop. Stop killing us, please. Just stop. And so they're going to put this through. Neath, of course, is going to counter out Smek. You can't let Smek have Neath either. So, I mean, this is what TSM is doing. They're basically completely countering C9. And we're in the same situation like we mentioned earlier. Freya's going to make it through. Sun Wukong's going to make it through. You have other characters like Zhonghui is going to make it through. Agni is available. I mean, we're going to see Freya for the first time today to see if it actually works out for them. I mean, look at the first 3 picks from C9 here. Sun Wukong, Freya, Agni. Absolutely dominant characters here. I mean, Sun Wukong currently is the third most picked god. Fourth is going to be Agni. I mean, they're getting these big picks here. And with Sobek as well as Guan Yu Band, they're getting incredibly high tier characters. Zeus going to make it through again here for TSM, and it's going to come down to whether or not C9 can recover with these secondary gods.
Hey, they invested way too much into stopping Cloud9, I think. Banning out Vamana, banning out Bakasura, taking Ra, and taking Neath. Right, I mean, they're keeping Neath away from Smek as well. And they're going to pick Bastet as well. They're basically just going to say, okay, we'll pick all of your gods. Now what? But according to what we've seen so far in this tournament, Sayo still is going to really body Zeus in the mid lane. Like, I mean, Agni still has really had Zeus's number all day today. Zeus has yet to put up a winning performance. So, I think they're overvaluing Zeus here. And then if you take a mid that you're not necessarily comfortable dominating with, like, Lobster, I'm just really surprised they didn't just take Agni for him and just say, look, let's just go back to basics here. They're going to try to pick Bast. They're going to try to pick Neath. They're going to try to pick Ra.
Ooh.
There it is. Tyr coming through.
Yeah. Tyr is a character that's very highly valued in North America. He is
this is an NA draft. This is an NA draft. That's
right. We have Freya. I mean, I feel like we're watching COG right now. And it's in the jungle, and we got Omega across the way. I mean, this is a strong pick. They have good AoE control. Cupid scales very quickly. Cupid laning up with Sun Wukong here, of course, as a support. It's so hard to run interference on that one because they're both very mobile. They're both very safe. Those hearts are going to be able to heal them both back up. Agni going to go in the mid lane there. Freya going to go into the jungle, most likely with Tyr in the solo lane, although we can have a swap there. Shadow Nightmare has proven that Freya can play in the mid lane with Hand of the Gods as well as the solo lane. Across the way, Bach is going to be the last pick here for TSM. It's not really all that surprising. We know Trickstank likes his Bacchus. Neath going to go down to Young Bay there. On her, surprisingly enough, not going to make it into this match this time around, although he is the most picked god in this region. There's the Bastet there on Cubo Fred. So they banned Vamana. They banned Bakasura. They picked up Ra, Neath, and Bastet, which are all top picks for C9. And the question is, can they play them at the same level? And was it worth letting Freya through, Sun Wukong through, Agni through? And they're going to actually pick up Tyr this time around. Zaylia going to go with Tyr in the solo lane. And notably, he doesn't really play Tyr. So we'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah, but who doesn't know how to play Tyr? I mean, he's incredibly simple.
1, 2, 3, 1, 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very easy to play him. It doesn't really, it's nowhere near the complexity of playing a Ra, for example, versus an Apollo, where, that's a really big skill matchup. And here, TSM has put themselves in a position where they have to outplay Cloud9 with Cloud9's own gods. And they are outdrafted here. I think there's no buts about it. The burst damage from Cloud9 is insane. The control is immense. They have Fields of Love, plus a Freya Ultimate, plus Agni Bombs, plus Tyr to lock them down, and all the CC. Wukong brings to the table superior range to harass. All that TSM really has going their way is that Ra and Zeus can combine for massive burst, but Bastet's primarily a dot-based character. Bacchus brings some burst, and Neath brings some global control, but I don't know. I mean, Neath, I don't think stacks up very well against Cupid. I think Cupid can match her in terms of sustain with their number 2s apiece, and Cupid brings the most damaging burst ability from the Hunter role to the table as well. It is as far as I'm concerned, Cloud9 has won this draft and should win this game unless TSM is able to make some serious plays. And it's big play central for TSM here for what it's going to take to win this game against Cloud9 HyperX. There we go.
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, Cupid, notably a very strong AoE-based hunter with that feels love, like you said. I mean, the stun's coming out there. I mean, C9 easily has a very strong lineup here, and it's basically because TSM committed so much to countering them that allows them more wiggle room in the draft right there. So a very, very strong rotation from their normal lineup into a new lineup, and TSM is going to have to play something very, very strong here. Now, we know TSM has the propensity to win. They 2-0'd C9 last week and earned their spot tied for first here, but C9 coming off the win in the first game across the way. They're going to get some good picks here. C9 is looking like they're in charge in this state. We're going to cut to a brief break, guys. 3 minutes on the clock. Don't forget to vote on the poll to see who you want to win, C9 or TSM, going into Game 2 of the Grand Finals. C9 is up Game 1. TSM is on the chopping block, and they have to win this if they want to win out. Stick around. We'll be right back. everyone, and welcome back to Game 2 of the Grand Finals. We're watching Cloud9 HyperX against Team Solo Mid. This is Game 2 and a best of 3. C9 is up Game 1, and TSM is on the chopping block. They have to win out here if they're going to have a chance at first place, and they want it so desperately. Right now, C9, they're sitting in a good spot. Let's cover who's playing what, where they're going for what team. The bottom side of the map, Cloud9 on the green grass, SMITE on Little Baby Cupid. On the left side, we've got Sun Wukong here, played by Suntouch. Xaylia on tier, starting with that Stone of Gaia, actually. Sayo, Agni in the mid lane, and Frostiak in the jungle with Freya. Across the way, Team Solo Mid, the top side of the map. Young Bay playing Neath, Trix Tank on Bacchus, Cubo Fred playing Bastet, Lobster on Zeus, and Game Hunter is playing Ra.
And will Game Hunter be as effective with Ra as we've seen the one and only Xaylia be so far in this matchup? And Xaylia says, you know what? I'm going to take one of the least valued items in the entire game, and I'm going to start with it. In fact, I'm going to rush it. Stone of Gaia. And it's such a smart pickup against Ra in particular. Gives him that extra HP5 MP5 for the sustain and a lot of magical protection. Although this item is generally considered really too expensive for the stats it gives in very specific matchups like this one, I think it is a wonderful choice.
Yeah, the regen's going to benefit him greatly, considering the fact that there's not a whole lot of kill potential, like you mentioned. If you can't 100% to 0, or just get that kill off in general, that sort of guy pays off in droves, because the regeneration is really what you're getting from it. Mid-camp started up here by Xaylia and Sayo from C9. A great ward placed down by TSM, making sure that gets covered up, and they know exactly where the rotations are coming out. Freya is going to be a bit of a focal point here for C9 going forward. Frostiak on that jungle Freya. Of course, jungle Freya is an assassin through and through, and if you're not careful, banish rotation into the activation of her ultimate burst damage from Pulse Radiate, it's tough to deal with, but you know, TSM certainly has the skills to deal with it right now, and Cubo Fred on Bastet can rotate out and kind of do the bob and weave mechanic, and when Freya has her Pulse Radiate on cooldown, she's not really all that useful. It's only during that small periods of burst that she can start really putting in the work there, so we'll see how that works out jungler to jungler here in round 2, C9 versus TSM.
So, in the spirit of DM, I'm gonna ask you a silly question, Dry Bear.
Oh God.
So Cloud9's dual lane is definitely Smek Touch, but is TSM's dual lane, is it Trix Bay or Young Tank?
Young Tank.
Young
I'm
Tank.
gonna have to go with Young Tank there.
I like Young Tank too.
Young Tank is where we're going with it.
Smek Touch is OP though.
Yeah, you know, I feel like it's like a feature you'd add on to like an iPad or something. Just like, now it's SMITE Touch.
Now
it's
it's
like,
SMITE
oh,
Touch.
well,
Yeah,
you
that's
know,
right.
okay. 1 minute 30 into this match, we see a slight lead for TSM actually in gold and experience as they're farming a little bit more effective. It also comes down to the mid camps. Speaking of mid camps, they're spawning in just about 30 seconds or so. So keep that in mind. You're going to see the junglers start to rotate from either side of the map and group up on those two mid camps on either side of the mid lane, where you see Agni and Zeus going head to head here. Cubo Fred on the left side going to pick up this blue buff for his team, taking a lot of damage in the process, but going to level up to 4. Now going to make his way over to the mid lane or start up the damage up. Nope, got to go right over there. Those mid camps are worth about 90 gold, and definitely something that's very, very valuable. Bastet going into the mid lane here. She's going to start up with the right side as she knows that one went down first. Bacchus is here as well. Look at the whole team rotating. These mid camps are so valuable.
Yeah, they really are worth so much in terms of early golden experience, especially this first respawn can be very, very important. If your team is able to secure both of them, it's a huge advantage. Now the right side, they're going to be cleaned up by Cubo Fred and Lobster, so it's going to be one apiece. Those Meteors not going to steal one away. Sayo trying for it, but not going to find it, even with the cheeky bomb.
Yeah, the bomb coming out there, not able to get it, and it didn't have the distance, and honestly, that's just common practice to pull the mid-camps out as far as you can so no one can shoot bombs over the wall, or really any skill, tornadoes, or you know, the exposed evil from Zhonghui. Nothing can make it over the wall because you're just too far away, and you just play it safe there. Damage buff picked up by Bastet here, right side. Tier being pushed back by Ra. Game Hunter actually in the better end of the stick here, and a lot of that just comes down to the fact that Stone of Gaia gives him a little bit of everything, but not a whole lot of HP or damage output or anything along those lines. Siri made it come out here. Game Hunter definitely planning on going home as he clears out that wave quite quickly. The boots are kind of being picked up across the board here for TSM as well as C9. Tier 2 for Cubo Fred, Game Hunter, as well as Frostiak, and Tier 1 for everyone else. Game Hunter making his way home. It looks like he's going to buy Tier 2 the boots, Purification Beads, and possibly buy a teleport, Tier 3 Purification Beads, and goes on out.
Okay, sure, why not? why not get those purification beads up and running? It's the 5-second cooldown, gets knocked off anytime you use it. Can use it once every 90 seconds. Plus, it will get you out of any CC chain. And of course, Tyr is a CC chain specialist. Now, important to note about Tyr that the first part of the Red Stance Fearless is actually a grab that knocks you with him as he moves, and then it into a knockup, and then the number 2 out of the Red Stance will do the knockback. If you beads during the chain, you will not get knocked up nor knocked back. However, you will still eat the first 2 hits. So Tyr, rather particularly strong against characters with beads, but all the same, it's really more accurate to say he still gets his damage with his control, even if you have beads, but he doesn't necessarily control.
Left side deals a blob, heart bomb, backflip comes out. The heart bomb's not going to get it backflip. Does he have it? Knocks up from Bacchus, but the dunk from the somersault Cloud comes out. First blood goes to Cloud9 HyperX. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the first kill of the game.
And there it is. First blood goes the way of Cloud9 HyperX. Sun Touch, Somersault Cloud out of the top does so much damage, and you never really want to deal with your team losing first blood when the enemy team has a Freya. And now it's going to be Sayo rotating over to help out Frosty. The kitties just so hard to take down. It seems like every 3 or 4 months we just buff the cats so that they're harder and harder to kill. And they've really now gotten to the point where you have to basically run for them. I think that's likely why EU is being so respectful of the Bastet. I mean, they're picking her in basically every game here in the finals and even through the round of 4. And you can see just there, I mean, even with a god like Agni, who's known for his magical damage output at all stages of the game, it still has trouble really effectively clearing them out.
Yeah, I mean, those cats are always something you have to deal with early on, and it's a strange transition for the ultimate, the cat call from Bastet, because early game they're incredibly powerful, mid game they're not so great, and late game they're actually still powerful if you wait long enough. You wait till the end of the team fight, or when the team fight is split and it's small skirmishes, they still do a lot of work, and if you wait till the team fight's over, all the abilities are gone, people are on cooldown, they're just kind of running around and hoping to stay alive, and all of a sudden the cats come out, it can make a very, very big difference there. We're going to see Heart Bomb left side, going to clear this out. Actually, the Stone of Gaia is completed now for Zalia in the solo lane up against Game Hunter, making sure he has that protection and regeneration. And now he's looking for possibly a little HP or maybe some damage here starting out. The regeneration is going to help him a lot. Of course, if you're looking at the passive Stone of Gaia, regenerates 2% of your maximum HP every 5 seconds, plus 28.5 HP 5, and plus 10 MP 5 plus magic protection. So it's going to keep him safe and keep him healed up. As long as Raw doesn't get a kill, he'll be able to regenerate back up. Frostyak, she's looking for it. She wants the kill here. Game Hunter kind of hanging out, playing safe. Gets the banish, possibly. Banish misses.
Oh, Frostyak, please. So they are going to miss that opportunity. Now they know also where Freya is, which should allow Bastet to play pretty aggressively towards this mid lane. In fact, see QO Fred shading over that way. But Sun Touch is there and says, I see you, because he is rotating over for the mid camps where aggressive positioning from TSM, but they've left the right side open, so they're not going to really punish this Frostyak rotation. He's going to be able to pick those up as well, and if Sun Touch can do exactly what it did there and steal away those mid camps, they'll take both of them on this rotation, and that's going to give them 700 gold in their advantage, as well as 2,000 experience is going the way of Cloud9 HyperX at this point in the game, and that's not all just from First Blood. They've really just been getting more out of the map than Team Solo Mid.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, just getting those mid camps can make a huge difference. Honestly, if everything's even across the board and you're getting mid camps, you're going to go much further ahead than you actually realize if you put it down on paper here. I have Providence 3 has been finished by Sun Touch, considering the fact that he did get first blood for this game. Got a little bit boosted gold, and he's going to spend out on support for his team. Midas Boots has been finished off immediately, able to finish that off for himself. Of course, across the way, we have Heartseeker completed for Youngbane, Heartseeker completed for Smek as well, so a big benefit there. We're going to see Trickstank go for Watcher's Gift into Midas Boots. He has the opportunity to just get tons of gold and just start piling that up. Sometimes looking for opportunity to ward. He's going to get a free ward out of that one. Good placement. The way he places ward, he either gets a ward in the mid lane, a ward in front of the Gold Fury, or just has a good ward placement overall. So I like that kind of middle ground placement there. On the right side, we see Tyr forcing back the wave here being placed down by Game Hunter. Game Hunter, honestly, he's still having a good shot. And I still question this Stone of Gaia left side opportunity for a kill.
Very low. Ooh. Yes, Valkyrie's discretion is enough. Trickstank, he's going to throw it in a Toxic for good measure, but it's not going to get a kill just yet. It will slow them down, however, for the Zeus rotation. Lobster on his way. Bass on her way as well. They may have overstayed their welcome. A banish comes out onto the Zeus. Sun Touch now. Going to stay right there in front. Kite away from the Zeus, and now it may be Cloud9's turn to turn this around. Here comes the Zeus ultimate, doing a lot of damage to Sun Touch. This is going to be the end of Sun Wukong. Cuba Fed rotating in as well. Can he find any more? Frosty, yeah, that's going to be a very, very dead Freya. The Neath ultimate not even going through. Here's Sayo, though. That's going to be a kill on to the tank, and now Sayo trying to get away from Kitties. This may be too much damage for him to deal with. Smack forced to retreat and help him out to keep those off of his mid laner. All things told, it's a 2-for-2 trade at the end of the day, but a support and a jungler traded for a support and a lane carry. And they give some kills to Zeus as well. I think at the end of the day, that trade goes away with TSM.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you're sitting in the graph right now. It's definitely, well, it's actually in C9's favor. I think, overall, the game just stands out. TSM gets the lead, but right now C9's going to get a little bit of gold to help them out and boost up the control overall. So I think getting off that Neath really helped, but the problem is Neath was able to, actually, the Neath ultimate didn't make it there in time. So if Frey went down, so no assist coming out for Neath or kill there. So that's going to be a little bit of detriment for the farm there. Across the way, we saw Azalea actually almost drop down to the kill of the damage output there from Game Hunter. The problem is with Stone of Gaia and then the cleave from Garstance Lobster dropping low, does he have enough? That's just dead Lobster right there. That's just cooked seafood. Fox on the way over Bastet. Can she get the distance?
Nope. Valkyrie's discretion gonna keep him away from that as Snipe comes out from Game Hunter. Frosty survives with approximately 1 HP. I mean, that Snipe was right on, and you just get the feeling if that would have been Zalia, it would have just somehow killed.
Just added.
It would have just added about 3% extra damage, so it would have secured the kill. I also want to point out, speaking of Zalia, it's a blink. It's a blink tier that they're going to be running here.
It's got to be. It's so hard to deal with. It's so hard to deal with.
Look at Lobster. He's like, okay, fine. He's going to go combat blink as well on Zeus. He doesn't want any of that blink tier.
Now, honestly, the Purification Beads Combat Blink for mages in the mid lane is kind of a staple, right? Unless you're going up against something that requires a different active item, generally you'll see mid laners go for that Purification Beads Combat Blink because it's such a safe combo. You can, reduce your cooldowns by 5 seconds, have CC immunity and remove CC from yourself, and of course blink away if you get into a bad position. And that makes most mages safe. Now, of course, if you run up against an enemy team where they have a lot of burst and you want the Aegis Pendant or Aegis Amulet, but it's pretty common to see this kind of combination come out here. Lobster going to take some harassment here from Sile in the mid lane. Right side tier going to push up against Game Hunter here, trying to get something out of this exchange, but I mean, there's not a whole lot of kill potential in the right lane. Tier so safe and Raw safe as well. Guardstand's Cleave does have the added benefit of that Stone of the Guy now going into boost for damage. Sovereignty 1 has been started here for Sun Touch, but Frostyak on his way with that core.
Yeah, Frostyak, getting there. Fatalis, it's going to be coming around. He's sitting on 1,000 gold in his hand. He's only about 800 away from finishing up that Fatalis, and then he'll be looking likely for Demonic Grip or potentially Gem of Isolation, although that's definitely the less, I guess, prioritized build. Right side lane, I don't expect very much to happen at all. Tier and Raw both just so tanky. It's nothing like the matchups we've seen Raw have before, where he was just, he had the massive burst damage kind of leverage over the enemy god, who was really more of a later in the game damage style carry. Lobster in a lot of trouble though. Sayo gonna dash away. There is an ultimate and there is a lot of damage from Lobster. Cubo Fred combining for that with Lobster and Young Bay from the side. Here's a Fields of Love though. It's not gonna find anybody. It's gonna keep Sun Touch safe, but it's not gonna be enough to really continue initiating here as Game Hunter's rotated as well. Sun Touch disengaging, 4 in the mid, barely missing that snipe onto the Wukong. Here comes Tier, but I think it's too little too late from Zalia. They're not going to have an opportunity to re-engage. Another fight won by TSM.
Yep, yeah, a little bit more there. As you see, the graph reflects that, drops right down a little bit closer to the mid-level, but of course experience is vastly in favor of C9 right now. That's going to pay off in droves. Raw trying to get the snipe, of course, Sun Wukong not really susceptible to that, very, very defensive, but you can see the effectiveness of Neath now, and previously Neath has kind of fallen off in the competitive scene on both regions, actually. People, NA definitely favors Apollo, EU definitely favors on her, and of course you still have, the reciprocal of that. You also have some of the other characters kind of making their way in. Cupid, of course, today. And surprisingly enough, Neath has been kind of forgotten in the last few months. But with that World Weaver, I mean, it's that extra added element, right? So you see the gank come in and someone escapes with a few extra HP, or you just need something to secure it. I mean, even solo, if you're an Ao Guang and there's Neath on your team, they land a Neath ultimate, you prime your ultimate right when it's about to land, boom, free kill. I mean, that kind of combination, is, as long as you have the good communication, is incredibly powerful. Gold Fury area kind of being controlled by Trickstack mid camps being started up here. Heart Bomb on the block is, we might have a fight.
Yeah, it looks like they want to fight at least. There's going to be a Lobster Ultimate coming out. They're going to stun out Sun Touch, but they're going to eat a Fields of Love and an Agni Bomb. Lobster going to beads it while backpedaling, though. And TSM takes yet another engagement. They're going to draw this game damn near even. Gold basically all squared. Experience still going the way of Cloud9 HyperX as Tier is putting a hurting onto this right side of Tier 1.
Solo Island might end in flames. He's trying to get this tower. He does have a regeneration on his side. A few more shots. He's taking a lot of damage here. Searing Pain comes out, does hit, but he's very taken. Look at that heal from guard stance. Cleave forces away Bastards here. Does she have the distance? Ninetale not going to land as he blinks away. For those of you in chat are wondering, let's go ahead and clear this up really quickly. The blink that Tyr has cannot be used in combat. He must not take damage or give damage for 3 seconds straight before he's able to blink there, and that was honestly right on the dot. The second 3 seconds went by without any damage being exchanged, he's like, I'm out. See ya. I'm done.
Yeah, and you can't spam that, right? Because if you spam it, you end up auto-attacking, which will slow your movement speed by 50%. Right. So he's basically just, he has his finger sitting over that key, and the second he sees it come off cooldown, it's going in for that blink. Frosty X sitting on 1,700 gold in pocket, plus a Fatalis too, which means that he is achieved his core build basically here. He'll have Fatalis 3, plus probably Demonic Grip rank 2, or a, let's see what he likes to go for here before we continue on. Yeah, it'll be Demonic Grip 1 with a Haste of Fatalis for him. So core build nearly online for Freya. She's going to turn the corner here and start doing a lot of damage very, very shortly. Good news also for Cloud9 HyperX. Smek, no deaths yet. 3 assists on the Cupid, 6,800 gold farm. But Young Bae, of course, a little bit behind, unfortunately, even with a kill, but has 2 deaths to his name as well. And, you know, TSM is seeming to do pretty well, but maybe not quite as good as Cloud9 did with the Bastet Neath combination.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big reason for their victories here in the small fights that are taking place. You see Frosty actually finish off that Hasten Fatalis, now going into Demonic Grip. And these 3 items, Shoes of the Magi, Fatalis of either form, with whatever school of thought you follow, and then Demonic Grip. Those 3 items together make Freya devastating, and she's looking to finish those off quite quickly. Demonic Grip, notably, a little bit more expensive than some of the other items, but does have a lot going for it. Magic damage, attack speed, penetration. It has a lot on its billet. So once that item is finished, it's going to be very, very effective. Cupid in the left lane forcing Young Bae back here, make sure this wave does get healed up. And with that blue buff, Smek can just, I mean, look how much. He just gave himself about 450 HP just with those hearts. Mid camps will go the way of C9. I'll look at the graphs right now. It's back in favor of C9, 1,200 gold. We saw it even out there, like you mentioned, but TSM is kind of a little bit lax on the mid camps, and that's going to be a big source of income for C9.
Yeah, C9 just continues to get more out of the map. We've said it kind of in every game that they've been matched up with TSM for some time now. I mean, they're really, really good at farming this map up, and they've secured these mid camps time and time again, as you mentioned. And just looking at the general net worths, I mean, a couple of gods, Sion and Zayla sitting around 8K, where, you're still about 200-300 gold off of that 8K mark over here for Cuba, Fred, and Game Hunter. So, right now it's not a big deal, but as the game continues, and that 300 gold lead will become a 500 gold lead, then a 700 gold lead, then 1,000. Eventually, you'll get to the point where it's an item or a half an item difference between those 2 roles. And when you're looking at, Bastet versus maybe Frostiak in the jungle, where Bastet currently ahead by a couple hundred gold, it could make a big difference. In fact, speaking of Cuba, Fred, on that Bastet, secures a kill onto Cupid. The Kitties just being such a dominant force today.
Well, I think it's just damage output overall. I mean, Cupid, was able to activate Purification Beads and Sprint. He had his ultimate, he had his Flutter, and he just wasn't fast enough. Bastet, of course, able to get close enough with the jump. Damage over time effect was there. And the Cats did damage, but were eventually just outrun by the sheer speed of somehow the smallest quadriceps ever known to man on Cupid, able to get some distance there as he flutters away. But, at the same time, it's just pure damage output. Cupid Fred level 15 versus Smek level 15.
He's powered by
the gold
love.
Difference, 8,400 gold versus 7,800 gold there on Cupid. It's about a 600 gold difference, and Bastet just so good at chasing down characters and getting the kill. Frostiak in trouble here, trying to get out. Actually, they could have even gone for that. Forcing an ultimate, that's a huge win for them. That is now going to be on cooldown. If they want to go for Gold Fury, it certainly is an option.
One thing we haven't really touched on, but is, I think, a surprisingly big deal here, is that Zalia has outpushed Game Hunter. Tier versus Ra, that is 10-0. Ra has the superior push. But Zalia's Tier is able to make it happen. and that's really credit to the rest of the team. In the first game, it was kind of the Zaylia show where his Ra was just being so spectacular. But in this game, the rest of Cloud9 HyperX has forced out some Game Hunter rotations, enough such that they've let their tier win the lane against a Ra in terms of the push war. And that is a really, really nice amount of play. And now Zaylia is quickly getting to the point where he is pretty much unkillable. Tier's passive making it so that he can only be CC'd for 1 second at a time, plus the massive amounts of mitigation from Urchin and Stone of Gaia, what they're bringing to the table. Plus, the Urchin, of course, is going to scale as he gets more kills and assists all around the board. Cloud9 HyperX seems to be, once again, better poised to hit this mid-game timing, but TSM has shown throughout this early game they are able to battle back from behind.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we have talented players. There's no doubt about that. Everyone knows that these are the players to watch. It just seems like the team play is so much stronger on C9 and TSM. They make the plays overall, but it's just like those small oversights. And that's why it's so hard. Speaking of hard mid lane, Lost are forced back here, take a lot of harassment from C9's rotation. Tier going to walk over into Bastet as well. Razor Claws, Ninetales. But to the point, I mean, it's hard to look at this and think that these players are well matched because of the difference. I mean, a small change can skew out of control, right, and make a huge difference and make it seem like there's a big disparity, but there really isn't. These teams are very, very close in skill level. It just comes down to a few mistakes that get extrapolated over time.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of snowball potential, right? It's the little mistakes. Speaking of little mistakes, Sio a little bit moving into the lane, but dashes right out of there. They're going to fire off the Neath ultimate anyway, and that is good news for Cloud9 HyperX. They know the Neath ultimate is down. Sio can play aggressively now. Lobster has aggressive positioning. Game Hunter's rotated in. The rest of the team's got to be coming soon. Trickstack trying to zone out Frostyak because if Frostyak joins this fight, Freya's damage could easily turn it. TSM does a very nice job of zoning Cloud9 out. They find the mid camp, so they get some pressure on the mid lane, and all they end up using is a Neath ultimate. While an important one, it is worth it to secure both the mid camps, which they will do here, which will give them their first lead of the game in experience and gold. TSM has brought this one all the way back from nearly a 2,000 gold advantage.
Yeah, you see the little roller coaster on the graphs there, going up and right back down to even. So TSM has pulled it back from the dead here with those big rotations. And, keep this in mind as well, Bart. This is tied up, and TSM's down one tower, which means if they even out the towers, they'll be 1,000 gold in the lead. So a big difference there for TSM as it slightly goes back at C9 fair, but again, the tower difference is in favor of C9, even though TSM is able to balance it out. The gold Fury is being started up here by C9. Trickstank's on his way. Does he have tier 3? This is the third time they've leashed Gold Fury, and this is what I'm talking about it being top tier. You have literally 5 to 15 seconds to kill the Gold Fury, because if you don't do it in that time period, someone's going to wander over and smell it. They're like, someone's doing Gold Fury, I feel it in my bones, and they're going to walk over, they're going to spot it out, even with the wards, and they're going to prevent it. Initiation, Neath, ultimate, Frostjak's going to get blocked by Sio, but doesn't save his life, as of course the last hit does pick off Rhea there. Belch of the Gods is available, Intoxicate, Bastet, Fields of Love, Sio in trouble, Bastet jumps away with a heart bomb, might be enough, Cubo survives, but Cupid's twerking his way over there. Can he get there in
what
time?
a dodge by Smack.
Does he have it? Does he have the distance? Cupid wants it. Right around the Rosie. The jump back is still available. Does he go for it? Does he not?
Nah.
I don't know why he didn't jump back there. He's CC immune.
Zaylia getting a little bit of harass on the right side lane as well. A really nice dodge there by the Cupid though. You saw him dodge out that Ninetales slow from Bastet that really allowed him to continue the pressure on. Looks like TSM wants to pressure down. Speaking of pressure, this right side lane, but Zaylia will have none of it, pushing the minions out of the way of the tower, and he's going to hold this for now. Looking at the graphs, it looks like Cloud9 has gotten the better of TSM yet again. They're taking back the lead, however slightly, but top farm in the game going the way of Cubo Fred now on that Bastet, and Bastet definitely has the output and scaling to carry this game.
Yeah, the damage that scales very quickly, and like you said, Bastet almost a carry, a hard lane, which means just basic attacks, and it's strange to see a physical caster like Bastet transcend into more of a basic attacks based carry late stage. That Razor Claws is it's the thing of nightmares when she gets farmed up enough, because it just ticks and ticks and ticks, and you feel like there's nothing you can do. When really there isn't a whole lot besides buy a physical protection and hope for the best. We're gonna see Zaylia pick up the MLC of Renewal here and see if he can lock that down for a little bit of CDR. And honestly, they may be missing Zaylia's damage in these big team fights, but then again, they do have Freya, Agni, and Cupid, who's about to finish a Deathbringer, so I don't know about that.
Yeah, Deathbringer once again coming out here pretty early for SMITE. But Youngbei is keeping up this time, and Youngbei has the Jotun's Wrath versus the Aussie. So what he lacks in terms of pen and attack speed and lifesteal that Aussie is granting, he does have in CDR and flat pen coming out. In fact, Aussie, however, giving a bit more than Jotun's Wrath. Jotun's Wrath giving some CDR as well as the mana with the pen. So, you know, I do think SMITE has a more powerful build here with the Boots 3 plus the Aussie, a lot more flat pen, Heartseeker stacked up, and the Deathbringer is going to be hitting hard for him. Zalia going to go for the MLC of renewal there, and Rada Tahuti finished on Sayo. The bomb's now hurt. Freya finished the core build, hot on HyperX, ready to tee off. Can TSM hold them out until they get their own items up and running and try to take this game back by force?
You know, at this point of the game, 23 minutes in, these differences are just nothing. It's just next to nil. I mean, we have 800 gold. Doesn't really matter a whole lot. Tricksting and take some harassment from the very, very attack speed central Freya. They're able to shred damage off of even someone like Trickstink on Bach is very, very tanky. The gold free started for the 4th time in a row without being picked off. And of course, Trickstink smells it and comes over. He's looking for an opportunity to jump in to get this steal. Good stunt from Sile might be enough. Gold free still available. Bassett jumps in. Feels the love coming out there. Tier jumping in, looking for an opportunity to grab up Lobster. Purification Beast gets activated. The detonate comes through, but doesn't do a whole lot. The cat's fine. Frostiak, but SMITE interferes. Bassett jumps in, doesn't have the distance, jumps right back over. So far, it's a 1-for-0 exchange in favor of C9. Looking for opportunity to get another kill here. Game Hunter going backwards. Bassett goes down to Sayo. A 2-0 exchange plus the Gold Fury. C9 is now in the lead, 2,700 gold, about to be 3,700 as that tower is about to be taken out. C9, ladies and gentlemen, bringing this back yet again.
Sayo did so much damage to that engagement there. He just did such work. That Rada Tahuti being finished, such a good timing. Frostiak as well puts out a monster amount of damage in that fight. They now have the 3,500 gold advantage, 3,500 experience as well. They're going to find Game Hunter. Not before he takes out Frostiak, though. Heartbomb going to secure that. So they trade 1 for 1. Definitely not a good one, Freya for Rob, but it's going to be the blink in stun into Fearless combo for Zalia. Down will go the Zeus. The trade continues to go in favor of Cloud9 HyperX, and the grass continue to build in their favor. They have taken this game over. They own the mid game now. Can TSM find a way back into it to keep their tournament hopes alive?
And that's exactly right. I mean, the tournament hopes are right on this game for TSM. And C9, you know, you got to put it into the mentality aspects where they're thinking, we're up game 1. Even if TSM pulls this out, we have a lead right now. Even if they pull this out, we can go to game 3 and still come back with a very, very strong victory. So, I mean, C9, they're not sweating. They're completely comfortable. They're hanging back. If they win here, you know, that's great. If not, they're not really sweating it too much. Where TSM thinking, okay, we finally leveled it out. I mean, look at the graph right now. It goes up to C9's favor, comes right back down to 0. C9 gets a victory, goes back to 0. And all of a sudden, C9 gets a small one, and boom, skyrockets right back up. They got a mid tower. They got a Gold Fury. They got a bunch of kills. C9 is not a team you have to, that you have to pay attention to. I mean, you have to tread lightly with everything that you do, because if you make a small mistake, you're thinking, okay, if I misstep a few steps here, there's no way they're going to recognize it, but they do. They see exactly where you're going. The second you're in the wrong position by a few steps, they're going to grab you, they're going to kill you, they're going to get a couple objectives.
So, if Frostiak's going to go Rada Tahuti here over the Polynomicon. Polynomicon, of course, adds more damage to your in-hand attacks when activating an ability. Rada Tahuti's going to make that ultimate hit for a lot harder, and that's got to be what Frostiak is looking at. Like, hey, look, I'm not really able to stand in these team fights and put in my pulse or radiate damage for my in-hand attacks, so Polynomicon is not going to be the ideal way to go here. It's going to be Rada Tahuti, and once I have Rada Tahuti finished, even though it's so expensive, my damage output should be high enough that I can stand in the fights, and then Polynomicon's going to be all the better. So I really like that itemization from Frostiak at this stage in the game, given how it's going.
Yeah, it's going to make a big difference for him, and you know, like I said, it's going to change his team fight overall, and that's always the biggest problem with Freya is, you know, do you go for high magic damage? And then previously, when you know, there was a split between magical and physical, you could go for Heartseeker, Doom Orb. That used to be a build that was so much fun to play with on Freya because you could do so much with it. Neat ultimate coming through. Does Freya block? It looks like they're actually going to hit Sun Wukong here in the jungle and force that one out. Looks like he's going to take that. I don't know if that was even that must have been accidental. It's too hard for people to predict that angle. Belch the Gods, Fist the Gods, Sun Touch taking some harassment here. Back over the wall is Cubo Fred slowed there. The Purification Beast will buy some time. Look at how much damage those bombs do. Cubo Fred forced to retreat. Fist of the Gods. There goes Valkyrie's Discretion. Lobster blinks out. There's Game Hunter by himself surrounded. There's the guard stance. Activation now into assault stance here, forcing this away. Game Hunter solo into the wall, juggled up and smacked down. Tyr gets the kill, and Game Hunter goes down mid lane. Ogden goes down as well. Fluttering in is the Cupid.
Ooh, the
baby
crits.
Cupid gets the cat. Heart Bomb is going to get this. Actually, we'll do about 45 damage there. Trickstick by himself, tanky enough to get away. And the tower is now under pressure.
Wow. Trickstick actually gets a big time intoxicate on 4 players. It's going to be cleansed by SMITE, but the Chain Lightning finds Freya at the back of that fight, taking her down. Mail of Renewal Zalia, basically full HP and mana. From between the Stone of Gaia giving a percentage HP regen, 2% every 5 seconds, plus the 25 HP 5, 10 MP 5 that it gives, and the Mail of Renewal giving back 10% of maximum health and mana every time he gets a killer assist. Every 5 seconds that he's able to do it, it's just big time regen from the Tyr. And there you saw it. I mean, he blinks in, takes care of the Raw, and then falls back into the fight at basically full health, not a scratch on him. Combat blinks are up and running now from TSM on both Game Hunter and Lobster. Lobster's had his for a while. It's a new acquisition by Game Hunter. And Game Hunter just doesn't seem to have the same kind of damage output. I mean, looking at this point in the game, I take that back. He's sitting at 13k, so he's actually done really, really well for himself, but just hasn't seemed to hit those big snipes and clean up those fights. At really at the end of team fights is where we saw Zalia being so potent, just finding that last snipe and really bringing gods down and really being a big morale killer. But not to say Game Hunter hasn't been very effective here, but he's going to go Obsidian Shard over to Hootie, so damage output going to be significantly lower. Until about maybe 35 or 40 minutes into the game where we'll get to Hootie as well. Cloud9 going to start up on the Gold Fury again. TSM doesn't want any of it as they're rotating over Dry Bear. Looks like we're going to have a fight.
Well, they're going to leash that one and just back out. It doesn't look like they're really ready to jump in on this one 100%. There's the blink. Fields of Love. Heart Bomb. Jumping on top. Does he have a blink? It shouldn't be off cooldown just yet. Ultimate comes down. He can't get out of this one. Lobster most likely to go down. He's still alive. The dunk comes out. Frosty gets the kill. The charge did not detonate on that one. Cubo Fred by himself. Neat ultimate. Gonna hit Taylor in the backside. Sun Touch backing up. Cubo Fred by himself. The Razor Claws come out, searing pain coming through, and there goes the kill on Augie. Frosty Axe down. Zalia's looking for a kill. Spirit Arrow's going to root him in place, but we see Cupid go down as well. TSM making a comeback here. Just Zalia by himself, surrounded. Sun Wukong has already retreated. Tier 1 tower is not safe. Tier 2 tower may be safe. They have a Spirit Arrow root. They just need a few more damage. There it goes.
There it is.
A 4-for-1 turnaround for Team Solo Mid. They're going to get a tower and possibly the Gold Fury.
What phenomenal play by Team Solo Mid there. They're going to find some big time kills on the back of that. Even though during that fight, the Sun Wukong decoy blocked a Neath ultimate accidentally, but coincidentally, TSM able to continue that fight, take it down, a 4-for-1 trade. They're going to make their way into the Fire Giant. Lobster, brilliant kiting during that play, put down the ultimate, survived for much longer than he had any right to, honestly. Suntouch is sitting on Hand of the Gods 3, so there's an opportunity to steal this. Boar Form, very, very good at stealing objectives, but he has been forced to use Bird. Coming around the side, Suntouch has to get in there. He's too late. Now he may get locked down into his death. No ultimate available for the Sun Wukong, knocked up. Damage coming through. The snipe as well. He's going to go down to Razor Claws, and that is a 5-man wipe delayed, plus a Fire Giant. TSM taking this thing back to even yet again for the second time today. They have pulled the gold dead even and have the experience advantage.
They certainly do, and this is why we're in the grand finals. These two teams are so good at this game, and you see C9 get a little bit too greedy there in their placement. Smek, notably, was not really in a great spot to help his team out. In fact, he's going to be the most farmed in the game, and as soon as Smek got picked off early, or got forced out early and then picked off a little bit later into the team fight, that was just curtains for C9. They just needed that damage, that rotation, that Fields of Love, and I think it all started, Zalia jumped in there. He got the blink, he got the juggle, went in on top of it. We saw Zeus get pushed out really, really hard. Lobster ended up going down there, but all of a sudden, TSM just brings it together, and that kind of coordination is what you'd expect from Team Solo Mid, and they're going to bring it out here. Now, keep in mind, Team Solo Mid won the end of the 2013 tournament. They were the #1 place. They were able to pick that up and get the victory. And C9, going into 2014 with this path to 100K, the first 2 weeks have been playing very, very well. TSM won last week, so now we're going to Game 2 of the Grand Finals. C9 is up 1 game, and TSM thinks, let's show the fans something. Let's bring out some action. Let's bring out some blood. Let's give them a good game, and that's exactly what we have right here. They're in the lead now, 1,800 gold, Tier 2 tower about to go down, a big team fight about to start up here.
Zaylia gonna get stunned out up in front, but he is really just there soaking up damage because he wants the stats to go up. No way they're holding that tower. Down it goes, staring in the face of 5 Fire Giant buff active Team Solo mid players. They're gonna fall back, farm up the map a little bit, and look to push into this mid lane here. They want to get rid of the rest of the towers on this map, and it looks like they're gonna make their way all the way to the right side, where they will be just backdooring this first tower on the right side, at least for the moment. Bacchus will tank it up, no problem. Cloud9 sniffs it out. They'll be there and attempt a defense this time. Now TSM doesn't have a creep wave, and they made a long journey over here. C9 seems perfectly happy to just defend their tier 2. They'll let this tier 1 go, Dry Bear, but if you are TSM, you continue in here. No creep wave, but with a Fire Giant buff to tank it up against a full 5-man Cloud9, it seems like a really easy way to give your advantage back.
Yeah, I mean, that's the delicate part about this, is that they misstep or misuse their ability. And this is kind of the misnomer about the Fire Giant buff that a lot of people may not understand, is that just because you have Fire Giant doesn't necessarily mean you need to use it. And you'll see teams think, oh, I have a minute left on the Fire Giant buff, I have to fight now. That's not necessarily the case. They want to make sure this engagement is good as the highest priority. They don't want to do anything here. And this is exactly how you play from a small lead like this. Just go for a tower, back off. Go for a tower, back off. Start stacking up the gold. Look at the graph right now. It was 4,000 in favor of C9 and just chunk. Now we have 6,000 in favor of TSM. It's going to be 7,500 when this tower goes down. There it goes. The graph's going to update. There's 7,600 total for TSM in the lead. And they're not trying to engage. They get the Fire Gem. They get the towers, they get the Gold Fury, they get the buffs, and they're just kind of waiting. You know, if C9 comes, we'll back off, but all we're trying to do is just get the gap between us and C9 bigger and bigger and bigger and give us a 100% chance of winning the next fight without giving anything away to C9. And honestly, it's more of a respect play. Tread lightly, give C9 the respect they deserve, but also play for the win.
Now, we do have a little bit of a lull in the action, so I'll take a quick moment to give a shout out to Torch. They did take down the 3rd place standing this week, beating out Team Q, who will be taking 4th. So congratulations to Torch, and back to Cloud9 versus TSM here. As TSM is leaving the base, we do have a pause coming out by SMITE. We've heard that this is a fairly short one, guys, but we'll be bringing you all the action as soon as this one wraps up. It seems like a good time now to talk about some of the other great stuff going on around SMITE. There is the SMITE Pro Twitter, which we encourage you to follow. Twitter.com/SmitePro to get all the updates about the action around the league, all of the games, and all the upcoming activities and events, plus probably some giveaways if you are over there as well. You can follow myself and Dry Bear on Twitter. I'm over at HighResBart, Twitter.com/HighResBart. Dry Bear over at Twitter.com/DryBearGamers. You can find those links in the chat as well. And we do certainly appreciate your patronage of the stream today. This pause should be fairly short, and we'll get right back into this one and see if Cloud9 can close it out or if TSM is going to keep their tournament hopes alive.
You know, I think it's been a very strange shift here because going to the end of the 2013 tournament, we saw SK Gaming, I guess C9, previously Azure, previously SK Gaming, going into the end of the 2013 tournament. And, you know, they were the #1 seed, and they didn't even make it into the grand finals. They went to the bronze match. They made 3rd place at the end, you know, to sum up 2013. They did have a big dynasty at one point. You know, I think they won 8 or 9 tournaments in a row. And, of course, that is the C9 you're watching right now. But going into the end of the 2013 tournament, they made 3rd place. And then all of a sudden you see, you know, Amaranthine, which is now TSM when they got picked up, won 1st, and that was a huge upset. And everyone's thinking, okay, Amaranthine, now TSM, Team Solo Mid, this is the best team that we have. And for whatever reason, something happened, some kind of catalyst. Maybe it was the announcement of a $100,000 tournament happening in March, the path to 100K, but C9 stepped up their game. They started putting the pressure on. They won week 1 very, very dominantly, and we've watched them throughout today play a fantastic games. Game 1 was shut out really hard, and then, of course, last week we were thinking C9 was going to win the best of 3 as well, but TSM comes back 2-0 victory over C9. Going into today, Game 1 shut down hard by C9, but it goes to show that these teams are so evenly matched you can't count anyone out. 4,000 in the deficit. TSM looking, you know, very poor, and all of a sudden 4,000 turns into -6,000. It goes up in TSM's favor. They had the Fire Giant buff. There's no towers remaining. It looks like the unpause is coming out here. The reconnection has come back in. The players are all back into the match here, so we're back underway. Game 2, C9 versus TSM. C9 is up. Game 1, TSM is on the chopping block, but it doesn't feel like it that much anymore, considering the fact that they're currently sitting a huge lead, 7,700 gold. Look at the graph. It shoots right back in their favor, and they're looking sharp.
So, you know, if you are Cloud9 HyperX at this point, Dry Bear, you know, you've had an advantage through most of this game. In fact, most of this series. this game's gone pretty long now, 35 minutes. The first game you ended in 25, and they've picked all of your gods and are beating you with them. Is morale at a low right now for Cloud9, or do you think that they're kind of steeling themselves and ready to take a fight? And they know it's coming. 30 seconds till the Fire Giants up here, and TSM may even look to kind of engage against them at the red buff here. You see, they're going to go ahead and start that. But if you are Cloud9, what do you do to kind of steel yourself to get back into this game?
Honestly, knowing a lot of the C9 players personally, you know that they're all very casual people. They're not really high emotion. Sayo very focused. SunTouch is very very calm and very gentle and friendly. Xaylia as well, like you talked about by meeting him in the live events, and Smek, Frostiak as well. Frostiak probably the most high strung, involving his emotions in the game type player, and you can see that in his aggression overall, the way he plays. So strong plays overall between these players, but I think C9 definitely has an opportunity to take this Fire Giant buff and possibly start pushing the game back, but they can't let this go for free.
Yeah, they concede at least the opening to it here as Sayo, with the recalls coming out, they do want to finish up what items they can before trying to engage. Frostiak has finished Rocket Hoodie notably in this fight. SunTouch, however, going to take a lot of damage here. I'm not sure how well he can really deal. Looks like there's a beated out ultimate on the Smek, and now it's going to be Cupid trying to chase down the Cupid. Game Hunter puts out the snipe. On the other side of the fight, Frostiak takes a lot of damage. He's going to put out a lot of damage of his own with the ultimate. The Zeus ultimate comes out, but it's only going to zone out Sayo, but they are able to secure a kill on Frostiak, who's a lot of their damage. Now it's SunTouch forced the bird out as Lobster's not going to fall down, and TSM has won this fight easy peasy. Only 3 members of Cloud9 are still within range, so really contested as Sayo is forced to recall back, and TSM not quite ready to start Fire Giant. They're going to take a look here at SunTouch, and it'll come down to a big play by Cloud9 SunTouch to steal this away from them, or this is a surefire Fire Giant for TSM.
Here, Lawbringer jumping in, finding Young Bay on the backside, but he's bought himself. Look at the follow-up damage. Xaylia goes down instantaneously. Searing Pain comes out. Little baby Cupid gets destroyed. Sayo looking for the bomb. Cubo Fred quite low. Solar Blessing on the ground now. Sayo by himself. Polynomicon. One more hit. Blinks away. Game Hunter gets out. Sayo looking for the bomb. Gets the stun there on Lobster, but doesn't get the damage. Sayo by himself. Belly Flop gonna avoid it. There goes the Neath ultimate. Can they get the damage out on top of it? Sayo goes down to Bastet, who was on her deathbed, and now puts Lobster in her place. Gets on out there. SunTouch trying to come through, but did not have the support he could have put forth there, considering the fact that Tier went so deep so quick. Sun Wukong just could not react in time. It's going to be a 3-for-1 exchange after a 1-for-0 exchange in favor of TSM, turning it into a total 4-for-1 in favor of TSM, and now the Fire Giant's available.
Jungbei going to go ahead and start that up. Game Hunter rotating in as well. They should shift the aggro off of Jungbei here shortly, I would imagine. No, he's going to go ahead and stand in the fire there. Freya waiting in the wings. Frostiak certainly capable of putting out a lot of damage, but they're going to need SunTouch here to try to steal this thing. Do they have the banish into steal coming through? No, it's going to be bird in, bird out, and SunTouch is in some trouble. He's going to get fisted out by Fred. Now going to be forced to use a somersault, and he is going to go flip over the wall there. So really not able to get in position fast enough. You would think that they would at least attempt to banish into steal there, but weren't able to get it out at all.
13-18 here. We see a 9,400 gold lead for TSM, 11,000 experience lead as well. Now they have that Fire Giant. That Fire Giant buff is so very valuable. Looking across the way to TSM, you see they're all finishing off their last item. In fact, yeah, pretty much everyone, actually all 5 people on TSM are on their last item right now. Actives have been completed. There's 4 Sentry Wards in the inventory, buying so much Vision. And I love the fact that both these teams realize that Vision is a team effort, and they're all buying wards, trying to benefit that cause directly. I got to give credit to TSM right now. The way they're able to just kind of pick off the targets and be very specific about it. And not only that, but when they fall into trouble, they back up, support each other properly, zone properly, and then switch targets when they need to. Time and time again, you see newer players who have trouble, figuring out what target they're supposed to go for, and then when that target's no longer viable, they don't know what to go for next. They don't have that target switching potential, but TSM is just like, it's a machine, man. The cogs are turning, everything's going right, and TSM is definitely set to take this match and push to game 3. TSM, C9 jumps in, there's Xaylia, there's the juggle, QL Fred removes with Purification Beast, SunTouch by himself, taking about half a turn. SunTouch gonna go down here without even being able to ult. Somersault Cloud was not available. First damage, QL Fred, Neath ultimate coming out. There goes the baby going down yet again. Xaylia fighting cats in his base. Frostiak backing up. Belch of the Gods comes out there. Belly Flop is going to come off cooldown quite soon. Searing Pain going to be avoided by Valkyrie's discretion, but it might not be enough. The Phoenix goes down. Could we have a Game 3.
Man, oh man. It looks like we're going to get it for the first time in the path to 100K. TSM is putting a lot of pressure on the Cloud9. 2 Phoenixes down. They want to move into the base. They certainly have the damage. Basset at this stage in the game is just a damage machine. The Titan's being done. Working onto the Voidblade as well for some more pen. Deathbringer as well. If she can just get in there. Trickstank going to find a big CC chain. 700 damage crit coming through from Youngbei, who is a wrecking machine right now, sitting on a full 6-item build on a Neath, and that is going to be your game, ladies and gentlemen. It is impossible for Cloud9 to hold TSM out of the base right now, and we are going to game number 3, Dry Bear. First time in EU.
That's right. Week 1, 2-0. Week 2, 2-0. Week 3, 1-1, going to game 3. And this is what the reset comes out. You know, with one win on each team, they're thinking, okay, we go into game 3. Quarterback's amnesia. Forget everything. We just go into game 3. We set up right. We get this victory. We win it all. Everything comes down to this last match. And C9 versus TSM finally ending in a stalemate. Let's check at the numbers here. See how things have worked out overall. 24.6K done by Sayo on Augie. SMITE dropping 20,637 damage on Cupid. 2 and 4. I don't know how SMITE have managed to do so much damage on a character that is pretty much all. I mean, obviously the AoE from the Fields of Love does contribute a lot to that, but at the same time, it's difficult to get those numbers unless you're SMITE himself. Game Hunter playing Raw, and you know, Zalia shouts out, you know, you're gonna take my Raw. Let's see what you can do. And Game Hunter says, okay, 23,000 damage, 16,000 healing, 4, 2, and 9 with wonderful snipes. And honestly, SMITE had such a hard time because Raw sniped him twice. Game Hunter into God Hunter into Baby Hunter now. Youngbei 5, 2, and 6 here. He's got 16,000 damage dealt, 30,000 on Zeus, and as we've seen before, Bart, Zeus has not been as effective as we thought he
finally wins a game
this
though.
time around, hit home.
Zeus finally wins a game, even though he sits at 2 and 4. You know, I think it's interesting here that that we have, you know, basically SMEC's Cupid is putting out that much damage, but Neath is 100 physical power ahead. Youngbei's build a little bit more potent overall towards the end of that game. Zeus finally picks up his first win, and I think it's pretty safe to say that Freya seems to be way overvalued here, considering Frostiak had very little impact on the game. 3, 7, and 5, 15,000 gold farm. In fact, the lowest farm in the game, going the way of the jungle. Freya shut down effectively by Basset there, who that dot seems just so effective against these gods that have these CC immune kind of infinite, I'm sorry, not infinite, but immune escapes like Freya does, even Sun Wukong or Apollo or Thor for that matter. Bastet does very well against them and has very thoroughly shut down Freya this game.
Yeah, Freya not really able to get in there to do the damage that she needed. Honestly, started with the core, had the Fatalis into Demonic Grip, and went straight into Rod to make the Valkyrie's Discretion do more AoE damage, like you mentioned, but it just wasn't enough. And I think it just came down to the fact that TSM really just kind of, you know, they buckled down on this one. They realized, okay, we're in game 2. We can't lose this. We can't lose another series to C9. We want to push this to game 3 and see if we can win out today. And it all comes down to this now. And I think that the way they were able to kind of just focus on the right targets at the right time, the way they played was really, really effective. And I think they finally, for the first time today, put a dent in C9's armor, right? And not necessarily with the points, how they were going, but more the mentality. I mean, we saw situations where TSM was making so many plays and getting the zoning right where C9 felt pressured. I mean, they were stressing. We saw Suntouch go in and make some poor plays, and Suntouch, he's an amazing support player. He rarely makes poor plays. We saw in that last engagement, he tried to overextend and zone everyone out at once. Obviously, I mean, this happened several times this last match. They had the point where they put C9 on the back foot. You know, C9 was pushing, and all of a sudden this huge force comes back, and they're leaning back and realizing, okay, all of a sudden we're not dominating everything. We have to start thinking about the steps that we're making. And, you know, to make C9 do that, to push the giant over the way TSM has been doing, it goes to show that, you know, the weight is pretty even here. We're going to be going directly into Game 3 coming up next year. Saya is going to be leading the charge and making those picks made for C9, of course, across the way. And, you know, TSM is making the same plays here. And the bans are going to be important. Will we see respect bans or not? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, I would. It's going to be a really interesting picking phase. According to how these games have gone, Ra should be banned out. Freya and Zeus should be free picks because they don't win games. And Bastet is the #1 pick in all regions. I mean, it's a completely upside-down series so far in terms of what you would normally expect out of the meta for SMITE. A wonderful contest also. I mean, to date, this is one of the better kind of series that I've really had the pleasure of commentating. It's been an absolute joy to go move into game number 3 here between Cloud9 and Team Solo Mid. 2 big powerhouse sponsors, powerhouse teams in the EU scene. And Bastet bands, maybe? I don't know. We'll find out as we get pulled in.
We're pulled in here on the left side of your screen. You will see Team Solo Mid, the roster for Cloud9 on the right side of your screen. The bands we'll go through here. It seems like TSM has selected first pick, first ban here. They're going to go ahead and ban out Vamana yet again. Zayla is just not allowed to have that character ever. So Guan Yu in response coming out from C9. TSM has one more selection to make. And this next selection, it's going to be Bastet, like you mentioned. So Bastet off the table here. They don't want to give it to Frostiak. They don't want to give it to Kibo Fred. They're just going to get rid of it completely and kind of reset here. But, as these bans get, more and more in depth, we get to the point where you're thinking, okay, now Thor's available, Zhongkui's available, Kali's available, all these big bans are available. Mercury has yet to been touched in the last few weeks because people are just uncomfortable with the change that came through there. But, then there's so many, Agni, they're Ra, everyone. All these characters are making it through. Guan Yu and Sun Wukong here are going to be banned out by C9, just making sure that everything's a little bit more balanced because those 2 characters are incredibly powerful in all situations.
So Wukong, Bastet, Guan Yu, and Vamana rounding out your bands. First pick, hell, why not Neith?
Let Smack have it.
Everything that I know is gone. Here comes the Ra. It's gonna be Ra and Sobek or something picked here. I bet. Honestly, in all honesty though, I would expect them to pick up Agni and Ra here. That combination has been very, very potent for Cloud9.
Thor's still available. Frostek plays a strong Thor, and honestly, something that didn't really hit home 2 games ago when we ended up watching it. Zalia and Frostek had the opportunity to pick something up. Ra and Zeus are going to be selected here. Ra's available. You got to take it, and Zeus has been quite effective. It's going to be the hands of Sayo this time around.
Sayo plays a good Zeus.
He does. He plays a good everything. If it's in the mid lane, regardless of what it is, he's going to go Ares mid and still kill everybody. Sayo knows that lane inside and out. Across the way, Game Hunter, Trickstank have opportunity to pick something up here. Sobek's going to be hovered on. Game Hunter has the opportunity to grab up a god here as well with Neith selected. And I think today the EU scene has proven how valuable Neith is to these early controls.
Yeah. She just couples so well with high levels of coordination with junglers, especially dot-based junglers. It seems like it's just particularly potent there, where that Neith ultimate's going to force you to stop, let the kitties get to you with when you have Basset in the game, stack up the slows, and then the dots coming out as well. But Agni, Sobek, Neith selected, so we will have the Agni versus Zeus matchup again. This time roles will be reversed. However, it will be Lobster's signature Agni going up against Sayo's Zeus, and they're going to bring the Thunder and the Lightning. Thor going to come out to match up with that Zeus.
That combo is coming out here, and Thor has predicted it. Athena is going to be hovered on the first time she actually makes it into play, and honestly, I think it was only once today. In fact, Athena was the 5th most picked character going into the tournament today and has fallen off since because of her lack of pick. A very strange pick coming out here from TSM. Hoonbots is going to be hovered on. Hoonbots is an interesting character because he can scale very quickly. His damage output is incredibly high. He is very strange because he has some very good matchups in the jungle and some very poor matchups in the jungle. He's kind of hit or miss with who he's going up against. It looks like Thor is going to be his opponent here. And honestly, Hoonbots does pretty well against Thor. Not only that, but when it comes to late stages of the game, Hoonbots is very ultimate dependent. And if you're going to give it to somebody, giving it to Cubo Fred's always a good bet.
Kronos and Hunbot's going to round it out here. Agni Hunbots can combine for a lot of damage. Neith synergizes well with the Hunbots rotation as well. And Kronos just a generally fairly safe solo laner, although it's be interesting to see how well Game Hunter's able to do, where likely we expect that to go, up against Zalia's Ra, which has proven to be quite strong. Smek going to go ahead and pick up his On Her. And we've seen Smek do some serious work with On Her before in our day, notably and probably most famously going for the triple stacking item On Her no boot stay in my lane forever build. We'll see if I doubt it'll be that this game, as I do have the Neith there and some serious gank potential between Kronos and Hunbots, but all around of the board here, it's a tough one to call and who really has the better draft.
I think it's going to come down to the jungle because, I think the mid lane is incredibly strong. Zeus versus Agni, good matchup there. You've got On Her laning up with Athena, of course, very strong matchup there. Neith and Sobek, incredibly powerful. The solo lane is going to be Kronos up against Ra. Not really that big of a powerhouse. It's going to be a lot of push and pull. Ra has a bit of a lead in the early stages of the laning phase, but as it rounds out, it's not going to matter a whole lot. And also, Ra and Kronos not really known for their great rotations overall, although Ra can get some good distance there from the snipe. But you look at the jungle here. Thor can be completely hit or miss. I mean, if his ult lands, it's amazing. If he misses, and doesn't get a good hammer off, I mean, if Thor falls behind, he's not all that great, and has a difficulty, getting the damage out that he needs. Same thing for Hoonbots. Hoonbots is a very momentum-based character that if he gets ahead, Hoonbots is devastating. But if he falls behind, Hoonbots not really all that, strong because he has to teleport in with a Sacred Monkey.
There's a walking
Evil
ultimate.
has to come out. That ultimate has to come out. I think this is going to come down to the jungle, Bart.
It often does, Tribear. It often does. The junglers generally are what we look to dictate the pace of the game, and Hunbots and Thor particularly suited to do so with their big-time gank-based ultimates. I think if they shut down Sio, they win the game, and that, of course, is going to start with Neath and Hunbots as well as nice positioning by Lobster, but we would expect nothing less from his legendary Agni. If Sio, however, is able to evade those ganks and turn around one or two through the mid-game, they have Defender of Olympus as well to aid with that. It seems like a dangerous lineup to really dive too aggressively for Cloud9 HyperX, but TSM is basically all into that gank style of play. It'll be interesting to see how this one shakes out.
Fair point, guys. We're cutting into a brief break. 3 minutes on the clock as we go into this game. It's going to be Game 3 of the Grand Finals. Team Solo Mid going up against Cloud9 HyperX. The game series has been reset. It all comes down to this last game here. Everything's on the line. First place is up for grabs, literally, as both these teams are tied going into this match for previous seeding points going forward for the path to 100K, the $100,000 tournament at the end of March. Stick around. We'll be right back. Hey, everyone, and welcome to Game 3 of the Grand Finals. We're watching Team Solo Mid up against Cloud9 HyperX. It all comes down to this. If you are just tuning in, you picked a perfect time to tune in at the end of this European tournament. Path to the 100K is underway. These two teams are the top in the world right now, and they're looking for opportunity to put that even farther forward. TSM, the bottom side of the map, the blue team on the green grass. We've got Trix Tank leading the charge of this full invasion force on Sobek, Youngbei on Neath, Cubo Fred playing Hoombots, Lobster on Agni, and Game Hunter playing Kronos. Will they find a kill or not? All 5 players on C9 grouping up as well across the way. Their opponents, Zalia on Ra, Suntouch playing Athena, Smek playing on her, Sayo playing Zeus, Frostiak on Thor in the jungle. It doesn't seem like they see it yet.
Yeah, and Suntouch loading, and it looks like a little bit late here. Just now leaving the base. Oh, Trix Tank, are you going to find the pluck? Are you going to find the pluck? No, not even going to go for it. I don't even know about all that. How are you not even going to try?
Yeah, it may have been nerves, thinking this is Game 3. We don't start the game off with a death if we dive into tower. So, and honestly, they probably didn't expect Zeus to keep hugging the wall like that where he was just too far forward. They probably expected just a beeline out of there. So I don't know. Maybe they're just looking for the perfect pick, if not back off. And that may have been the call on, Mumble or whatever it is they're using here. Again, the double physical pot start for our carries as well as our junglers, and we're underway with the buffs. Athena looking for a ward. Sobek tries to stomp on it with a Goomba stomp there. It's not going to work, though.
Not just yet. Yeah, the boss being picked up. Suntouch still very aggressive positioning, trying to disrupt this blue buff attempt. Oh, he's going to go for the dash steal. And Youngbei's going to have to zone him while Trix Tank stays there. Suntouch, he's going to think better of it. He's going to let Trix Tank take that one for his Neath. But definitely forces out, a lot of damage onto Trix Tank by making sure that Youngbei is forced to zone. So still a clever play, and still, puts them ever so slightly ahead in the lane.
Well, it was free, right? I mean, they didn't do anything. He just stood there and stared, gave the opportunity for Honor to go forward. Now, at the same time, he made Smek solo, so Smek's going to take a little bit of harassment from that mana buff at the same time. But, putting Trix Tank lower is something that's valuable, considering the fact that Smek is much more of an initiator than Athena or Honor. He puts himself in a tough situation every time he tries to go for a pluck, and if he gets too low, that prevents him from wanting to initiate in the first place. Mid lane going to be pressured back here by Sayo. Sayo out pushing Agni, a very strange situation there, but that's the pressure we're feeling.
Look at Sayo's mana. Like, he's just like, fine, I'm just going to dump everything. He's perfectly happy to go back early, it looks like here, and really rely on Vampire Shroud and playing a very, very lean game. He's just going to dump everything, it looks like, in every wave, and then just hope that Lobster, doesn't have a jungle rotation or something where he's going to need the Aegis Reflector to get out of there. So, all things told, Sayo, playing like Sayo. Very aggressive when he wants to play aggressive, and somehow manages to play extremely safely and passive, even while playing fairly risky.
Lobster kind of just free to let him do it here, kind of just hanging out, using really none of his mana, just basic attacks and flame waves with the combustion passive. Honestly, it seems like Lobster's even focusing on harassing Zeus more than he is even pushing the wave. He knows that, he's playing Agni. He's safe. He can push his back as much as he wants, and it's Zeus who is more of a kill-based mid laner, looking for an opportunity to finish off Lobster if he steps out. If Sayo's low enough, he's just going to burst him down and take the kill there. There goes the detonate on the minion. He's going to push up the wave. We see Thor joining up on the mid lane. The mid camps are respawning. Hoombots and Thor are on their way. You can see them both, honestly, in synchronized fashion on either side of the map, making their way over the mid camps. This is very customary for mid and jungle to group up here for these mid camps. Left side might be contested here, but a lot of damage coming out from Hoombots as well as the Agni. The taunt does not come out there. Suntouch goes after the fact. Smek on the backside, no ultimates available, but Zeus' ultimate is available. Frostiak on his way over, but that was a little peculiar.
Yeah, I want to say it was to juke the Agni Bomb, but I'm not sure if it was that or just, a little bit of hesitation on that play there. We haven't touched yet. On to the right side solo lane, where it is going to be Zalia's very dominant Ra going up against Game Hunter's Kronos. And Game Hunter certainly a very, very capable player in terms of being able to land these basic attacks, and Kronos definitely thrives on that. So be looking for this to be a pretty action-packed solo lane. Don't say that very much, but these two gods certainly can do a number against each other. Kronos has a hard time getting a rewind out effectively with that Ra snipe. And Ra can get bodied by Kronos if he tries to run, but doesn't have the requisite move speed versus the speed up from Game Hunter. So all things told, it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup. And both of the junglers, Thor and Hunbots, are very capable of doing some serious ganks. In fact, speaking of the junglers, Frostiak was up in the air on the Thor first ult. It's going to miss, and he is going to fall back towards his side of the map.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about in the
Cubo
big
Fred,
stage.
mid lane.
Boss comes out, Fear No Evil, Flame Wave comes out, Neath ultimate can secure this one, and Youngbei, he gets AFK kills. He's not even there, and he keeps getting kills and assists. That World Weaver is so incredibly powerful in that farming tool. Look at the gold right now. Smek at 2,600, Neath sitting at 3,000. He just got himself a 400 gold lead individually over the enemy Hunter by simply pressing R and left clicking when it was fully charged. The kill goes down, and not only that, Zeus gets slowed down in his farm. Lobster is sitting at 3,000 and about 2,940 there for Sio, so a bit of a lead, about 100 gold lead for him. He's going to path the flames and head on home, make sure this wave does get cleared out quite effectively. Humbot on the right side as well doesn't have an ultimate, and Zalia, it's a little bit tough to take out with that solar blessing on the ground. Game Hunter has no interest on that, as Kronos' early game is notably quite weak, but at the same time has a very strong mid and late game, and I think TSM is going to play for that.
Yeah, you know, they, as we kind of mentioned in the pregame, that Hunbots and Neath combination is very, very, very deadly for a god like Zeus here. And Sio, yep, he's going to go beads through right away. He's shown that he's pretty happy to do so kind of regardless, but here he's going to take it maybe even a little bit earlier than normal just to try to evade those ganks. But it's still going to be pretty tough. I mean, just the damage coming out from Fear No Evil with overhead smash, with the Neath ultimate coming through, and the bombs from Lobster. If he gets stopped for even a second, he's going to take a lot of damage.
Yeah, the damage output is incredible, and that's the biggest thing about it is that, you walk a thin line, especially in this mid lane when it's so short. You can follow up with a lot of big rotations, and, Humbot's Thor in the jungle always lurking. You have to be careful about where you step forward here. Humbot's going to pick up the damage buff and head on home here. Across the way, we have Kronos able to push this wave through. The minions are being pushed out. Looking at the graphs, we're going to see a slight lead for TSM, as they did, of course, get first blood. 800 gold and 1,400 experience in their favor. 5 minutes and 15 seconds into this match. Things are looking up for them. And then, if they take this series, that would prove a lot, not only because they won, but also because they won after losing game 1. But C9's not going to let them off that easily. And as we watched the last game, C9 went up 4K, and that didn't matter to TSM at all. And, C9 can certainly pull out the same, come from behind here at the same place. So, it's hard to say who's going to win when it's, so slow in the beginning.
Yeah, it has been a fairly, modestly paced game besides that one game coming out in the mid lane. It feels like Hunbot should just kind of wheel around and babysit this mid lane and let Lobster get off to a big advantage. Keep Sio, pinned down really. Trevor, look at the vision here for Cloud9 HyperX, right on this left side of the map around Gold Fury. They do not want those games coming in from that side, but fortunately for them, Cuba Fred is running past a ward on the right.
Or dunk, right side, hammer, ton, Berserker Barrage, Raw snipes late, Neath ultimate comes on through. Does he have the damage? Humbot's ultimate comes through as well. There goes the kill. Frostiak gets turned around on, and TSM gets second blood. How does it happen where you triple ult Game Hunter and you die?
Life is hard to live when there's a Neath on the board. EU just showing really how powerful that pick can be. I mean, she's fallen almost completely out of favor to really the 4th or 5th tier of hunters that you would want to go for in terms of priority in NA, but here in the European scene, they're showing exactly how powerful this god can be. Zalia putting some pressure on the Game Hunter, but at this point, not enough. He is perfectly happy to kite back into his tower, blue buff active, CDR boots as well, and he is off to a great start versus Zalia. 4,200 net worth on to the Ra versus 4K on to the Kronos, but he's survived the gank already and has an assist to his name, and also hits the late game timing a little bit better than Ra will. So, it's all cylinders are firing right now for TSM, and they may be able to run this one back.
Yeah, I don't. He had rewind the whole time. Like, did he not rewind on purpose? Did he know that rotation was going to come out and they're going to get a kill and he was going to get an assist? Or did he just realize, okay, my team's going to clean this one up and I'm good to go? It's amazing to see how quickly these fights can turn around. 7 minutes, 24 seconds in the match. We do have a 1,000 gold lead now for Team Solo mid, 1,700 experience in the lead as well. 2-0. C9 has yet to put a kill on the board, surprisingly enough. Boots are completed for Lobster and Game Hunter. We have boots completed for Trickstate as well. Cubo Fred decided to go straight into boots, but Youngbei going down that Hunter roll, going directly into Heartseeker 3. Same thing goes for Smek. In fact, the builds are almost exactly the same if you, counteract the fact that Sio is yet to finish his boots, decided to go for tier 3 purification feeds, and is a little bit behind Lobster, about 300 gold individually, so that makes a big difference here. Thor looking for opportunity to gank. Looks like Humbot's in the back, and not a lot of aggression just yet, but they're just slowly building it up.
Yeah, Frostiak having a hard time really getting it going, it seems like, in this matchup versus TSM. They just really seem to have him figured out where his rotations are going to come and seem always to be prepared for it with those Neath ultimates immediately coming flying in from Youngbei in response to this Frostiak gank attempts. His Freya was shut down. His Thor is not doing so hot so far in this game. And really, all things told, it's TSM's early game, and we really haven't seen them win an early game yet. So how are they going to play from behind, or sorry, from ahead, and how will Cloud9 play from behind positions that they're not used to being?
Yeah, it's tough. Mid lane, Suntouch, feeling that toughness right now as he rotated on. Looks like Light, actually, the Neath ultimate is going to finish off Thor here in the jungle as rotates over. Suntouch under tower range, taking a lot of damage, forcing back. Desert Fury comes through, clearing the wave out. Overhand smash, hitting hard there. There goes the bombs coming out from the Agni's. Ra rotates over. Divine Blessing on the ground to slow them out. There goes Celestial Beam as well. Solar Blessing going to make this trade very unfavorable there for the Chronos. Looking for opportunity, gets the Time Rift, a little bit damage on the back end. Neath still pushing this left lane. And that's the beauty of Neath. This is why she was so powerful, and that's why she was the best hunter, in the game for 6 months straight in 2013. Is the fact that she can sit in her lane, contribute to every single team fight without ever having to leave it.
Look at the item parity here. Both the teams have effectively the exact same items.
Yes.
With the exception of a beads and a ward, they have all of the exact same items. So it's come down completely to the way these players are playing the game. And TSM is up 3 kills. They certainly have the number of Cloud9 HyperX. They're doing a great job of exploiting this advantage early on. Those Neath ultimates, every time they fly, they're finding kills. 2-0-1 for Youngbei. At this stage in the game, Heartseeker is finished. Sprint is up and running. He is about 700 gold ahead of Smek as well individually, which means that boot timings are going to be faster, or an Aussie if that's what he likes to go for. We've seen Neath be a late game damage carry so far in this matchup once before. Will it happen again, or will Smek be able to start shutting down Youngbei in the lane?
Delia switching off his start before going directly into Voidstone to counteract that Chronos. Of course, 2 magical damage dealers, Agni and Chronos, are on his way. Of course, avoids the damage from Sobek as well. 10 minutes, 20 seconds into this match, it's getting further and further down the line. Like you mentioned, Bart, 1,200 gold in favor of TSM, 2,000 experience as well. C9 has yet to put a kill on the board, and TSM's taking it slow. And I think they realize that they can't go for big plays against C9. You have so much talent over there on C9 that if you go too deep and try to go for big right side, Zayla get jumped on, overhand smash. That's it.
Matter. Too confident with the beads. I mean, he beads his way, the Fear No Evil, but the overhand smash into Monkey Toss, doing too much damage there. Kronos throwing a little pot shot as well, and that's going to be that. Down goes Ra. Zalia's Ra, being shut down for the first time today. I mean, it was so powerful that it was, picked up, counter-picked, and here they let it go through, and Game Hunter's Kronos is really handling it quite well.
It's important to look at the matchup here as well. Kronos not a very strong, early stage character. In fact, he's a very good solo laner because he can keep himself alive, and then mid and late he comes out strong. So the fact that Zalia's Ra right now is being shut down by Humbot's jungle and Kronos in the solo lane means that Zalia is slipping a little bit, or TSM is just putting it all well together. Infused Strike, of course, Humbot's passive allowing him to crit heavily there after using an ability, and he used that perfectly. Fear No Evil into it, overhand smash, Sacred Monkey to finish it off. Then the burst damage was far too much. Charge Fairy left lane, Suntouch trouble, gets rooted to the ground. Basic attacks coming through, trying to get away with Predator Strike. Desert Fury on top of Youngbei, not doing a whole lot of damage, about half his HP, but not enough. Neath ultimate coming out here, possibly, but it's not going to be enough for the kill. He's going to back off and cancel that one right now. Frosty is going to start out with Void Blade, which honestly is a great call against the Kibo Fred Youngbei combination. We get a lot of distance out there, but needs to be really careful about the rotations from Lobster and Game Hunter.
Yeah, speaking of Lobster and Game Hunter, their damage is going to start really, really starting to chunk away here. Cloud9, Sio, and Zalia, the only gods that are really going to be building into mass amounts of magic protection. Early stages of this game, left side lane, Sun Touch is going to go down to Trix Tank there as TSM continues to find kills. 5-0 now around the map for them. Cloud9, Sio now the one that's forced to fall back as Trix Tank's going to throw out the tail whip. Lobster and QFN starting to rotate. The Monkey definitely wants to find some more damage here. A detonate's going to do some damage to Lobster here. If Sio wants it, yes, indeed, he will go ahead and throw that bad boy out. And look at how aggressive Game Hunter's playing on the right side solo lane, knowing that, the jungler's on the left side of the map. They know where the Thor is, and he knows his Sunbots is over there. So Zalia wants to kind of take that trait, but is just getting outplayed by Game Hunter right now. And I think you made a great point earlier that Kronos has a massive disadvantage in the early game here that Ra is not exploiting at all, and Xaylia just having such a hard time getting control of the solo lane, which has been, he's been so dominant there in the last couple of games, it's even hard to believe.
Yeah, I mean, the way Kronos gets kills in that lane is by the enemy player kind of messing up there, or really just getting ahead in gold, which, you see Game Hunter against Xaylia behind in gold this time around, so not really able to get that. But the biggest thing about Kronos is he's safe in the solo lane. He has the rewind, he has a stun, he has great movement speed, and basically he's just guaranteeing his own farm in the solo lane. And that's really what Solo Island is all about. There's piles of gold to be gained, and people just kind of go over there and just collect it in their t-shirts and start walking away and bringing it home there. So that's what they're trying to accomplish, and Game Hunter's going to get that goal. You can see him finishing off Voidstone, focused Voidstone, going right into Demonic Grip. Of course, he is an attack-based magical damage dealer, and that Demonic Grip is going to pay off in droves here. C is done on Smek across the way. We see Deathbringer rush on Youngbei yet again. I don't know how he keeps getting that Deathbringer so quickly, but that farm is impressive, and it comes down to the fact that he's 2-0-2, free assists, free gold, free kills, all across the way, simply because he just ults, at the right time, and he makes it look easy and simple. And you think, oh, you're neat. You just you use your ultimate and you get kills, but it's not really it. It comes down to the fact that TSM is incredibly effective together, and once you add that possibility of big burst damage stun from across the map, it makes every gank that much more potent. 14 minutes and 30 seconds in this match, 5-0. Again, a huge lead for TSM, getting bigger and bigger. C9, this is what happens when you're up against good teams, is even if you're behind, you're not all that behind in gold, but it could get bigger with this Gold Fury.
Yeah, it's right. Gold Fury Tim coming out, starting to get low. Here comes the Zeus ultimate. TSM is going to secure that with the Hand of the Gods. Sun Touch still in the mix. Sayo gets a lot of damage out, but not enough to even secure a kill on a Trixtank. He was really absorbing the brunt of that there, so it's going to be a clean disengage for TSM, and they pick up a Gold Fury, yielding a 3,700 gold advantage, 5,700 experience going their way. And as you kind of noted in the pregame analysis, that this game is going to be really dictated by the pace the junglers set. And here, Cubo Fred is just really, really outshining Frostiak. He's making Thor look downright immobile compared to the ganks he's getting around the map. 5 kills he's been involved with, 2-0-3 for Cubo Fred. Frostiak 0-2-0 and down over 1,000 gold individually to the Hunbots.
I mean, that's exactly right. You see the solo laners about 200 gold apart. The mid laners right now, it looks like they're going to be about 600 gold apart, but Lobster's been involved in a lot of kills. And supports are very similar. Actually, about 1,000 gold apart there on the supports. That's just going to come down to the Gold Furies and the Towers rotations. 1 kill there on Trixtank, but really just the overall gain. You're exactly right. I mean, Cubo Fred on Hunbots making waves right now. Absolutely unstoppable with that Fear No Evil jumping in. Mid lane, Sayo by himself, overhand smash, Neath ultimate. It's that 4th counterpart on top. Fatal ultimate to come down, but not going to be in time. Sayo picked off yet again on Zeus. Again, we see the ineffective Zeus play. He's so gankable. He's so punishable, especially given the fact now that Aegis Shield does not remove slows anymore. If you get him caught out, you're going to kill him. And every single time the opportunity for a gank, you think it's, okay, this is how every player plays, right? Okay, I see the enemy player, jungle comes up, I can juke these 2 people. And then you see that red ring around your waist, you're thinking, I keep forgetting that Neath can shoot me from over there. And now
Neath is great against Zeus. And that's something that really, I think, kind of was overlooked for a long time when we saw Zeus being consistently banned out of all of these games, like uncounterable, you can't dive him, you can't ever gank him in the mid lane, was we forgot what, we were taught back over a year and a half ago. Neath destroys mid laners without an escape. That's why we've seen Agni consistently be the top pick for mid lane. He has the built-in escape. Most of the mid laners do not. Poseidon, Hubwa, Isis, Zeus, they all do not do well against Neath. But Neath just kind of fell out of favor. But here, so dominant, and just keeps Sayo pinned to his tower anytime he moves out. They're throwing out that ultimate, and it is just too much to handle. Cubo Fred is wrecking this game as well for TSM. Gonna have Jotun's Wrath up and running, 8,800.
No burst damage. Zayla getting picked off here. There's a stun. The time rift comes out. Not necessary. Hunbot strikes again.
I got my fingers crossed for 100% crit Hunbots this game. I think it's far enough ahead. Deathbringer Rageblade, if you don't know how that works, when Hunbots uses ability, he gets a 50% crit. So if you stack up another 50% crit, that means that every time you use an ability, you will crit, and there is no cooldown on the proc. QR Fred's move to the mid lane. No ultimate available. He has the angle on Sayo. They're going to stun him out. Here comes the Neath ult as well. Overhead smash. Oh my god, he just melted. Zeus, made of paper, and now made of ashes, as he is dead in the mid lane.
Just explodes out right there. And, you know, let's talk a little bit about the physiology that's going into this right now. I mean, C9, I'm sure they saw the win in their sights. They win game 1, right? They go into game 2, and they're thinking, okay, we're 4K ahead. We just won a big team fight. We got the Gold Fury. Suntouch being grabbed up here. Flame Wave, Path of Flames. That's it. Suntouch goes down. You know, and all of a sudden, TSM in game 2 makes a 10,000 gold swing. They go from 4,000 gold behind to 6,000 gold up. Beautiful play over there.
What a play that
dunking
was.
Down on Kronos. The stun is gonna be enough, and he gets picked off. Frosty.
No. It wasn't the ult. It wasn't the ult there. It was actually Game Hunter really overextending and trying to play aggressively against Frostiak and pressure this tier 2. And Frostiak threw out a hammer. The Game Hunter thought he dodged, but then it was a port behind him into the Berserker Barrage. Killed off the last minions, put in the damage onto the Kronos, who also ate a tower hit to go down. A really clever play from Frostiak, showing that even though he is down, he is not out. Here we have
really
Fred.
I mean, these players are so good.
Yeah, they're amazing. I watch this and I'm like, man, I'm bad at this game, and I destroy. I have like an 80% win rate, and I know that I'm terrible watching them play. Yeah, but I mean, it's Cubo Fred's game here. He's just has so much farm. 10,300 net worth before any players of Cloud9 HyperX hit the 10,000 mark. Zalia about 1,000 gold behind the enemy jungler from the solo lane position. And when you look at who TSM has prioritized farm on, and you're talking about Agni being your 4th best farmer, and he's going to have a Rada Tahuti up and running here in about 3 minutes, and he's the 4th highest farmer on your team. Youngbei is a beast here. Speaking of Youngbei, there's going to be ultimate out on the side. They're finally using Defender of Olympus to help protect him, and it is going to prevent him from going down, but they're going to use an ultimate to counter Neath ultimate, and Neath can farm the whole time where Athena has been repositioned. So all things told, TSM continues to put the pressure onto Cloud9 HyperX.
Look at the damage numbers right now. 7,600 done by Cubo Fred. That's going to be huge amounts. We see Smack dropping 7,100 himself and 8,800 on Zeus, but, you know, Zalia at 3,800. Frostiak. Look at the difference here. They're 5,000 damage apart. Cubo Fred, in 19 minutes and 51 seconds, has done 5,000 more player damage than his counterpart on the enemy team. Chargebreak coming out, going to miss there on Smek. A little bit of a misplay there, considering the fact that Smek didn't even see him until it was too late. So, honestly, just a missed charge from Trixtank. Suntouch going to find that ward there. Actually, Thor going up and look at the dunk. At the flame. Stun comes out. Sile. He's going to drop. Thor drugs down on Cubo Fred. The heal's coming out, though. Does he have enough to go into it? Searing Pain comes through, but doesn't hit it. Trixtank coming from the backside. The wall's going to go down any second. Oh, there it is. Desert Fury comes out. Lobster go down. It's a 1-for-1 exchange. Smek gets picked off by the time rift, and Suntouch is going to get burned down by that time stop. Zalia, overhand smash, crit. Zalia looking for it. Does he have it? He just needs one shot. The Searing Pain, the Celestial Beam gets it. And there goes the kill, but he loses his life in the process. Frosty goes down as well. A 5-for-2 exchange. And honestly, I would have liked to see Humbach just leave completely instead of trying to even turn around there. Just get some distance.
Yeah, what wonderful play there that was. I mean, TSM, they baited HyperX back into that fight. Cloud9, they get the pick and they think they can re-aggress after Lobster goes down. Then they chase Cuba Fred and they pick him up with a nice beam, but Thor coming back in there was definitely a misplay. Frostiak kind of throws his life away, and them taking down Smek's a big deal as well because Youngbei didn't fall in that fight. So Heartseeker stacks up and running on Youngbei that are not going on her. 165 physical power versus 110, so an extra 50 damage per shot from the Neath with those in-hands. Suntouch not in position to steal that Gold Fury in time, and that is going to put TSM up to 8,800 additional gold over Cloud9 HyperX and 14,000, nearly 15,000 experience. And when you look at Suntouch at level 11 and Trixtank at level 14 with nearly 2,000 gold separating the players, you can see just how well TSM is playing this game.
Oh yeah, I mean, nearly 5 levels apart in the jungle. 15 on Frostiak. Cubo is about to hit level 20 there, so about 4.5 levels apart. You see level 17 on the mid for Sayo. Lobster about to hit level 20 himself, and the experience is huge for TSM right now. It's turning out to the point where TSM, at 22 minutes, no longer needs experience because everyone's about to hit level 20, which is phenomenal right now. Polynomicon has been completed by Game Hunter. Youngbei has added Malice to his collection. Damage, attack speed, crit, everything he needs to make his kit even that much better. Over there, Neath ultimate, Desert Fury gets activated. Pops his ultimate there for a little bit of damage there. Smek forced away. Impale comes out. His jump is on cooldown. Path of Flame's going to secure that one. Lobster comes out. There's the hammer on Lobster, forcing him down. The damage comes out. There goes the hit. Trixtank getting very low. Solar Blessing on the ground. He's going to fall. Detonate should secure that one. Lobster still alive in the corner. The huge rotation from C9 comes out. A 3-for-2 exchange. Neath by herself pops the sprint. does Raw have the snipe? It's coming through. It's coming off cooldown pretty soon.
Oh,
He does
Zaylia.
have full CDR. It's going to be a 30-second respawn time.
Zaylia,
does he have it?
please.
Searing Pain's coming up soon. Divine Blessing doesn't get it. Cooldown soon. Needs to be careful here. Game Hunter trying to make the best out of a bad situation. There it goes. Comes off cooldown. Does he snipe it? Oh, he hits it! But it's not enough.
Oh, Zaylia. Zaylia, the #1 chicken. Hits the snipe, but it's not enough. And as we said in the last game, you got a feeling that if Zaylia would have hit that snipe, it would have gotten the kill. Here we see that is not, in fact, going to be the case. Barely escaping with his life is Young Bae. Eamon, I'm sure, happy to get away with that one. Taking a look at the towers, you are looking at 5 towers up for TSM, only 3 for Cloud9 HyperX. The 2,000 gold still sitting in escrow for Cloud9. 8,300 gold, the difference there. So even though Cloud9 takes a fight finally in this game, gets some kills on the board, they're still down by 10 kills, and it didn't affect the gold difference much there. They're still in a pretty bad way. And Game Hunter has a Polynom gun up and running, and will have a Rada Tahuti shortly, and he is going to be throwing in an additional 270 damage with each proc. He's caught out Sayo. Sayo taking a lot of burst damage. Zaylia forced a rotate in. They're going to force out a Defender of Olympus as well to save Sayo, so a lot of cooldowns blown there as Zeus just can't seem to get any footing in this game.
Yeah, he's having such a hard time, and with the high mobility, Neath ultimate, Sobek ultimate. Look at this, blocked by Zaylia. He is the champion of blocking skills for other people. Taunt, Time Rift, looking for an opportunity. Game Hunter has a stun, knocking at Zaylia. He's going to walk away from that one. Of course, Ra's passive Speed of Light allows him to increase his movement speed by 10% every time he activates an ability. And of course, right there, he's able to sidestep that time stop from Chronos quite handily. Left side Sun just going to clear up this wave, this big stacked up wave that Neath had been delivered straight to the front doorstep of C9's left lane. The Fire Giant is available, goal for you to respawn in 1 minute and 40 seconds. This Fire Giant is a huge point of contention for both teams. Look at the vision control coming out from TSM right now, covering every area that they possibly could. Every nook and cranny is available to be warded. Some good coverage from C9 as well. In fact, they have both sides of the mid camps, which actually haven't been covered yet by TSM. The Rod has been started here by Sayo, and Tier 2 has been picked up by Zaylia, but honestly, I mean, the Rod's done on Lobster, started up here by Game Hunter even. The gold, like you mentioned, is still very much in favor of TSM, and C9 needs to keep making those small plays, but if they commit too hard to one big fight, it's going to be hard to win an open field against TSM when they're this far behind.
You know, I don't know that I can agree that Cloud9 needs to make the small plays to get back in this one. I think they have to make big plays. I think it's a time now where they need to start playing risky. They got to play high risk, high reward because they're too far behind on Frostiak. The Thor is just paper thin, so anytime he initiates, and you can look, he's already committed to Hand of the Gods 1 right out of the jungle. He's not going to have that Aegis beads available to play that Pon style of Thor, where you're just basically an initiator going for bulwark after this build with beads Aegis. And now they're going to be forced to fight into TSM's Fire Giant attempt. And that Deathbringer is just crushing Frostiak. You got to drop. They're not going to have it in time. They're going to try to go in, but oh no, the fight's already way too spread out. Frostiak has the Defender of Olympus on his back. They're going to crush down, and they're going to maybe be able to take out Young Bae here. But Young Bae's kiting them too well. In dies Frostiak. Down he will fall. Backside of the fight. Game Hunter picks up Sayo. And Sun Touch now going to go down to the Neath ultimate. Young Bae throws it an auto attack. Down goes Sun Touch. It's a 3-player wipe after an ill-advised and late initiation there onto the Fire Giant. Very, very much indicative of the fact that they did not really fully understand what items Young Bae had at this point and how much damage Polynomicon plus Deathbringer Malice was going to do to that Fire Giant. It melted, and Cloud9 melted in turn. Surrender vote.
Wow.
Dry Bear.
Wow.
TSM forces out a surrender from Cloud9 HyperX and takes down week number 3.
I am shocked here. 2-1 series here for TSM, and it's going to end out just like that. And you know, it comes down to the point where it's do or do not. There's no try here. I mean, Thor just needed to either initiate or get out. You can't initiate after the fact. You cannot wait. And I think what happened here is just a bit of a mentality shift from C9. And I think the comeback that came out in Game 2, C9 just wasn't ready for it. They got thrown completely off balance. The picking stage wasn't as confident as it was prior. And I think that everything that was going right for TSM went right this game. I mean, Game 2, they fought blood, sweat, and tears to win that game back from a 4,000 gold deficit. Everything was going on C9's favor, and every time we've seen C9 go, upwards of 4, 5, 6K in the lead, they always win because they play properly. They don't give any opportunities for the enemy team to come through. Smart play, smart focus, target switching, and good engagements allowed TSM to win Game 2. And as soon as they go into Game 3, I'm sorry. All of a sudden, the aggression just kicks up another notch. TSM gets the early lead, and I think with that first pick, Neath, they proved why they decided to make that decision here. We're going to see Youngbei 4-0-8 on Neath, 10.4K. But, the reason they were able to get so many kills is because every single time they wanted to get a gank, Neath ultimate, Neath ultimate, Neath ultimate, Neath ultimate. You can't go anywhere. And Zeus 1-5-3, Thor 1-5-5. Every time these mobile characters or bursty characters were about to get caught out, they had that Neath ultimate to secure on the back end, and it's too hard to deal with.
And lest we forget the Deathbringer rush. So many, Youngbei has just proved that, like, sitting in your lane forever as Neath and throwing out ultimates and then rushing a Deathbringer can be extremely potent. It makes those objective timings so hard to manage because you don't expect them to shred through an objective that fast. When the crits are coming out 300 to 400 damage at a time from a Heartseeker stacked up Neath, you generally don't look at her and say, wow, that's a god that we're going to have problem with keeping down her in-hand damage output in the early game. But when you rush a Deathbringer, and at rank 3, this item is actually, similar to Ratatouille, actually fairly cost efficient given what it does. 50 physical power, 20 crit strike chance, and 50% more crit damage, meaning that those crits do 250% instead of 200% damage, where, similar to Ratatouille that grants, a bunch of MP5 and magical power in addition to its passive. Once she gets it that early, it just changes everything about how that god is able to perform. And Youngbei, normally where you see Jotun's Wrath and Titan's Banes being the primary damage pickups, for Neath, here in this game, it's Deathbringer, Rageblade, Executioner, all in hand, all the time. Youngbei carries the team to victory.
It's so important to look at the difference here between Neath and Apollo. Of course, we had a point in time in 2013 where Neath and Apollo were the top 2 picks in Hunter, and because of the global presence, they were able to commit. Now, the difference between the two, of course, is Apollo has to physically relocate himself to assist in those fights, whereas Neath throws out an ultimate, gets gold. It's just like, press 4, receive gold type thing where you just shoot it out, get an assist and gold. And even then, even if it doesn't, get a kill or an assist, it may help save a teammate's life. And all you have to do is just use a cooldown. And because of that, like you mentioned, you sit in the lane, you throw out ultimates, help your team out, you're contributing to everything, and that's really the biggest difference is there's generally a disconnect between the long lane and the rest of the map. It's hard for those hunters to leave, both solo island as well as the long lane for the hunters. It's hard for them to be able to get in and contribute early on without worrying about their tower, getting killed, or dealing with that kind of business there. So it's really difficult for them to get through, but it's very easy for them to be able to get on top of that one. And at this point, I think we just give credit to TSM because they played so wonderfully today. And I think going into Game 2, everyone thought C9, they have this. 2-0s every week, TSM's shut out. And then, of course, 4,000 gold in the lead, 15, 20 minutes into the match. Everyone's thinking, okay, C9, 2-0 victory. I've seen this before. And TSM says, wait a minute, don't count us out just yet. 10,000 gold swing, shut out in Game 3, big victory.
Yeah, and as you can see on the screen there, I've left the party. The series was won in Game 2, I feel like. That big comeback by TSM, I think Cloud9 never really recovered. I don't think they ever really felt comfortable again. And they picked the Zeus just because to pick the Zeus, I feel like. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for them. Even though Sayo is a fairly tenured Zeus player, it just wasn't there for them today.
Yeah, it's so tough. When you come back from that, it's so hard to not bring emotions into it. You lose a game that you think you're going to win, and you know. C9's been practicing so hard, and when you're that good at this game, and you get up and you've practiced so many times, you're thinking, okay, we've done this 1,000 times before. 4K in the lead, we got this, game over, 2-0. All right, I'm going to go, order some pizza. You guys want to come over and watch the game? Like, we're good to go. And TSM's like, nope! Shut down, burn out, and they're like, wait, what just happened? And then the whole mind was stumbling, and that momentum just got shut down. I think this was a very needed blow to C9 because they are so good at this freaking video game that they needed to have a shot to the ego and realize that you're not the only ones that are, and maybe they'll have a little bit more patience going into next week and realize that TSM is also incredibly powerful. They're all very good players. And looking at the seeding points, this is going to put, of course, TSM up to 260 points, whereas it's going to be 220 there for Cloud9 HyperX, about a 40-point differential there, which is honestly much, much, much different than the 140 we see in NA. So very, very competitive here on the European Tournament Series. But that's going to be the end of the tournament today, guys. You just watched the grand finals, best of 3 between TSM and Cloud9. It ended 2-1 in favor of TSM. They will take the victory in a very, very long and much earned victory there overall. Going to move into first place for the seeding points. As far as the third place goes, Torch will defeat Team Q in the best of one there in the bronze match, of course. Now Torch was previously 4th seed, so they moved forward into 3rd place, pushing Team Q down there. So a big victory for them as well. Seeding points are changing all the time, and this is week 3 of 8 weeks total for the path to the 100K. If you're not already following the SMITE Pro Twitter channel, go over to twitter.com/SMITE Pro and follow it. That will be your source for all your information that you need to know about the competitive scene. Same thing goes for the Reddit, reddit.com/r/SMITE. That's where all the updates are going to be. In fact, our tournament manager will be posting up the seeding points every single week there on a grand post at the start of the week, so you guys can keep caught up on where the teams are at right now. The top 4 teams in each region will be invited to the 100K $100,000 invitational at the end of March, the last weekend of March, and I know everyone's looking forward to it.
That's right, and we also solved the age-old question. The young tank lane has won.
Wow, such tank.
Young tank lane, so good. The Baybringer rush, very, very nice. And TSM, Team Solo Mid, such a storied franchise in MOBA gaming. I've really done a lot, and it's great to see them have yet another dominant team here and have such a good kind of foil to their dominance in Cloud9. It should lead to some very, very exciting games for the rest of the EU season, moving to the $100,000 land invitational in Atlanta, where we'll get to see really great matchups. Like, I'm really excited to see Game Hunter Rosalia go up against, COG NA's Omega, some of the more dominant soul laners in the NA scene. It'll be really interesting, very different play styles. It'll be great to see these teams come together in LAN Dry Bear. I couldn't be more excited. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in today. If you want to contact me for any reason, please do not hesitate to do so. I am the esports manager over here at HighRes. You can find me, bart@highresstudios.com, twitter.com/highresbart. Dry Bear, why don't you let the people know where they can find you, and then take us away.
I'll post that up in chat for those of you who want to know. I do a lot for in the community. I'm very, very findable, but I'll post those up in chat for you. Of course, Bart doing exactly the same. You click those links and follow for the esports manager. Also, both of us do stream on this channel 6 days a week, sometimes 7. Of course, the daily schedule they will see. So you'll see our faces all over the place. If you're new to SMITE, I recommend you go to smitegame.com and go ahead and download the game. It is free to play. It's a third-person Unreal Engine-based MOBA, and it's incredibly fun. And if you're not playing it right now, you absolutely should. Also, for $30, you can go and pick up All the Gods, which is honestly an amazing deal, and it's very, very involved. And obviously, from the tournament today, if you're new, you have plenty of reasons to pick up the game. Just try not to be as good as these players. Like Raw may not be as easy as you think he is. Type thing. These guys are really, really good. But that's it for us today, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. Don't forget to follow the channel if you haven't already. This is a 24-hour channel. There's only a brief downtime after events. You'll see a streamer coming on quite shortly, and you will see that coming up pretty soon here. So thank you so much for tuning in today. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Hopefully this tournament was to your liking, and you are, if you're a TSM fan, you're screaming to the top of your lungs over the rooftops. And if you're a C9 fan, you're kind of going into the shadows and grumbling, but not really too much, because 40 seeding points apart is not really all that much. So everything is still very, very much up for grabs in the European scene. Next Saturday at 12 p.m. Eastern will be the NA tournament, and of course next Sunday at the exact same time, starting 9 a.m. Eastern, will be this tournament as well. So stick around, tune in for those tournaments and those events. Also, this channel is 24 hours, plenty of stuff to see. We'll see you guys.
More to come. That's right.
Week.
And Dry Bear, this was your perfect Sunday, wasn't it?
Every Sunday is my perfect Sunday.
All right, guys, take it easy. We'll see you next week. Oh my God, I go, dude. Good job this week.
I don't really wanna drive home, but as soon as I arrive home, yeah, I moved on. Some things in life are too simple. Some things in life are too simple. I don't